That was beautiful. My next question is that classical music is the classical music scene is often seen as a man's domain. How does it feel to be a woman and that to a doctorate in a male dominated space?
I know it was a very difficult path to choose like this, since I hail from a family where all the members are mostly doctors. So choosing a different path was not easy at all because my father, being a renowned doctor from Varanasi, he also wanted me to become a doctor. But he supported me all the time, and all my parents, they really supported me well. And because of them, I'm here today. So, because of my mother, Vijaya Shankar, she initiated music in me when I was 6 years old, and I learned few bhajans from her. And after that, we had uh, intense training from Pandit Amarnath Mishra ji of Banaras Gharana, vocal music. And at the age of 12, I picked up guitar because it was so fascinating because Banaras is a place where you can see many instruments. People are playing different genres of music, etc. So when I first heard Dr. Shivnath Bhattacharya ji, who was my first guru in Hawaiian guitar, when I saw him, I was so much fascinated and I just started, I should play this instrument. It was so attracted and I was very attracted to it. And I told my parents that I want to pick up this instrument. And then the journey started. That was the story, and still I am pursuing because a lot of things we have to learn, and one life is not sufficient. Yeah, we can. Hello? Yes, we can find it is male dominated. There are few women, but even then, when your dedication and when your passion for art is strong, I think no one can stop you. So, being a lady, I can feel myself very privileged. At the same time, I feel proud also. And it was not easy at all, but still, if there is dedication, there is sadhana, I think no one can stop you.
True, that is very true. Next, I want to ask you is how can we get the new generation interested in this kind of music? Does the answer lie in music in the movies? And can you play something that's inspired by Bollywood perhaps for us?
Yes, sure. Actually, I can say we can't say now generations are they don't pay attention to classical music, but to make them more engrossed in this subject, I think कुछ हम क्लासिकल या सेमी क्लासिकल या लाइट म्यूजिक या फिल्मी गाने को भी हम दे सकते हैं कि राग बेस्ड गाने को ताकि
A lot of Bollywood music is actually
raga
raga. Not a lot of
right,
people
right,
know
right,
that, but that,
right.
yeah.
सो मैं आपके सामने एक सुना रही हूँ बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये एंड
बिल्कुल.
देन या आई विल मिक्स देयर इज सरप्राइज आल्सो ओके
Absolutely, we're waiting for it. on from Bollywood to technology. Now, technology has invaded all aspects of our life. Has that changed the way you teach? Like, for instance, are you teaching your students in America via Zoom?
Yes, because nowadays people are outside your country and even outside the places where I live. So I think it is a very better way to teach them online. And there are Zoom, there are Google Link, there are many, many things, even FaceTime, you can do it. So I think very well the classes are going on
It
online.
must be challenging though. Like
It is challenging.
or you have to change your style of teaching.
Yes, that is also there. And when I first started, I didn't like it actually because being a traditional Hindustani musician, I thought how to overcome the pitch because there is always a time lapse whenever you teach online. So sometimes it is very difficult. But nowadays, I think we are used to it enough. Yeah.
Fantastic. My next question for you is actually for your origin. You were brought up in Varanasi, and it also happens to be Prime Minister Modi's constituency. Do you have a melody for Varanasi?
Yes, because Sawan is going on. That's why I'm wearing green color.
Okay.
Sawan means green. All over earth celebrates so much greenery around and rains, of course. So green, कहते हैं ना सावन के लिए हरियाली. So there is Tej and there is all over green. तो green is very important and very pious and बहुत pious इसको मानते हैं, बहुत पवित्र रंग मानते हैं. इसलिए मैंने सोचा कि आज इसको मैं पहन के चलूँ. And there is Banarsi Kajri which I'm going to play right now.
We look forward to hearing
Rimjim Padela, Rimjim Fuhar. Yeah, Rimjim Padela Fuhar. This is a very famous Kajri from Banaras.
Thank you. That was absolutely amazing. I'm sure everyone here feels the same way. Thank you so much, Kamlaji, for being here with us and setting the tone for this incredible session, which is going to be celebrating women. Thank you so much. Thank you, Durlab.
Thank you for a very, very soulful performance, and I request you to please stay on stage while I call upon Mr. Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, India Today, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause for this wonderful performance and such a beautiful start to the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to stay seated. We are taking a very short break right now, but I request you all to not move, because shortly from now, Delhi Chief Minister Rekhagupta will be addressing this event. Madam Chief Minister will be on the stage in a few minutes from now, as we are setting it up for her. Also, given security reasons, it would be best if all of you stay seated, and in a few minutes, you will hear from Delhi Chief Minister Rekhagupta, who is here at the India Today Women's Summit.
Check, check. 3, 3, check 3.
Minister Rekhagupta gracing the India Today Women's Summit as she enters into this hall. Madam Chief Minister, many thanks for your presence at our esteemed occasion. And I'd also like to request on stage Raj Engappa, Group Editorial Director, India Today Group, to deliver the welcome address. And also, as I request Anjana Om Kashyap, Managing Editor, Special Projects, Aaj Tak. She will be holding this next session, which is called She's the Boss, Governing the Capital of the World's Largest Democracy. Let's have a huge round of applause as we begin.
Good morning, everyone, and respected Delhi Chief Minister, Mrs. Rekhagupta, distinguished speakers and guests. Let me, on behalf of India Today, firstly extend a very, very warm welcome to our Delhi Chief Minister for taking time out of a busy schedule to address our gathering. Mukhyamantri ji, my wife told me that it's wonderful to have a Delhi Chief Minister, and she believes that Rekhagupta will deliver like no other Chief Minister does. So, and while there is plenty of positive news that is happening on women's empowerment, we must acknowledge that from cradle to grave, Indian women continue to face discrimination, inequalities, and injustice that makes life for them even tougher. And I just want to give you a few statistics on a somber note for what we're doing here. We still know that while the sex ratio has improved considerably between boys and girls, it still hovers around 927 girls to every 1,000 boys. That needs to be corrected. The other part is that nearly 50% of adolescent girls in rural India are chronically malnourished. One of the big problems that's there. And we know that female literacy still hovers around 62% as compared to men at 80%. Girl dropout rates are far, far higher than boys, whether in schools and colleges. And then if you come to the workforce, only 1 in 3 women in India are part of our workforce. And if you look at statistics across, if the Indian workforce proportion is 33%, in other countries, developed countries, as well as many major countries, it's over 50%. So there are a lot of missing women who should be in the workforce, that they're not there. And even when they work, as we all know, there's a lot of pay discrimination. They are promoted less and protected less. I think those things need to be corrected significantly. When we come to politics, ma'am, in your area, while tremendous progress has happened, we still know that only 15% of Lok Sabha seats are made up of women, and in assemblies it's much, much lower, and average is 10%. Of course, one of the biggest concerns, which we see every day in the media across and the news that we read, whether or see on television, is the high rate of crime. The statistics show that 1 woman in India is raped every 16 minutes, and crime against women has doubled in the past decade. As bad is the fact that more than 70% of Indian women have faced domestic violence at some point or the other, and 86% never reported. So these have been really hard statistics that's there that we need to contend, and that's one of the reasons why we're holding the Women's Summit, the India Today Women's Summit, to address some of these key issues. Of course, apart from some of the unfortunate news that's there, there's also very good news. Maternal mortality has dropped considerably from 167 deaths per 100,000 births to about 97. And you can see that change happening across. At one time, 8 out of 10 women had their births delivered at home through the traditional dye. That process has reversed considerably, and that's an achievement we look at. Recently, the NDA government, the Modi government, has talked of guaranteeing 33% seats in parliament by 2029. That law was passed in 2023, and we hope that will be implemented. So yes, there are a lot of steps being taken, but that's clearly not enough. And if you look, the key things that we're looking at in this thing is is to address issues of equal pay, equal opportunity, and equal respect, and not just buzzwords, but actually benchmarks. And we all know that because when women are educated, families prosper. When women work, GDP grows. When women lead, institutions become more just and fair. And when women feel safe, societies flourish. India cannot rise unless its women rise with it. And so, once again, we welcome you to the India Today Women's Summit, and I'm delighted that Ms. Rekhagupta will be addressing us, as well as, let me now hand over to Anjana Kishap, my colleague, and a star anchor with Aaj Tak, to carry on with the proceedings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Raj. We really needed a man to tell us the numbers. But that's on a lighter note. Thanks for the deep dive into the statistics, which actually tell us about the picture in the country, but it's much more than that. We live these numbers every day. अब हम मंच पर स्वागत करना चाहते हैं अपनी बेहद खास मेहमान का, दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी का तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए, क्योंकि एक ऐसे दौर में जब हम पुरुषों का सबसे ज्यादा वर्चस्व देश की राजनीति में देखते हैं, ऐसे वक्त पर रेखा जी देश मतलब विश्व के लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी में कैपिटल की, राजधानी की मुख्यमंत्री हैं। ये अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कहता है बदलते वक्त के बारे में। सबसे पहले तो शुरुआत इसी बात से करेंगे कि एक महिला होना क्या आपके लिए पॉजिटिव बना या वो आपके लिए सबसे बड़ी हार्डशिप्स की वजह बना? क्योंकि देखिए अब चर्चा क्या चलती है पॉलिटिकल सर्कल्स में कि देखो अब तो महिलाएं बहुत वोट करती हैं, सबसे ज्यादा वोट शेयर महिलाओं का है, तो महिलाओं को खुश करना है और इसीलिए रेखा जी को सीएम बना दिया। ये वजह थी या ये वजह थी कि आपने बतौर कॉरपोरेटर, अगर मैं सही हूं, लगभग 3 बार आप रही और वहां पर आपने एमसीडी में लड़ाई लड़ी है, उसकी वजह से, मेहनत की वजह से बनी?
देखिए, कहिए कुछ भी, पर मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि यदि देश की आधी आबादी को नेतृत्व दिया जाता है, डिसीज़न मेकिंग में इन्वॉल्व किया जाता है, आगे बढ़ने के आयाम और आसमान छूने के मौके मिलते हैं, तो महिलाओं के लिए एक ना केवल सम्मान की बात है बल्कि अपने आप को प्रूव करने का भी मौका है। क्योंकि वैदिक काल से लेकर के आज तक महिलाओं को तो परीक्षा ही देनी होती है। इतनी सारी मेरी बहनें बैठी हैं, हर जगह आपको प्रूव करना पड़ता है कि यस यू आर कैपेबल। जबकि मैं ये मानती हूँ कि साहस का या निर्णय क्षमता का कोई जेंडर नहीं होता। आपके अंदर साहस है, आप निर्णय ले सकती हैं, आप मेहनत कर सकती हैं, तो स्काई इज़ अ लिमिट, आप कहीं भी पहुंच सकती हैं।
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा आपने बताया, क्योंकि हम लोग अक्सर मान के बैठते हैं कि किस्मत की रेखा में जो लिखा है वो होगा, लेकिन मेहनत से अगर उस रेखा को बदला जा सके और दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री बने तो बहुत सारी लड़कियों के लिए वो बहुत सारी प्रेरणा का स्रोत। आजकल दिल्ली में बारिश बहुत हो रही है मैम, तो हमने सोचा कि बारिश पर थोड़ी चर्चा हो जाए। बारिश की बौछार है या मुसीबतों की बौछार है? क्योंकि दिल्ली वाले कई जगहों पर, अब आम आदमी पार्टी आप पर आरोप ये लगा रही है कि आपने मिंटो ब्रिज का जो पूरा इलाका है उसको एक नया राज्य बना दिया है। वो कह रहे हैं आपने मिंटो रोड स्टेट बना दिया है, वहाँ तो आप पानी नहीं जमने दे रही, क्योंकि वहाँ से पीएम से लेकर सभी बड़े बड़े नेता गुजरेंगे, आपका रिपोर्ट कार्ड वहाँ पर दिखेगा, लेकिन बाकी जगहों पर पानी जम रहा है। आपका जवाब?
देखिए, ये आम आदमी पार्टी बेरोजगार हो गई है। अब उनको कुछ तो बोलना है, कुछ तो कहेंगे। मतलब मिंटो ब्रिज अगर डूबा हो तो देखिए मिंटो ब्रिज डूबा है, अब मिंटो ब्रिज क्लियर हो गया तो दूसरा चौक डूबा है, दूसरा हो गया तो तीसरा चौक डूबा है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, अंजना जी घर से आ रही हैं अभी सीधा, बारिश तो आ रही थी ना, रास्ते में कितना टाइम लगा? जाम मिला, जल भराव मिला?
आपने अच्छा
सच बताना पड़ेगा ना, ना ना ना, सच बताना पड़ेगा आपको। देखो, आपसे ज्यादा कौन प्रूव करेगा? देखिए, अब इसमें बात नहीं है, अब आपको बताना पड़ेगा कि रास्ते में, जिस रास्ते से आप आई, अब आप कहेंगे अंजना जी आ रही थी इसलिए आपने रातों रात वहां पे साफ करा दिया, या फिर वो मैडम आ रही थी रातों रात हो गया। अब कुछ भी किया, किसी के भी डर के मारे किया, अंजना जी के डर के मारे किया कि मोदी जी के लिए किया, पर दिल्ली का रोड अगर क्लियर होता है तो फायदा तो जनता को ही मिल रहा है।
वाह,
जो पिछले 12 साल में आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं कर सकी, चलिए इतना शुक्र मानिए कि हमने आते ही कर दिया, तो भाई शाबाशी दे दीजिए।
पर हम लोग मैं कहाँ से कहाँ आई हूँ मैम, ये भी तो देखना पड़ेगा। नई दिल्ली के इलाके से मैं आपको दूंगी क्रेडिट कि सरदार पटेल मार्ग पर भी मुझे आज ट्रैफिक नहीं मिला, जबकि सुबह 10 साढ़े 10 बजे का वक्त था। जहाँ ट्रैफिक क्रेडिट ड्यू है मैं दूंगी, लेकिन अभी भी जो दिल्ली के दूर दराज के इलाके हैं वहां पर अंडरपासेस में पानी भर रहा है।
मैं उसी बात पे आ रही हूँ। 27 साल का बैकलॉग है जो पिछली सरकारें अपने 12 साल के कार्यकाल में ठीक नहीं कर पाई। आज वो हमें ट्वीट कर करके बताती है, देखिए वहाँ पे भी पानी भरा है, देखिए वहाँ पे पानी भरा है, और हम तुरंत अपनी एजेंसीज को लगाते, भाई जाइए, जा करके काम करके आइए। काम भी होता है, चीज़ें ठीक भी होती हैं। यहाँ तक की मुसीबत हो गई है आम आदमी पार्टी के वॉलंटियर्स को कि जैसे ही बारिश आती है तो उनको दिशा निर्देश है कि तुरंत खड़े हो जाइए, ऐसा ना हो कि बारिश आए, बरसे और पानी निकल जाए, बचे ही ना आपके वीडियो बनाने के लिए, रील बनाने के लिए ना बचे। तो तुरंत वो लोग सड़कों पे आते, सब लोग एक्टिव हो गए हैं, सबको दिशा निर्देश मिल गया कि तुरंत जाके वीडियो रील बना लीजिए, और पानी आधे घंटे में निकल ही जाएगा। अब निकल जाएगा तो फिर क्या बोलेंगे, तो तुरंत वो लोग आते हैं। आप किसी भी पॉइंट पे दिल्ली के खड़े होइए, आपका मैक्सिमम टाइम कितनी देर में वो पानी निकल रहा है, ज़रूर मैं आप सबको कहना चाहूँगी कि ज़रूर नोट कीजिएगा और हमें बताइएगा। देखिए पानी जब बरसता है तो नाले उसको लेने में टाइम ज़रूर लगाते हैं, पर पहली बार दिल्ली में सालों के बाद प्रॉपर डिसिल्टिंग हुई।
कितनी की है आपने?
25,000 मीट्रिक टन हमने सिल्ट दिल्ली के नालों में से निकाली है, जो काम आज भी जारी है। लगातार डे नाइट शासन और प्रशासन दोनों काम कर रहा है, और कहीं भी समस्या होती है तो हम एक्टिवली उसको रिजॉल्व करते हैं। हम ये दावा नहीं करते कि आज हम 5 महीने में सब कुछ सॉल्व कर दिया हमने, परंतु हाँ, जागरूकता के साथ, शिद्दत के साथ हर एक उस पॉइंट को रिजॉल्व करने में सरकार लगी है जो जनता के लिए मुसीबत है।
अच्छा, हमारे रिपोर्टर तो वीडियो लेके खड़े नहीं रहते। मैं उस दिन जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर कवरेज हो रही थी तो मैं स्टूडियो में थी। हमारे रिपोर्टर थे एक कनॉट प्लेस में, एक दूसरे बाहरी इलाके में, आउटर दिल्ली में। अब वो तो वीडियो नहीं बना रहे थे, वो तो लाइव थे मेरे साथ। 1 घंटे 1.5 घंटे बहुत पानी जमा था।
जरूर होगा, मैंने तो खुद ही कहा, हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि पिछले 27 साल का बैकलॉग हमने 5 महीने में पूरा कर दिया, पर कॉन्टिन्यूसली दिल्ली में जितने भी वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट थे, सरकार ने आते ही सबसे पहले उनका लिस्टिंग किया। हर एक वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट का एक नोडल ऑफिसर तय किया गया, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय की गई कि इसका प्रॉब्लम आपने रिजॉल्व करना है। एक दिन में कोई समाधान नहीं हो पाता। मिंटो ब्रिज पे भी अगर राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री को 4 बार जा कर के उस समस्या के समाधान के लिए कारण और निवारण समझना पड़ा, तो आप समझिए कि कितनी समस्याएं जटिल करके ये सरकारें गई हैं, जिनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से, राज्य के लोगों को फैसिलिटी देने से कोई मतलब नहीं था। ट्वीट की राजनीति, फेसबुक मीडिया की राजनीति, अखबारों की राजनीति। कभी सड़कों पे उतर के देखा है उन लोगों ने कि कहाँ वाटर लॉगिंग होती थी? कभी ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पहले नहीं होती थी और आज हमने क्रिएट कर दी है, ऐसा है क्या? ये वो काम है जो वर्षों से चल रहा था, आज उससे बेहतर हुआ है, उससे ज़्यादा आपने रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश की है। क्रिएट तो आप ही के ज़माने में हुए थे जनाब, जो आप देखे गए, हम तो उसी को भुगत रहे हैं, उसी में से समाधान खोज रहे हैं। तो उनको तो एटलीस्ट कहने का कोई कारण नहीं है। जनता जो बोलती है उसकी तुरंत सुनवाई होती है और लगातार समाधान की ओर सरकार काम कर रही है।
ये कॉर्पोरेटर वाला अवतार ज़्यादा है या मुख्यमंत्री वाला? मैं देख रही हूँ ज़बरदस्त फायर आज दिख रहा है आप में। मतलब मुझे तो लग रहा है अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी यहाँ पर आ जाए तो आप लोग
आते ही तो नहीं
बुलाया आपने?
मैं चाहती हूँ कि वो एक दिन आए और आमने सामने हम लोग बैठे, बातचीत करें, और मैं उनसे पूछूं कि आप ऐसा क्यों करके गए दिल्ली के साथ? आपको 12 साल मिले काम करने के लिए, इतना बड़ा मैंडेट, मतलब इतिहास में कभी किसी को नहीं मिला। 70 में से 67 सीटें, फिर 63 सीटें, इतना बड़ा मैंडेट मिलने के बाद आपने जनता को धोखा क्यों दिया? वो सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जिसकी दिल्ली अधिकारी है, दिल्ली के लोग जिनका वो राइट बनता है, आपने उन्हें नहीं दिया, और आज आप यहाँ से चीं करें, वहाँ से चूं करें, तो ये ठीक नहीं है। आपको ये मानना चाहिए कि आपकी सरकार से जो काम नहीं हुए, आज वर्तमान की सरकारों को उन कामों को करना पड़ रहा है। ना केवल उन कामों को करना पड़ रहा है, बल्कि और भी जितनी चीज़ें होनी चाहिए थी दिल्ली में, उन सब को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करी रही है सरकार।
और अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने सामने बैठे बैठे अचानक ये पूछ लिया कि रेखा जी, आपने तो शीश महल कह के मेरी कुर्सी ले ली, और आप भी अब एकदम भव्य, उन्होंने क्या माया महल कह रहे हैं आपके घर को, राजमहल कह रहे हैं, वो गिन रहे हैं कि आपके घर में कितना एसी लगा है।
मैं 24 एसी। दिस इज ओपन इन्विटेशन टू ऑल ऑफ यू। अंजना जी, आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को, यहाँ के, मेरा घर कोई मुख्यमंत्री का घर नहीं है, जन सेवा सदन है। आप सब लोग किसी भी समय मेरे आइए घर पे। मतलब जिस व्यक्ति ने मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए जो काम होने वाले नहीं थे, जो टेंडर प्रक्रिया में जुड़ नहीं सकते थे, 70 करोड़ रुपए का बंगला बनाया, वो आज जन सेवा सदन के ऊपर बात कहे तो जमती नहीं। मेरे इस 1 महीने के ऑफिशियल रेजिडेंस पे हजारों लोग आकर के गए। मैं इनमें से किसी से भी पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्या उनके कार्यकाल में कभी उन्होंने सीएम महोदय के घर जाके देखा? कोई बता दे। इवन यू मैम, गई हैं आप कभी?
नहीं, मैं नहीं गई।
मैं आपको इनवाइट करती हूँ, आप मेरे घर आइए। हाँ, कोई भी बता दे।
इवन एसी की लड़ाई है ना, शीला जी की एसी की नहीं जाती थी कि शीला जी के घर में 18 एसी है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का सबसे बड़ा प्लान था जब वो चुनाव
मैं तो आपको कह रही हूँ ना, आप आइए, खुद गिनिएगा, खुद बैठिएगा सोफा पे, खुद टाइल देखिएगा, पर्दा देखिएगा, सब लोग देखिए। ये जो राजनीति है, ये धूर्तता की राजनीति है, जो गिरेबान झांक करके उन्हें देखना चाहिए कि जिस तरीके से जनता के खून पसीने की कमाई उन्होंने लुटाई, वो कभी अपने घर से बाहर निकले नहीं और रेखा गुप्ता अपने घर में घुसी नहीं है। 24/7 दिल्ली की सड़कों पे रह करके, दिल्ली के लोगों के बीच में, सामाजिक धार्मिक आयोजनों में जा कर के, डेलीगेशन से मिलते हुए, जन सुनवाई करते हुए जनता के बीच में काम करती है रेखा गुप्ता। ना उसे उस घर की आवश्यकता है, वो घर भी जनता का है और कार्यालय भी जनता का है। वो कार्यालय जिसमें केजरीवाल साहब ने बनाया, और उसमें कभी कोई विधायक तक भी नहीं जा पाया क्योंकि वो स्वयं भी नहीं जाते थे। आज जब दुनिया वहाँ आती है, डेलीगेशन आते हैं, विधायक, रिपोर्टर सब आते हैं, वो कहते ये तो हमने देखा ही नहीं था। मेरे लिए कितना आसान था कि शीश महल जो केजरीवाल साहब ने बनाया हुआ था, मैं तुरंत कहती कि भाई ये तो मुख्यमंत्री के लिए बनाया हुआ है, तो वहीं रहना पड़ेगा। कोई चूं नहीं कर सकता था, ना ये आम आदमी पार्टी वाले, ना कोई और। परंतु मैंने ये निर्णय लिया कि जनता के बीच में रह करके एक इजी एक्सेस वाला रेजिडेंस मैं लूँगी, एक प्रीमिसेस जहाँ पे 4 मंत्रियों के साथ में आपको रहना है, जो कि जनता के लिए खुला है, जन सेवा सदन के नाम से है, हजारों लोग रोजाना जहाँ आते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि ये जन सेवा और जन सेवक की भूमिका है जिसे मैं निभाती रहूँगी।
पर ये शीश महल का करना क्या है, ये तो बताइए। पर ये सबको जानना है कि शीश महल तो हो गया, अब उसका करना क्या है?
चाहूँगी कि आप सबकी एडवाइजेज आए कि क्या करना है। 70 करोड़ रुपए जिस पे लगे हैं और करोड़ों की ज़मीन भी है, इस करोड़ों की प्रॉपर्टी का क्या करना चाहिए। आप तो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हैं अंजना जी, थोड़ा आप ही सुझाव दीजिए क्या करें।
नहीं, पहले तो दिखाइए ना, पब्लिक के लिए खोलिए। आपने बताया लाखों के पर्दे हैं, हम लोग भी छू कर देखना चाहते हैं।
एग्जैक्टली ये जरूर मैं चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि अभी मेरा भी जाना नहीं हुआ। मैं भी जाती हूँ और आपको भी लेके जाती हूँ, और दोनों मिलकर के देखते हैं कि भाई जनता की खून पसीने की कमाई को पर्दों के माध्यम से कैसे लटकाया गया।
कोई सजेशन है किसी का? म्यूजियम कितने लोग कह रहे हैं? बहुत लोग म्यूजियम कह रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत लोगों को विजिट करना है। अच्छा, आ रहे हैं, अभी आएंगे, अभी देखिए आप
टिकट लगा देते हैं।
टिकट लगा दीजिए।
तो हाँ, कम से कम उतना अमाउंट तो वापस आ जाएगा जितने का बना है।
चलिए अब अगले विषय पर आते हैं, वापस दिल्ली पर आते हैं। बीच बीच में शीश महल देखते ही सबका एकदम इमोशनल
महिलाएं हैं ना,
सबका आ गया कि
इनको पता है कि देखे तो सही कौन सा वाला सोफा है, कौन सा पर्दा है। मैंने भी नहीं देखा। वी विल वेंट टुगेदर देयर।
चलिए अब आते हैं हम दिल्ली की दूसरी बड़ी समस्या जो है मैम, वो है कूड़े की। और गाजीपुर लैंडफिल जो है उसको इतनी चर्चा हुई, पूरा इलाका उसकी वजह से मेनेस बना रहता है, सालों साल से वहाँ खड़ा है, सरकारें आती हैं सरकारें जाती हैं। कूड़े का जो खात्मा होना है अगर जगह जगह अभी भी रहता है, अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुआ है, ये वाला क्लेम मत कीजिएगा, अभी आपका हनीमून पीरियड चल रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी अभी कूड़ा है कई जगहों पर है, इसको स्ट्रीमलाइन करना, इसका आपकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, कैसे होगा?
आपने कब मुझे क्लेम करते हुए सुना अंजना जी? मुझे 5 महीने हो गए। मैं किसी भी एक भी काम का क्लेम नहीं करती, मैं काम करती हूँ। और दिल्ली में ये जो कूड़े के पहाड़ 3, लगभग हर महीने मेरा विजिट होता है वहाँ। पीरियोडिकली कितना हाइट था, कितना हर महीने कम हो रहा है, कितना टन कूड़ा वहाँ था, आज की डेट में उसकी फ्रिक्वेंसी बताऊं, जो उनके समय में केवल मात्र 7,000 टन कूड़ा डिस्पोज होता था, आज वो 30,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा डेली हम डिस्पोज कर रहे हैं। 30,000 मीट्रिक टन। जो कूड़े के पहाड़ 60 मीटर के थे, आज वो लगभग 30 मीटर के रह गए हैं। और जो खाली जगह होती जा रही है, वहाँ पर हमने बैम्बो प्लांटेशन करवा दिया है। मैंने गाजीपुर पे मैं गई और ओखला पे मैं गई और इवन यहाँ पे भलसवा पे मैं गई। हमने खुद वहाँ प्लांटेशन करके कि जितनी जगह खाली होती जाए उस पर दोबारा कुछ ना डले, उसके लिए प्लांटेशन कराया। और निश्चित रूप में जिस तरीके से काम का फॉलोअप किया जा रहा है सरकार के द्वारा, हर महीने का जो टारगेट हम देते हैं एजेंसीज़ को कि आपको इतना टारगेट पूरा ही करना है। मैं आपको एक ज्ञान की बात बताती हूँ। दिल्ली में रोज़ाना 1100 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा जनरेट होता है, मतलब दिल्ली की पूरी जनता का 1100 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा है, पर डिस्पोजल की जो मशीनरी थी वो केवल 7,000 मीट्रिक टन की थी। तो रोज़ाना 4,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा लीगेसी बन रहा था, रोज़ाना। आप सोचिए कि रोज़ाना 4,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा जमा होता जाएगा तो कैसे ख़त्म होगा। पहली बार सरकार ने आकर के 3 नए वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांट का काम शुरू करवाया और उनको भी ऑपरेशनल स्ट्रक्चर में लाने की प्रक्रिया पे ला करके जो अभी एग्जिस्टिंग थे उनकी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने के लिए हमने काम किया, नया भी खोलने के लिए काम किया, ताकि जितना कूड़ा आए वो ख़त्म भी होना चाहिए और लगातार कम हो रहा है। मैं कोई दावा नहीं करती, पर इतना विश्वास दिलाती हूँ कि आपको एक दिन खोजना पड़ेगा कि ये कूड़े के पहाड़ जो यहाँ हुआ करते थे वो कहाँ गए, खत्म होंगे। कोई टाइमलाइन मैं नहीं दूंगी, आप केवल विजुलाइज कीजिए। जब आप वहाँ से गुजरे तो ज़रूर देखिएगा 1 मिनट रुक करके कि कुछ कम लग रहा है। जो 60-65 मीटर के कूड़े के पहाड़ थे आज हाफ हाइट पे आ गए हैं। और ये निष्पादन एक फ्रंट पे नहीं, हर फ्रंट पे काम कर रही है सरकार। कैसे नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ का उपयोग हम कर सकते हैं, कैसे वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांट को, इवन दिल्ली में एक नया ई वेस्ट प्लांट, भाई आज आप देखिए कितना ई वेस्ट होता है, आपकी बैटरीज, आपका बाकी ऐसा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स जिसको आप कहीं डिस्पोज नहीं कर पाते, आज उसके लिए ऑफिशियली सरकार ई वेस्ट का प्लांट बना रही है ताकि पूरी दिल्ली का ई वेस्ट वहाँ पे डिस्पोज हो, वो भी पर्यावरण को बिना नुकसान पहुँचाए। तो हर दिशा में सरकार काम कर रही है। ऐसे ही नहीं मैं कह रही कि 24/7 काम हो रहा है, काम कर रहे हैं और उसके रिजल्ट भी जनता को देखने को मिलेंगे।
अभी अभी आपने कहा कि रुक के आप लोग ज़रूर देखिएगा कूड़ा नीचे हो रहा है, तो केजरीवाल जी थे, सबको काम पे लगा दिया था कि वीडियो बनाओ और भेजो। अब आप कह रही हैं रुक के देखो, तो जनता को फिर आप भी काम पे लगा रही हैं कि देखो भाई मैं क्या क्या कर रही हूँ।
नहीं, मैं काम पे बिल्कुल लगा रही हूँ। अब देखिए 1 अगस्त से स्वच्छता अभियान दिल्ली में, दिल्ली को कूड़े से आज़ादी, ये अभियान हमने शुरू किया, पूरा 1 महीना चलेगा। सरकार भी, अधिकारी भी, संस्थाएं भी, इंस्टीट्यूशन भी, सब लोग दिल्ली को कूड़ा फ्री करने के लिए, दिल्ली को गार्बेज फ्री करने के लिए काम करें। और ये दिल्ली जो है ये हम सबकी दिल्ली है, और जब सबकी दिल्ली है यानी हमारी दिल्ली हमारी जिम्मेदारी। इस भावना के साथ में यदि दिल्ली के ये 2.5 करोड़ लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा भी कूड़ा फैलाना कम कर दें और कूड़ा हटाना शुरू कर दें। देखो हम विदेश जाते हैं ना, तो ये जो मेरी बहनें हैं पर्स में रैपर वापस पर्स में रख लेती हैं, यानी कि डॉगी को भी घुमाएंगे तो उसकी पोटी पेपर में रख कर के ले जाते हैं वापस। पर भारत में इतनी आज़ादी हमें है कि हम कहीं कूड़ा डालें, अपना घर साफ करें, बाहर डालें। गाय को कुछ खिलाना है तो पूरा दिन माताजी छिलका इकट्ठा करती हैं, रात को सर्वेंट को कहती है जा डाला गाय को। कहीं पे पूजा घर का वेस्ट निकलता है तो हम कहते हैं अरे पूजा घर का डस्टबिन में मत डालियो, नहर में डाल के आ। तो ये जो कंसेप्ट है, ये जो हमारी सोच है, इसको बदलते हुए, दिल्ली को अपनी दिल्ली मानते हुए कि हम सबकी दिल्ली है, इसको साफ करना, बेहतर करना, प्लांटेशन करना, ये हम सबका काम है। तो मुख्यमंत्री से लेकर के मेरी हर सहेली, हर साथी, हर संस्था इस पे काम करेगी और मिल करके दिल्ली को संवारेंगे भी और सजाएंगे भी।
बहुत अच्छा। और मुझे लगता है खास तौर पर आपने डॉग्स को लेकर जो कहा है या बाकी सफाई की बात की है वो बहुत रेलेवेंट है, बहुत रेलेवेंट इश्यूज है। इनफैक्ट डॉग बाइट्स भी बहुत हो रही है, इन सब पर बहुत ज़रूरी है। लेकिन डस्टबिन्स भी तो होने चाहिए ना, मतलब पब्लिक प्लेसेस में ये सरकार का काम है। मैं उस हिस्से को मानती हूँ जहाँ पर हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है और वो हम सबको निभाना है। बिग बॉस के घर में भी टास्क मिलता है और आज बिग बॉस यही है, तो हम सबको टास्क मिला है इस बात को फैलाने का। लेकिन डस्टबिन्स, कई लोग ये शिकायत करते हैं, आप मार्केट प्लेसेस में जाइएगा, जो डस्टबिन्स की हालत रहती है वहाँ पर डालना, डिस्पोज करना, या फिर कम कम दूरी पर जो होना चाहिए कवर्ड डस्टबिन्स, वो कैसे होगा?
देखिए, देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में हम बैठे हैं। मैं मानती हूँ कि व्यवस्थाओं को बहुत दुरुस्त करना है, हर चीज़ को। आज कल्चर कहीं ना कहीं ये भी है कि अगर एक सीवर का ढक्कन भी होता है ना, जिसमें 2 इंच का लोहे का सरिया डलता है, सिर्फ इतना सा, उसको भी चुराने के लिए उस सीवर के ढक्कन को तोड़ दिया जाता है। कहीं ग्रिल लगी हो तो उसको हटा लिया जाता है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं ठीक करने के लिए, और जब मिल कर के ठीक करना शुरू करेंगे, जहाँ डस्टबिन चाहिए सरकार डस्टबिन भी लगाएगी, जो व्यवस्था चाहिए वो व्यवस्था भी देगी, सफाई चाहिए, कर्मचारी चाहिए, सब करेंगे, पर मिलके करेंगे। एक चीज़ जो हमने तय कर ली कि ये साफ होनी है तो होनी है, काम करना है तो करना है, और इस काम को करते हुए दिल्ली को आगे लेके जाना है। एक नेगेटिव इमेज में जिस तरीके से दिल्ली वर्षों से घिरी रही, आप पूरे देश में कहीं जाइए तो दिल्ली का नाम सुन के लोगों को सोचना पड़ता था, नहीं सोचना पड़ेगा, उनके लगेगा भी कहीं भी हो दिल्ली ज़रूर जाना है। तो दिल्ली की एक पॉजिटिव इमेज बिल्डिंग, दिल्ली के लिए बेहतर काम करना, दिल्ली को हरा भरा करना जनता भी करेगी और सरकार भी करेगी, मिलके करेंगे।
अब अगली समस्या पर आते हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा आप लोगों को समस्याओं पर नहीं रखूंगी, उसके बाद इनके प्रेरक जीवन पर भी हम लोग आएंगे, महिलाएं क्या उससे सीख सकती हैं। एक सबसे बड़ी और समस्या जो आखिरी जिस पर चर्चा ज़रूर है वो है प्रदूषण। हाल ही में पुणे के एक बच्चे का दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के कॉलेज में एडमिशन हुआ, उसके माता पिता ने उसे भेजने से इनकार कर दिया क्योंकि प्रदूषण दिल्ली में बहुत ज़्यादा है। अब अगर प्रदूषण का स्तर, वैसे तो मेघा रानी इंद्रदेव आप पर बहुत मेहरबान है, बारिश इतनी हो रही है कि प्रदूषण का स्तर कम हो रहा है, लेकिन नवंबर दिसंबर के महीने आते आते सांस लेना मुश्किल है एक आम व्यक्ति के लिए, यहाँ पर बच्चों के लिए, मतलब ये एक स्मोकिंग चेम्बर बन जाता है।
बिल्कुल ठीक
क्या किया है आपने, क्या ठोस है, या सब कुछ वर्षा रानी के भरोसे है?
बिल्कुल वर्षा रानी के भरोसे नहीं है। वर्षा नेचुरल तरीके से आए, हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं, ना हम बारिश के आने से घबराते हैं, ना गर्मी के पड़ने से, ना सर्दी के आने से। मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, सच में पॉल्यूशन दिल्ली के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या थी, और इसीलिए लगातार दिल्ली छोड़ कर के लोग दिल्ली एनसीआर की तरफ दौड़ते थे, चले जाते कि हाँ भी बाकी जगह पे शायद बेहतर माहौल मिले। और ये सच भी है कि पिछली सरकारों ने पॉल्यूशन को लेके सिवाय नौटंकी के कहें या कुछ ऐसे फेक ऑड इवन हम पराली की दवाई बना रहे हैं, हम ये कर रहे हैं, सिवाय इसके कुछ नहीं किया। पहली बार कोई सरकार ऐसी आई है जिसने इस विषय के ऊपर डीप स्टडी करते हुए डूज एंड डोंट्स, क्या क्या होना चाहिए, हर एक सेगमेंट पे काम किया। पहली बार दिल्ली ने आपका डस्ट मिटिगेशन प्लान बनाया अपने शहर का, कहाँ कहाँ धूल उड़ती है, क्या क्या उसके समाधान करने हैं। पहली बार दिल्ली ने 1000 वाटर स्प्रिंकलर खुद दिल्ली सरकार ने अपने एंगेज करके, और केवल सर्दियों के लिए नहीं, साल भर भी। डस्ट तो गर्मियों में भी उतनी है, सर्दियों में भी उतनी है, हर मौसम में सिवाय बारिश के। तो साल भर वो आपके वाटर स्प्रिंकलर चले। जितनी दिल्ली की हाई राइज बिल्डिंग थी उन पर हमने स्मोक गन जो कि ऊपर से पानी डालेगी उनको कंपल्सरी किया, ताकि हवा में ही पॉल्यूशन पार्टिकल बैठना शुरू हो जाए। जितनी सेंटर वर्जेस हैं, जितने उसके ऊपर इलेक्ट्रिकल पोल्स हैं, उसके ऊपर मिस्ट लगाने का। अभी आप देखिए नई दिल्ली के एरिया में हमने शुरू किया ट्रायल, तो वहाँ पे मिस्ट लगा के हल्की हल्की बूंदाबांदी सी वो करते हैं और उससे डस्ट बैठती रहती है। दिल्ली ने अपनी मैकेनिकल स्वीपिंग की मशीनरी खरीदने का पूरा टेंडर डाला है ताकि 24 घंटे यहाँ पे सफाई व्यवस्था चलती रहे और उसके पीछे से उस पर पानी उसको सेटल करता रहे। तो हर चीज़ पे काम कर रही है दिल्ली सरकार। और इसीलिए इसी दम के साथ में जब कोर्ट ने ये आदेश दिए कि भी दिल्ली में 15 साल की पेट्रोल की गाड़ी और 10 साल की डीजल की गाड़ी को हम पेट्रोल नहीं देंगे, उसको बैन कर दिया जाना चाहिए, और कर दिया उन्होंने, तब हम दिल्ली सरकार कोर्ट गई और जाकर के पिटीशन फाइल की कि सर आपने जो किया पिछली सरकार के कामों को देख के किया, जिन्होंने पॉल्यूशन पे कोई काम नहीं किया था। नाउ जो आज की वर्तमान सरकार है वो पॉल्यूशन पे भी काम कर रही है और दिल्ली का माहौल बेहतर बनाने की दिशा में भी काम कर रही है। और हम ये चाहते हैं कि दिल्ली की जनता को रिलीफ मिले। आप ये 10 साल और 15 साल का फार्मूला मत रखें। जो भी गाड़ी यदि पॉल्यूशन कर रही है तो आप उसे बैन करें, और यदि वो सही दिशा में है, पॉल्यूशन नहीं कर रही है, तो कृपया करके उस गाड़ी को चलने दिया जाए। ये हमने अपने कामों के दम पे कोर्ट को कहा है। अगर कोई सरकार नहीं करती तो कह भी नहीं सकती थी।
अभी विंटर में असल परीक्षा होगी, इससे पहले ही आप कोर्ट को कह रही हैं।
नहीं देखिए, गाड़ियां तो आज बैन कर रहे हैं, गाड़ियां तो आज बंद कर रहे हैं, विंटर जब आएगी तब आएगी। तो आज की स्थिति में की बात तो आज हम करेंगे। आज आप कह रही हैं कि आज तक के इतिहास में, 10 साल के इतिहास में आज का दिन सबसे साफ है, इतना तो मान रहे हैं। अब वर्षा रानी करे या दिल्ली सरकार, रेखा रानी, अब काम तो हो ही रहे ना। अब हम भी फ्रेंड्स हैं। वो मेरी
सैनी साहब से बात कर रही हैं कि नहीं कर रही हैं आप?
काहे नहीं करेंगे?
सैनी साहब आए थे यमुना जी से ऐसे चुरुआ में पानी लेके
बिल्कुल कर
रहे थे।
हम सैनी साहब
पराली वहीं जलता है, हरियाणा, पंजाब।
अरे भाई,
भगवंत मान जी से भी आप कांटेक्ट स्थापित करें और सैनी साहब से भी।
अब देखो बात सुनिए, सैनी साहब से कर लेंगे, योगी जी से कर लेंगे, परंतु भगवंत मान जी को तो बेचारों को वैसे ही कुछ बोलने और सुनने नहीं दिया जा रहा। उनके साथ में तो वो पूरा का पूरा चश्मा बन करके वहाँ बैठ गए हैं कि आप देखेंगे वही जो हम दिखाएंगे, बोलेंगे वही जो हम कहेंगे, सुनेंगे वही जो हम सुनाएंगे। अब भगवत मान जी तो बेचारे कुछ नहीं। मेरे को मिले, एक जो हमारा मीटिंग था एक चीफ मिनिस्टर्स का, तो ही वॉज वेरी अपसेट। मैंने पूछा भाई क्या हुआ? कह रेखा जी आप ज़्यादा अच्छी हैं मेरे से। मैंने कहा क्या? कह रहे कि आप महिला होकर भी पूरा आपको अथॉरिटी है अपना राज्य चलाने की, परंतु हमारे यहाँ तो केजरीवाल साहब गाड़ी के सेंटर में खड़े होते हैं और मैं गेट पे लटकता हूँ। आपने देखा रैली में?
ये आप काल्पनिक कथा बता रही हैं या वास्तविक बातचीत है?
फोटो दिखाओ भाई मैडम को।
नहीं वो तो मैंने फोटो देखी हुई है
रैली में।
पर भगवंत मान ने ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड कहा है आपसे।
अब थोड़ी ना सारी बातें आपको बताऊंगी, कुछ बातें नजरों में समझने की भी होती हैं। उन्होंने कहा, मैंने उन्हें देखा,
कुछ नहीं, उनका काम तमाम कर रही हैं ये। रेखा जी,
अरे कुछ निगाहें भी तो कह जाती हैं बात।
जितना आपने आपका क्या बिगाड़ा है जो आप ऐसा कर रही हैं उनके साथ?
परेशान तो है ना, आफ्टर ऑल ही सीएम, उनको अथॉरिटी तो मिलना चाहिए। वो काम करना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि मैं पंजाब को इतने बड़े कर्जे से हटाऊं, नशा बंद करूं, बाकी चीजें मतलब पर नहीं कर पा रहे।
पराली के लिए तो आपको योगी जी, सैनी साहब से बात करनी होगी ना?
यस ऑफ कोर्स, हर चीज़ पे काम होगा, हर सॉल्यूशन को वर्कआउट किया जाएगा। और दिल्ली को बेहतर एटमॉस्फेयर देने के लिए काम किया जाएगा।
योगी जी का जैसे आपने नाम लिया तो मुझे याद आया कि आजकल आप कह रही हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ मेरे फेवरेट सीएम है।
पता क्या है,
बुलडोजर पसंद आ गया।
मोदी जी के गुलदस्ते में इतने कमाल के फूल हैं, चाहे वो योगी जी हों, चाहे वो धामी जी हों, चाहे मोहन यादव हों, चाहे नायब सिंह सैनी हो। और आप देखिए कि हर एक जो मुख्यमंत्री है लगातार पारदर्शिता के साथ, मेहनत के साथ काम कर रहा है। तो इतना सुंदर काम करने वाले देवेंद्र फडणवीस, इतना अच्छा काम करने वाले हमारे हेमंत जी, इतना अच्छा काम, सब कोई किसकी तारीफ करो और किसकी छोड़ो। मैं समझती हूँ ये सारे मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं भाजपा सरकारों के, वो अपने आप में प्रेरणा है। और मैं तो सबसे नई वाली हूँ, लेटेस्ट एडिशन हूँ मैं, तो इसलिए मुझे तो सबसे प्रेरणा मिलती है और मैं सबकी मदद भी लेती हूँ उनसे।
एक बार रुक के सोच लीजिए किसी का नाम छूटा तो नहीं है?
भाईचारा है, वो समझ जाएंगे कि यार अब वो नए का कुछ तो मुझे लिबर्टी मिलेगा, ऐसा चलता है।
आपने अभी अथॉरिटी की बात की कि भगवंत मान जी आपसे कह रहे थे कहीं पर मिले थे तो कि आपको तो रेखा जी ज़्यादा अच्छा है, ज़्यादा अथॉरिटी है, लेकिन क्या अभी आपके कुछ महीने हुए हैं वो अथॉरिटी में, मैं हमेशा चाहती हूँ कि जब कोई पद पर पहुँचे, आगे काम करे, तो हमेशा बार बार तुम महिला हो, तुमने क्या हासिल किया महिला होते हुए, ये सवाल ना पूछे जाए, हमें जेंडर न्यूट्रल ट्रीट किया जाए, जेंडर न्यूट्रल माहौल में हम सब काम कर सकें। लेकिन जो स्थितियाँ रहती हैं उसमें चैलेंजेस तो रहते हैं। क्या ऐसे लोग भी मिले जो मैडम सर कह रहे थे या सर मैडम, मतलब क्या जो लोगों का रिस्पॉन्स था, या जो मंत्रालयों में आपके लोग थे, या जो अधिकारी थे, पीएसओ था, कोई भी एक ऐसा रुख था कि सबको सर सर करने की आदत थी और अब तो साक्षात मैडम थी?
देखिए, मैं ये मानती हूँ, नो डाउट महिलाओं के आगे चैलेंजेस भी हैं और चीज़ों को करने की जिम्मेवारी भी ज़्यादा है। और जब मुझे मुख्यमंत्री के नाते जिम्मेवारी मिली तो मैं भी ये सोचती थी कि कैसे करूँगी, पर जो मैंने बात पहले कही कि निर्णय क्षमता का, साहस का कोई जेंडर नहीं होता। जब सिचुएशन आपके पास आती है और आप सही निर्णय लेते हैं तो अधिकारियों को भी समझना पड़ता है और जनता को भी समझ में आती है। और लगातार हम सब महिलाओं को खास करके, हर कोई मोदी नहीं हो सकता, मोदी जी ने तो रेखा गुप्ता को मौका दे करके यहाँ पे बिठा दिया, पर हम सबको ज़रूर एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़ के मौके देने चाहिए। एक माँ को अपनी बेटी को मौका देना चाहिए, एक टीचर को अपने स्टूडेंट्स को आगे लाने की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ देनी चाहिए, और आपको और मेरे को भी अंजना जी। आप देखिए कि आज मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनी तो मेरे सामने एक ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का पूरा, आजकल हम बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, तो एक क्लॉज आया तो आई वाज शॉक्ड। 1954 का बना हुआ एक कानून, शॉप्स एंड एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट दिल्ली का, उसमें लिखा हुआ था कि महिलाएं जो हैं 9 बजे के बाद काम ही नहीं कर सकती हैं। रात को 9 बजे से सुबह 7 बजे तक दे आर बैंड टू वर्क एट एनी वर्किंग प्लेस।
आपने इसको बदला है? मैंने
इसे बदला। जैसे ही मुझे दिखा, मैं कहा भाई 1994 का, 54 का, क्यों महिला काम नहीं कर सकती? आज अगर कहीं से कहीं तक भी कोई दिक्कत है बाहर, तो हम अपनी बेटी को ये कहेंगे तो बाहर ही मत जा। मुझे एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको बताती हूँ। मैं गाड़ी चलाती थी कॉलेज के समय से, मेरे पिताजी ने गाड़ी दी और एक दिन बहुत ज़ोर की मुझसे एक्सीडेंट हो गया। मैं घर उस गाड़ी को जैसे तैसे करके ले आई और ला के मैंने खड़ा कर दिया और चाबी साइड में फेंक दी और पिताजी को कहा कि पापा मैं गाड़ी नहीं अब चलाऊँगी। उन्होंने कहा क्यों? मैं कहा देखो एक्सीडेंट हो गया, गाड़ी बड़ी बुरी तरह डैमेज हो गई, मैं नहीं कर पाऊँगी। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि बेटा आप सड़कों पे निकलोगे तो एक्सीडेंट होंगे, पर आपको घबराना नहीं है। ये जीवन में एक्सीडेंट आपकी गति रोकने के लिए नहीं है। और इसीलिए जीवन में मेरी बहनों के साथ, बेटियों के साथ भी यदि कोई बात है, उससे लड़ना है, जूझना है, उसका निवारण करना है। किसी भी समस्या से डर के घर पे नहीं बैठना है। हम सबको मिलके करना पड़ेगा। वो मुख्यमंत्री भी करेगी और वो साधारण बहन भी करेगी, मिलके काम करेंगे। एक वर्किंग एटमॉस्फेयर देना है दिल्ली में, पूरे देश में माहौल भी हो, सुरक्षा भी हो और बहनें काम कर सके। क्यों बैन देंगे हम? ये तो पर्दा प्रथा से कम तो नहीं था कि आपको पर्दे में ही रहना है, आपको काम नहीं करना, आला ना करें उनकी मर्जी है, पर बैन कोई कर दे कि आप काम कर नहीं सकती हैं। क्यों भाई? मैं तो समझ नहीं पाई कि किस
पर पलट कर एक मैम सिक्योरिटी का क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा कि सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी और गारंटी आप लेंगी?
बिल्कुल, सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी है सरकार की, करना ही है, कर भी रहे हैं, परंतु ये कोई कारण नहीं है मेरी बहनों को घर बिठाने का। उन सब का अधिकार है कि वो भी फील्ड में जा सकती हैं, काम कर सकती हैं, उनकी इच्छा पे है, वो अपने लिए डिसाइड करेंगी, पर उनके लिए सुरक्षित माहौल बनाना वो सरकार का काम है और वो सरकार पूरा करेगी।
हाल ही में 2 आध्यात्मिक गुरुओं ने ऐसे कमेंट्स किए जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि लड़कियों का क्या भरोसा, कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे थे कि इनका तो मल्टीपल रिलेशनशिप्स होता है। उनको आप क्या सबक सिखाना चाहेंगी, अपनी बात से बोलना चाहेंगी? और मुझे लगता है एक एक वर्ड जो आप बोलेंगी उस कमरे में सभी औरतों की तरफ से होगा।
देखिए, व्यक्ति की, वो कहते हैं ना, ब्यूटी लाइज इन द आईज ऑफ बिहोल्डर। अच्छा या बुरा व्यक्ति की निगाह में होता है, वो क्या देखना चाहता है। किसी अच्छी निगाह को आप में कोई अवगुण नहीं नजर आएगा और किसी बुरी निगाह को हर एक के अंदर कुछ सब कुछ ही गलत नज़र आएगा। ऐसे लोगों से डरना नहीं है, घबराना नहीं है। आपका मन ये गवाही देना चाहिए दैट यू आर राइट, आप सही रास्ते पे हैं, सही हैं। इसके बाद किसी की परवाह मत कीजिए, मैं आपके साथ हूँ।
रेखा जी, मुझे पता है अभी तो जैसे मैंने कहा हनीमून पीरियड चल रहा है, प्रेमानंद जी और अनिरुद्धाचार्य से क्यों शुरू में ही सिंह भिड़ाना है, लेकिन मुझे पता चला है और हम लोग सुनते भी रहे हैं, ऑफ रिकॉर्ड भी आपसे मुलाकात हुई है कि ये शायरी बहुत अच्छी करती हैं और बहुत अंदाज में करती हैं। तो चूंकि आज बात महिलाओं की हो रही है, वुमेन पार्क की हो रही है, आपको फीमेल बॉस हम कह रहे हैं दिल्ली की, तो कुछ ऐसा सुनाइए जिससे लोगों को लगे कि हाँ एक नई सीएम आई है और उनको भी हौसला अफजाई वो कर रही हैं।
अपनी बहनों के लिए कहना चाहूँगी, हर चीज़ रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड नहीं होती है, इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम कोशिश ज़रूर करें। तो जय और पराजय से भी क्या होता है, वो कर्म है, फल जिसमें छिपा होता है। जीवन में मिले सफलता जरूरी तो नहीं, वो कर्म है जिसमें सिद्धि छिपी होती है।
अच्छा, आप में और केजरीवाल जी में सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस क्या है?
मतलब ये भी मुझसे ही पूछोगी आप?
मतलब कुछ आपको भी लगता होगा ना कि भाई ये आदमी ऐसे।
अरे ये इनसे पूछो भाई, मुझसे क्यों पूछ रही हो?
हाँ,
अब मतलब मैं अगर बनाऊंगी तो बहुत बड़ा चार्टर बन जाएगा। मैं उनकी तरह जनता के पैसे पे अय्याशी नहीं कर सकती, मैं जनता के समय को खराब नहीं कर सकती। मेरा एक एक क्षण और शरीर का हर कण जनता के लिए है। मैं जनता हित में नीतियां बनाती हूँ, अपने हित में नहीं। मैं जनता के लिए किसी भी हद तक जाकर के काम कर सकती हूँ, अपने लिए नहीं। तो वो लोग
वो भी यही सब कहते थे।
अरे जनाब, तो 11 साल में फिर आपने यहाँ बैठ के क्या किया? तब तो आप बहुत दिखाती थी टीवी पे, देखिए देखिए, आज आप उन्हीं को डिफेंड कर रही हैं।
मुझे लगा कि आज तक ही देखती थी, शक तो मुझे हमेशा था कि आज तक ही देखती रहती हैं ये।
तो बताइए,
पहला इंटरव्यू भले मुझे इतने दिन बाद दे रही हैं, लेकिन देखती है छुप छुप के, आज तक ही है।
तो आप बताइए ना, ये तो आप ही का डिस्क्लोजर है, अब जबरदस्ती मेरे ऊपर लगा रही हैं आप।
नहीं नहीं, उनका जो भी उनका घर था या जो हिस्सा दिखा, भाई वीडियो आप ही के नेताओं ने निकाला, वो सब हमने दिखाया। अब देखिए, ये डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट होगा रेखा जी आपकी ज़िंदगी में, क्योंकि जितनी महिलाएं यहाँ पर हैं सब चाहेंगे कि एक सफल मुख्यमंत्री एक महिला बने, लेकिन आप बाद में चूज हुई, जनता का मैंडेट बीजेपी के लिए था और फिर आपको सीएम बनाया गया है। अगले चुनाव में आप सीएम फेस होंगी और वो डिफाइन करेगा कि आप बीजेपी को आप जिता पाती हैं या नहीं जिता पाती हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी परीक्षा होती है और सभी मुख्यमंत्रियों के लिए होती है। ऐसे कौन से काम है जिसके दम पर आपको लगता है कि ये जादू की छड़ी अब चलेगी, और जो एक वक्त पर शायद शीला जी ने बहुत साल तक शासन किया, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बहुत साल तक शासन किया, वो मौका जनता रेखा गुप्ता को देगी?
देखिए, वैसे तो आपने जो प्रश्न किया उसका जवाब आप 5 महीने की मुख्यमंत्री से मांगे तो ठीक नहीं है, पर फिर भी मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि मैं क्या चाहती हूँ, मेरी स्ट्रेटजी, मेरा काम क्या है। मैं ये सोचती हूँ दिल्ली के जो अधिकार हैं, दिल्ली की जनता को जो मिलना चाहिए, मैं उसके लिए काम करूँ। मुझे नहीं पता उसका रिज़ल्ट, उसकी पॉलिसी, उसके बारे में लोग क्या कहेंगे, क्या सोचेंगे। मैं ये महसूस करती हूँ कि दिल्ली की जनता जो है छोटी छोटी चीज़ों के लिए तरस रही है। उसे क्या चाहिए? मेरे घर के बाहर की नाली साफ़ हो जाए, मेरी सड़क में गड्ढा ना हो, मुझे ट्रैफिक जैम ना मिले, मेरे बच्चे का किसी कॉलेज में एडमिशन हो जाए, स्कूल अच्छा खासा हो, साफ़ सुथरा माहौल हो, पार्क और सड़कें, फ्लाईओवर अच्छे हो। छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो वो सोचता है उसको रहने के लिए दिल्ली में चाहिए, मेरी प्रायोरिटी है मैं वो उनको दूँ। यमुना की सफाई से लेके पॉल्यूशन बेहतर हो, ये मैं दिल्ली की जनता को दूँ। एक विश्वास दूँ, एक आशा दूँ कि आपके राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री आपकी साथी है, आपकी बहन है और आपके हर सुख दुख में आपके साथ खड़ी है। मैं इतना कर पाऊँ, बस मेरे लिए इतना काफ़ी है। उसके बाद में कल क्या होगा, परसों क्या होगा, तरसों क्या होगा, आई डोंट नो, मुझे उसका मालूम भी नहीं है, मुझे उसकी परवाह भी नहीं है। आज मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, मैं वो बेहतर करती जाऊँ, अच्छे से करूँ और अपनी जितनी मेरी क्षमता है उससे ज़्यादा करूँ, बस मैं ये चाहती हूँ।
अच्छा, अभी आपने भगवंत मान और केजरीवाल जी की एकदम पब्लिक लड़ाई लगाई थी, तो मैं भी एक छोटा सा ऐसा ही सवाल आपसे पूछती हूँ। साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी के बेटे प्रवेश वर्मा जी का नाम चल रहा था मुख्यमंत्री से के लिए, फिर सीएम बन गई आप, और मतलब फीमेल बॉस की बात हम कर रहे हैं, तो उनको संभालना कैसा कैसा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं वो मंत्री के तौर पे प्रवेश वर्मा?
अच्छा पहले तो ये बताइए किसका नाम नहीं चल रहा था? 48 विधायक भाजपा के, 48 में से 40 का तो चल ही रहा था। आप कहते थे पूर्वांचल का होगा तो ये हो जाएगा और ये वाला होगा तो ऐसे हो जाएगा, महिला
आज तक नहीं किसका नाम चलाया था महिलाओं में?
मुझे थोड़ी ना याद है।
अच्छा सब याद है आपको, तभी तो
पर किसका नहीं चलाया था? किसका नहीं चलाया था?
दो महिलाएं थी, उनमें से एक आपका था।
आपने कहा महिला बनी तो रेखा बनेगी। मोदी जी की टीम है ये, सभी मंत्री, सीएम, विधायक, सांसद, हम सब लोग मोदी जी की टीम के रूप में काम करते हैं। एक ही विज़न है, विकसित भारत विकसित दिल्ली, और इसमें कहीं से कहीं तक कोई भी प्रश्न चिन्ह है ही नहीं। वी आर टीम, मिल के काम करते हैं। आज हमारे मंत्री प्रवेश वर्मा जी तिरुपति बालाजी गए हैं, तो सुबह सवेरे उनका फ़ोन आया कि दीदी मैं तिरुपति बालाजी जा रहा हूँ। मैं कहा ठीक है भाई जाइए। तो एक टीम वर्क के नाते से हर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी साझी है, और मिल कर के काम करने की दिशा में, दिल्ली को बेहतर बनाने की दिशा में हम सब कर रहे हैं। निर्णय जब पार्टी लेती है उसके बाद सब उसके साथ होते हैं, तो कोई किसी तरह का कन्फ्यूज़न नहीं और किसी तरीके की भी उसमें बातचीत नहीं।
तो दिल्ली की भाषा में सब चंगा सी।
ओह बिल्कुल।
मुझे याद है मैम, शुरुआत में जब आपसे एक इंटरेक्शन हुआ था, आपने कहा था, मैंने ऑफ रिकॉर्ड आपसे सवाल पूछा था कि ज़िंदगी कितनी बदलती है, और आपने कहा था मतलब ऐसे बदलाव हुए कि ऑफिस के लिए निकल रही हूँ और वो घर में पूछ रही खाना क्या बनाना है। तो ज़िंदगी आपकी कैसे बदली, क्योंकि उसकी तैयारी भी शायद इस कमरे में जो बहुत सारे चेहरे हैं वो करेंगे। ज़िंदगी उस दिन कैसे अगली सुबह परिवर्तित हो गई थी आपकी, वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा लोगों के लिए।
देखिए ये तो सच में जीवन के हर मोड़ पे कुछ नया मिलता है, और जीवन में जब मुझे ये मिला कि आप दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री हो, तो मेरे लिए भी एक बड़ा अलग तरीके का अनुभव था। और मैं बता रही थी कि जिस दिन मैं शपथ लेने जा रही थी, तैयार व्यार होकर के भी चलिए पहले मंदिर मत्था टेकेंगे और फिर शपथ जाएंगे, तो निकलते निकलते मेरे पति देव कहते अरे मेरा शर्ट तो बताओ कौन सा पहनना है। तो मैं कहा अच्छा ओह, मतलब मैं मुख्यमंत्री हूँ, पर मेरी ये जिम्मेवारी जरूर है कि भाई पति का शर्ट भी बताओ, बच्चों का ब्रेकफास्ट हुआ, उनको भेजा कि नहीं भेजा। तो हम भारतीय महिला किसी भी रोल प्ले में आ जाए, वो सीएम हो, डीएम हो या अंजना ओम कश्यप हो, वो घर से निकलते हुए भी ये सोच के आते हैं कि भाई क्यों।
एकदम नहीं, वो खाना वाला भी बताइए कि आपसे खाना पूछे थे पीएस और ये फोन नहीं उठा रही है।
तो ये होता है भाई, आज भी शाम को मेरे यहाँ कुछ गेस्ट आने वाले हैं, तो
प्लीज मैम
निकलते हुए मैं भाई चलते चलते भी बाहर गाड़ी तक आ गई, फिर फटाफट मुड़ के अंदर गई, तो उनको लगा मैडम कहाँ गई, तो मैं कुक को बता गई रात को तू एक काम करियो, ऐसा करियो, ये सब्जी बना ली, है ना तेरे पास सब्जी। तो ये हम भारतीय महिलाओं की खूबसूरती है कि हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, पर फिर भी हमारे मन के उस कॉर्नर में ये रहता है कि मेरे बच्चों ने नाश्ता किया कि नहीं किया, मेरा घर सब ठीक है कि नहीं है, मेरा पति जो है वो कहाँ पे है। तो हर चीज़ से हम कनेक्टेड रहते हैं। इसीलिए कहा जाता है कि भारतीय नारी देश में सबसे मजबूत, सबसे सशक्त है और सब पे भारी है।
तो चलिए इसी के साथ इस भारी भरकम इंटरव्यू का भी अंत करते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रेखा जी। छप छप छपाक पानी में आपकी मुस्कुराहट ऐसी ही खिलती रहे, और दिल्ली वालों को आप और भी अच्छा काम करके उनको खुशी से भरते रहें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका रेखा जी हमारे साथ जुड़े।
Let's have a huge round of applause for Madam Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. And I request both you ladies to please stay on stage, as I'd also like to call upon Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group, to hand over a token of our appreciation. I request you all to please stay seated as Madam exits the hall. For security reasons, kindly stay seated as the program continues, and in a few minutes from now we will have our next session that will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take your seats as we have many interesting sessions lined up through the day. And as we brace ourselves for this next session that I'm about to announce, I request all of you to please take your seats so we can have a smooth flow to this event. All right, so our next session is Civil But Tough, Women Who Run India's Steel Frame. And for that, I'd like to invite on stage the session moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group, to introduce the speakers. Let's have a huge round of applause. Please. Mugdha Sinha, Managing Director, ITDC, Dr. Anju Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Cooperation, Gujarat. Requesting all those sitting here to please stay seated as we put our hands together for this next session that is about to begin.
Well, after that very spirited session that we had with Mrs. Rekhagupta, the Delhi Chief Minister, we're very delighted to welcome on stage two distinguished IAS officers, women bureaucrats, Dr. Anju Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Cooperation for Gujarat, and of course, Mugdha Sinha, Managing Director, ITDC. Let's start with you, Mugdha. And if you take a look at your personal journey, let's start with some personal facts. So when you first entered the IAS, did you feel that you have to prove yourself more than the male peers? And how did you navigate that?
So I always keep telling people that I entered JNU in a skirt and moved out of JNU in a sari. So that's how my journey from college to the famed portals of UPSC happened. You know, I'll just give you one anecdote of my time with my first mentor as a probationer. I was a pretty keen type probationer, and one day in his office, I asked him, sir, what are the good qualities of a civil servant? Mm-hmm. And he was a Haryanvi, in chaste colloquial Haryanvi, he said, "Dekh chori." For a guy, it's basically to be dynamic, outgoing, resourceful. I'd never asked a gendered question. Civil servant is what I'd asked. And then I could not refrain myself, so I asked him, and what about a lady civil servant? That distinction never had entered my head, but just to ask him. So he said, hardworking, obedient, and sincere. So, I was from JNU. That was provocation enough for me to ask another question, and I did. And I asked him, sir, I've been given to understand that I am hardworking, sincere, and obedient, and that's why I've managed to be here. But I was also given to understand throughout my school and college journey that I have some iota of outgoingness, resourcefulness, and dynamism in me. So do you think that the twain cannot meet in a civil servant? So then he said, Dekh chori, do you want to be a homemaker or a homebreaker?
Wow.
And he was one of the best officers that I could have as a mentee. He was fabulous, except because this is how it is in the society. But many years down the line, when I was doing my second district in Hanumangarh, he became my secretary in charge. And I invited him home for dinner and asked him, sir, do you recall a conversation I had with you as a probationer? Because I really looked up to him. He always had my back. So then, of course, he didn't recall because it was something that had impacted me. And then he said, Dekh chori, tere pe kuch lagu nahi hota. So my takeaway from my life in the service has always been, I chose this service because I felt comfortable in my skin doing this job. And this job has nothing to do with your physique, but to do with your cranial matter inside of you. It is how you wield your pen. Of course, as a woman, you can bring more compassion, more empathy, but that is also not an attribute of any particular gender. Men can also be at times very compassionate and women equally cruel and callous. But what I have learned is that if you remain authentic in who you are as a person, the world will adjust, or the world will learn to adjust, because I think life is equally teaching both of us from the interaction, from the friction that happens with me interacting with the world and the world interacting with me. And of course, that's a very humbling experience. And this is the crevice, the Venn diagram of intersections of two beings, two people. I think that is very, very important. And I have learned, and the world has kind of validated the fact that if you continue to be who you are, and of course, that doesn't mean that you don't learn from people, don't soften your eccentricities. All that happens. But yes, I face a lot of gender issues. But sometimes I think it's more about who you are as a person and how people perceive you. And I think that is a continuous learning exercise. Like they say for marriage, you can get married, but marriage is always work in progress. So being able to work with people is always work in progress. You learn from some, you teach some, and you're always becoming who you are. So I think that is the journey that I've had.
And now let's turn to you, Dr. Anju Sharma. And of course, I'd asked her the question about her experiences. But if you take a look at, you've probably been through a journey that's maybe similar, maybe different. Did you at any time face discrimination when you started your career, and what was your response to some of these issues?
Yeah, so thank you very much. And of course, after such an excellent session by Delhi's Honorable Chief Minister, and it was very motivating and encouraging. In fact, I was myself getting, I was flowing with the current and whatever she was saying. Yes, so you see, for a woman, challenges start from the day she is born, or rather before she is born.
That's true.
So challenges are umpteen. But if we talk with relation to the service as first, specifically. So from the day one, we start facing challenges, and I see two very common type of things that we face. And there are different kind of people. So two major issues I have seen. One is infantilization. They kind of treat you as a kid, as an infant, as somebody who has to be handheld, always. Pakad karke chalana. So I don't know, whatever have been experiences of Mukta, but that's what I feel. They treat you, they always think that she has to be handheld. And the second also very important thing that I have seen is that they sometimes objectify you. And of course, it happens. It does happen. But I will talk more on the more important part, and which emerges from a very, very much patriarchal mindset of the society. And we all come from a very patriarchal mindset, very patriarchal society. This society has ingrained some values in us as a woman and as a man. And this is a part of our bringing up. We can't undo it in a day. Just because we have entered the service, we can't undo it. And this gets reflected in males, and this gets reflected in females also. So what happens is that when both of us, we bring that patriarchal mindset on the table, and with, say, at that time when I entered the service, it was like, what, 6 to 8%? Luckily, now it has reached up to 34%. In 2023, I'm told it was 34%.
Women who are in IS
yes.
compared.
So with this kind of a distribution, when you all come on the table, so that's bound to happen. That, say, for these 94% or 95% or 92%, just imagine a situation that they're working they're working in the night, say at around 12 o'clock. Now, this situation happens in corporate, this situation happens in our public life situations also, and in bureaucracy also. Now, they're stuck up with something. And you are either subordinate or peer or superior also. Superior, a little bit less, because you will certainly not want to talk to your superior at such a time. But if they are peer or if they are your subordinate, if it's a male to male or a female to female, there's no discomfort. Okay, you can call up at 2 o'clock, भाई ये बता दो ना कि क्या है इसमें और अपने को क्या करना चाहिए. You can discuss it for half an hour, 1 hour, whatever. But the fact is that at the moment, say I was going through the figures, with only 13% of women, because now women are increasing, but earlier they were not. So overall, I've been told that there are 13% women in the entire civil service cadre, if you see the bureaucracy. So that 83 through 17. Now, if on the other side is at 17, and on this side is 83, or the vice versa, then would a male call a female at 2 o'clock in the night to ask, bhai isme kya karna hai, and discuss for 1 hour? And if he or she does so, how will that be perceived by both of them and by their families and by the society? If suppose it gets in the media, then what's going to be? So these are the very fine nuances that happen, that kind of discomfort that comes, you know. And it's a very natural kind of thing. One is that you're coming from a patriarchal mindset. Other thing is on the top of it, you have that difference. Right. And you have the entire world watching you. It's not a very narrow setup. It's a highly kind of, you're surrounded by glass. You know, everything is visible outside. So with these kind of things, it happens that your male counterparts are not very comfortable with you. Excellent. And in that case, what happens is either they try to patronize you, protect you. So I'll give you a simple example like she said. So very early, when I was a probationer, my collector, I wanted to go and witness a riotous situation. That time, it was 91, so I'm 91 batch, so it was 92. So I wanted to go with my male SDM and wanted to witness the riots, कैसे manage होता है सर, कैसे होता है. मैंने बोला सर मुझे जाना. अरे नहीं, तुम्हें पता है लड़कियों के कपड़े फाड़ देते हैं. अब एक वो भी आते हैं. This is a kind of attitude. They try to kind of becoming very, you call it protective, or they try to build in that fear. But then when I was posted as regular SDM, then of course the boss got changed. There was a different boss. And similar situation was there. There was a crowd of around 1 lakh farmers. There was a farmer agitation. There was a crowd of around 1 lakh farmers in my prant, the SDM prant. And they were agitating and they wanted the district administration to come and talk to them. And I was SDM, my collector didn't want to go himself because obviously there should be a first line and then a second line. So we decided, so I said, sir, I will go. He said, no, he told the RDC that send the other prant with her, and he was a male. Of course, I didn't like it, you know, you'll always have to prove yourself, and you feel, this is my territory, this is my area. So why should someone else come with me, tag along with me, or even handle the situation? How am I going to learn? So I didn't like it. I said, sir, please give me a chance. Let me handle it. And I can assure you that nothing will happen. And we'll turn out to be winners. And he trusted me. He believed in me. He trusted me. Wow. I went all alone. We were only 3 people. They said nobody else will come. Only 3 people will come. In that entire male crowd of around 1 lakh farmers, all in a mood of agitation. Very peacefully, calmly, we went. We talked to them. We sorted out their situation. And they dispersed very peacefully. So what happened was that what I'm trying to say is that people have to trust you. They have to trust you. And when they trust you, that trust got enforced. And when that trust got enforced, when the collector got transferred, the charge of collector was given to me. And then the other male counterpart, he complained. Why has she been given the charge? Why have I not been given the charge? So he had to be given the charge because he's a male. So that question
Excellent.
I'm leaving to you.
No, excellent.
So that's
Let's
way.
give.
Yes.
You're taking off from that particular episode that's there, and the IS has always been regarded as a meritocratic institution. But does that merit operate same for men and women? Do you get a feeling that sometimes women officers are pigeonholed into social welfare, education, women and child protection, not given the kind of assignments that men would be getting? Is that a sense you get as you progressed in your career?
So I think I've always believed in fighting the one last fight. And sometimes, the system has to bend to who you are or who you become ultimately.
Right.
Initially, yes, of course, people look at you and people try the same patriarchal stunts at you. But then you have to somewhere draw a line, draw a boundary and say, this will not work with me. I also remember a time when I went to my cadre, I was told that one posting as a district collector you will get because that is a perfunctory function to train you, and you will be given one district. And usually, somehow...
This is Rajasthan.
This is Rajasthan, and this is I'm talking of the early 2000. We are the millennial batch, 99 batch. So this is in 2000. And I also saw women before me. We had in Rajasthan a lot of women. We had about 13, 14 women I could look up to. But many of the women in the cadre at that point in time were single for some reason when I entered. Only a handful of them, 3 or 4 of them were married. And I got a sense from their dressing up, from their everything, that kind of they wanted to be low profile, they wanted to be not very properly dressed up. But I said, no, I cannot be in that mold. I have to be who I am. I was a certain type in college. I just cannot be another type because I'm a human being. I always say, while livelihood might have many more letters in it, life is bigger than livelihood, and you are always prepping for life. I had a life before 24 when I got into the service, and I will have a life when I superannuate after 60. And livelihood is just a mimicking of who you are grooming to be in life. So yes, there have been cases. I was given a district. Their districts are also typecast. I don't know how it is in Gujarat. But districts are also typecast. So I was in the CM's office. I was a little late to start my district. And I was given a district which many women had done before, because it's supposed to be a women's district. And then suddenly I ended up doing one district after another till after my 4th district, when the government was giving me another district, I said, no, I've had enough of the district. I'd like to go for a central deputation. So kind of you break the mold by, there is one thing Anjuji said about trust, people trusting you. But you also have to raise your mettle like she also did, so that the other person can trust you. I think in the service, what matters is when you have to break patriarchy, when you have to break, you don't have to play to the gallery, you have to play to who you are. Because this life is your journey, the livelihood is supposed to make you who you are, it's a challenge towards your own journey, and I think that is very important. I mean, every time if you pander to the fact that, okay, let us be, you have to challenge. There was a time when, I am a happy-go-lucky person, I was born with a smile on my face, and I have had to tell bosses that, sir, I do very serious work. For serious work, please read my note sheet. I'm not going to have a very serious laden expression on my face. That's not how you face. There have been politicians who've told me ki, madam, aap to haste haste kaat dete hain hame. Hai na? So, this is my quality. I have to retain my feminine quality because my service, my job, my career has nothing to do with how I dress, how I look. Of course, civility, I know the conduct rules of my service, I remain within that. But how I dress, how I smile, that has nothing to do with how I perform. I think the women's characteristics do not define her character at all. We bring integrity, the conduct, those things are very, very important. In fact, Anjuji's had some very nice experiences. I had very different experiences. I was an SDM in Ajmer with about 4 or 5 tehsils, as they call it. And every time there was a difficult situation, the ADM, who was a man, would, you know, when you had to break buildings, remove encroachment, he would be found on leave. And there was I was SDM, he was ADM, one rung senior to me. And my boss would say, Mugdha ko bhej dete hain, ye tod ke aa jayegi. And I was just my first job in the service. You know, so somewhere, you're right when you ask the first question. You have to work hard. But we are not working hard to prove anything to anybody. I like working hard. I like multitasking. I like challenges. So I am doing it for myself. Because I always say, कि जब किसी के हाथ में आप मेहंदी लगाते हो, you know, when we, in the typical interview question, no, Anjuji, you would also have prepped for it, कि why are you here in the service? We are here to serve the nation, right? So, but जब आप in the service of nation होते हो, और आप किसी के हाथ में मेहंदी लगा रहे हो, you're trying to do something, उसका थोड़ा अंश आपके हाथ में भी रहता है. So now this service, in putting myself, I would say, in service of the job that I do for the civil service, because before 24 and after 60, I'll also be a part of the civil society. I think it is my duty to raise the bar, because we all, as Newton said, stand on the shoulders of giants before us. I'm also standing on the shoulders of giants who paved, women giants who paved the way for so many of us to move from there to here. So I think I would want to continue to do the work by just being who I am. Excellent. And I think this will also teach the other half, or maybe all of us, to learn to recognize strong women. The issue is sometimes not about gender so much. It is about how the other person is comfortable in their own skins. I've oftentimes not faced issues from men bosses, because their wives, who are also equally working professionals, have upped their ante in recognizing and being comfortable with them. So I have been on the good receiving side, where male bosses, male colleagues are very accepting of the person I am, strong-minded, with an opinion of my own. Sometimes it's women who find it difficult to navigate with a woman who has a mind of her own. Right. And I think that is why I say, because I see a lot of women in the gathering, that, you know, the world is cruel. The cruelty of the world should teach you to be kind and compassionate, and to always, always ensure that there is a sisterhood of women. Because if we don't hold our hands, then we can keep crying about patriarchy and nothing will happen. Because, you know, this typical Saas Bahu dramas also play out in the office. It's not just male. We have to teach. We have to teach each other. We have to be accommodating to each other. It's not just religions who have to be accommodating. We also have genders, communities, people have to be very, very accommodating to each other, understanding, standing in other people's shoes. वो सबके जूते या चप्पल में एक कांटा चुभता है. It's different for everybody. Men also have it. Men also have it. I see men are in the minority, but men के भी जूते में कभी-कभी वो होता है. So can we just, before we are civil, before we are candid, before we are civil society or civil servant, can we just learn to be compassionate? I think that is one leadership trait that I would like to really say that can change things around you.
Thank you for that excellent answer. And I'm going to take a little different tack with you, Dr. Anju. Let's talk about political bosses. Okay, we've talked about your peers and everybody else. Does that equation shift when you're dealing with a politician? Are you taken seriously, or do you find politicians behaving differently with you as compared to your male peers? And how do you deal with them?
So, okay, so my experiences have totally been different. And as SDM also, I started with a very difficult so-called male prant. As DDO also, I've been in very important districts. And as collector, I've handled 2 very, very difficult districts. And in one of the districts, like she said, it was like always male district. And in one of the districts, I've never seen a lady collector than me, other than me, not even before and not after. So 2 very difficult districts, and one of them was very highly sensitive from law and order point of view, and the other highly sensitive from political point of view, both. And as you talked of the political bosses, and I would say it's an ecosystem. And I'm telling you, the politically heavy district, in which I functioned, I've worked as DM, even today I have excellent relationships with my political peers at that time.
Was it because of your erstwhile chief minister?
Yes, 25 years. It was
Mr.
2000,
Modi.
year
Yes.
2000.
Right.
An excellent relationship from people, and even today. So I come from a state like where we have seen women DGs, women home secretaries, women chief secretaries, women finance secretaries, everything. So it much depends on the political leadership also. And how much, again, the mindset and how much push they want to give to the gender issues. Right. And how much trust do they have in the ability of the women. Luckily, I am working in a state which has been blessed in this regard. And I got to work on women issues in each and every posting. I pioneered Mamta for health. I pioneered your Abhiyam, 181 Abhiyam, which became a role model for the entire country. In fact, Mamta also became role model for the entire country. I participated in sickle cell disease program and even student startup policy. And even now, I'm working with the farmers' issues, which are very, very, so-called male-dominating. But so it all, see, I'm lucky because the states are different. Because I come from the state where she's working. So her karma bhumi is my janma bhumi. So I know that because the mindset of the people over there and mindset of the people in Gujarat, they're entirely different. So that percolates to the civil service. And in our state, we have an excellent system. I have had excellent relationships with our political bosses, even existing minister, previous ministers. You have to be seen as fair. You have to be seen as honest. And you have to be seen as impartial. And you have to be seen as positive. If these 4 things are seen, and the last one is very important. If you have destructive tendencies, if you have negative tendencies, then people are not going to like you. See, it's an ecosystem. You are not alone in that ecosystem. There are various players in that ecosystem. There are various stakeholders. And we all stakeholders, if we kind of work at cross purposes, we are not going to lead to development. We are not going to contribute to development. So if we have to become participants in the entire process of development, we have to work together as a team. Right. And we have to understand each other's predicament. We have to understand each other's issues. And that's what we do. We work together. If they have any problem, we try to find a solution for them. And it's not a case with women officers alone. It's a case with male officers also. Because in certain states, I see male officers and the political bosses always fighting. So that way, in our state, it's been very positive. They see you as an officer. And if you have the entire track record in front of you and behind you, then there is no issue at all. You can take toughest of the decisions and bail through it, and you can kind of take it through. And I'll tell you, recently we took a very, very difficult decision, and it was like for the MSP procurement. And we found that a large number of farmers, they had registered without having the crop in their field. And now one thing is that you get very aggressive. No, 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 I will not allow this. I will not allow this to happen. They sat with my minister. And I said, sir, this is the problem. And I want to do this because of this, the genuine people are getting affected. Because we have limited quota. So tell me, what should I do? He said, do what is fair. Do what is right. And we are with you. So we did it. We blocked all those scrupulous farmers. And despite the public hue and cry, we were able to get through with it. So we can work together. We can work together. Yes. But I'll tell you, I'll come to the point. It's slightly difficult. It's slightly difficult because, as she very rightly said, we all get into a tendency of proving ourselves. You know, so from the beginning, we have to prove ourselves. So what happens? That we overperform, that we overachieve, we try to overexert. And what happens because of that? Our competence level goes high, but I think all of you can guess there is a Harvard HBR study also on that our relationship outcome, it suffers. And because that suffers, you are seen as a very aggressive person, you are seen as a very pushy person, you are seen as, you know, something that sometimes you're seen as a bully, sometimes she can understand. So, you know, so when it comes to a 360 degree, that affects you. And the situations that you're talking about, where politicians or your even other male counterparts may not be comfortable working with you. Maybe these situations, though they may look very tough outside, okay? So like, of course, in Gujarat, we don't have that problem. We've had home secretaries, chief secretaries, everything. But in other states, so what happens is that because your relational outcome, because you always focus on the results, and because I told in the beginning, there's slight difficulty becoming very, very, you know, frank with you. Frank in a very, very positive term. Right. So where you can discuss the issues, you know, threadbare. So that is why, so those I have seen, we have had excellent women officers in police, in administrative services, who have overcome that barrier. And because they've overcome that barrier and they have a very high relational outcome along with competence outcome, they've never had a problem in their postings. So it all varies, and sometimes there is a lot of baggage and there is a lot of ecosystem issues that surround us, but there is a silver lining. And the very fact that our numbers are increasing in the service, that's going to change the scenario in the next 10 to 15 years. Things will be very different, and I'm sure in 10 to 15 years, you will be talking different issues on the same stage.
Well, with that very positive note, we've run out of time, but let's give these two outstanding bureaucrats and personalities, Mugdha Sinha and Dr. Anju Sharma, a very, very warm round of applause. Yes, please have the last word. Please have the last word.
I thought you will ask this question, a very brief, just 2 lines that I will say. One most important thing that all of us as women should do is that we should become accessible. In this society, accessibility sometimes gets translated into availability. Okay, so that's why we fear that accessibility. And we do not become friendly because we may be perceived as friends. We do not become accessible because we may be seen as available. So we have to understand and we have to become accessible. And these are the good qualities. The people trust in us because of our fairness. People trust in us because of our honesty. People trust in us because of our perseverance and endurance. You ask anybody, in terms of perseverance and endurance, yes, a woman has highest quotient. So they value us for that. So we have to build on these qualities, but there are 2, 3 things that we have still to work upon because of the kind of ecosystem that we work in. And that's what I would like to say to the young girls and young corporate leaders.
And Mugdha, you can have 30 seconds to give your wonderful advice on this.
So sometimes I fear that I might have a counterfactual kind of a narrative. But you know, just because women break their 208 bones while delivering their progenies doesn't mean that they have to keep doing it also in their professional lives, because they have the capability to do it, because they have huge pain thresholds and huge thresholds for perseverance and for patience. Doesn't mean that you have to put yourselves through that patience and perseverance. I think you must stand up for yourselves if you find yourselves in difficult positions, even if it's breaking the mold, for the simple reason that if Mr. Manji can single-handedly create a road from a mountain, because today we have an example. I remember my mom used to tell me, ek akela, ekla chalo re. You know, she's brought me up on that. Because she said, don't, the world adjusts to people, so you be who you are. And you know, when this whole Manji episode came and the film came, I've never met Mr. Manji. And I said, yes. I mean, because I used to ask mom, give me an example of a person who's done it. When Manji episode happened, my mom said, look, you now have an example of a person who can do it. And he survived, he's a contemporary. So I think you must, because 20 years of hard work leads to one day of 5 minutes of fame or 5 minutes of success, but you have to strive for that for 20 years. You may never get it, but you have to strive, because in your striving, there is this 1 lakh people are standing behind of you. Everybody's journey is individual. Find your purpose and let purpose be power. Because Superman ka wo dialogue hai na, ki with great power comes great responsibility, है ना? उसका उल्टा है, मैं ये बोलती हूँ. With great responsibility comes great power, है ना? But if you want to be powerful, and powerful is not your materialistic power. Powerful is when you are comfortable in your skin, right? You can wear a tart and roam on the screen and still be very powerful about it. Power comes from your purpose in life, and our life and our livelihood are given to us to find a purpose in life. And if your purpose in life can become the power, I think you will be a good lever, Archimedes lever for the society, because ultimately we all have to come back and be a part of the civil society. So if you can contribute in the making of a good civil society, I'm sure in our old age, at least this is what I think, that we would have created a community where I'll be very, very happy to belong and not have to say that, okay, there is patriarchy, there is XYZ kind of an issue. So I'm working hard towards it, and I'm sure that together, what I think Anju Sharma ji also wanted to say is the sea of collaboration. हम लोग सब निमित्त माध्य हैं. So compassion, collaboration, I think if that we can do, civil service and civil society working together in collaboration, I'm sure we will have a different kind of other sea, the country, if I can say that.
Let's give both of them a very, very warm round of applause for this. Wonderful advice, and we can just wait for a moment.
Ms. Sinha, Dr. Sharma, thank you for that very strong message that you put out to women, not just watching you here, but even at home. And I request you all to stay, as I'd like to invite on stage Manoj Sharma, CEO and publisher, India Today, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause once again. I request you all to please stay seated as we brace ourselves for the next session that comes. It is Leadership and Law, fireside chat on negotiating power. And I'd also like to invite on stage session moderator Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor, India Today, in conversation with Pallavi S. Shroff, Managing Partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. The lady with me, she is the daughter of former Chief Justice of India, P.N. Bhagwati. And yet, law was not her first choice. She did an MBA and then started selling soaps before she got married to a family of lawyers. And that's not very surprising because her mother, at the age of 90, she started a business of Gujarati snacks, I believe, in 2015. I still don't know whether that was inspired by the success of a Gujarati person just a year ago. Then she got married to a family of lawyers and she pursued legal studies only to spend some time with her husband so that they can go to work together. And today, she is one of the doyens of corporate litigation in India. Welcome, Pallavi Shroff, who, among all other things, apart from being a lawyer, she is also a trained Kathak dancer. So we'll get to know a lot of things about her today. But I'll start with this question. When you started your practice, as you had mentioned once earlier, judges would ask you, are you waiting for your seniors? Is anyone coming to help you? And from that time to now, do you think that women lawyers, when they come into the profession, they still face the same thing, the same issues, the same situation in courtrooms? Also, ma'am, I would also like you to recount that story where one corporate giant once almost threatened you and was about to hit you in court.
So, let's all step back into 1981. That was the time when I started my practice. I could count the number of women who actually came to court and argued work, about 4 or 5 of us. 2 of those women became judges, went on to become high court judges and then retired. There were 3 other women who came to court and worked every single day in court, argued and did stuff. So it was a very difficult time at that point, completely male-dominated profession. So I started my practice in a rather difficult situation. I won't say hostile, but a difficult situation. In the office, I would have clients who would only want to meet a male colleague. My husband was the managing partner those days, and not meet a woman because the belief was, what can she advise me? 2, being in court, you had judges who told, the other side lawyers saying, oh, she's come with her books and she wants to argue. It was actually very upsetting to be sort of, looked down, spoken to in that sense. But I had 2 options in the profession. Either I sort of gave in to all of that, or I said, no, damn it, I'm going to do what I'm here to do, and that is prove myself. And as my previous colleague said, we keep proving ourselves. We work twice as hard to prove that we are half as good as our male colleagues. But that was what I had to do, and I kept arguing, kept going to court every single day and doing it. Being a mother, a wife, a daughter, daughter-in-law, these are different roles that all of us play, and we play them most naturally. But when you pit all of these roles with your profession, there are challenges, and we have to navigate these challenges every single day, which I also had to do. I had 2 very young daughters. One was born in 81, one is born in 84. So I had to leave them behind when they were unwell. Doctor would come, see them, call me at 4 o'clock to tell me what was wrong with them, and I would, manage in between the quotas and all of that. So it was heart-wrenching for me at some points of time. What am I doing? Should I stop this? Should I not? So you go through this dilemma, but maybe I was too ambitious, I don't know, too aggressive, as my colleagues before have said. But I just plowed on. Amazing support from my husband. I think he treated me as an equal to him. And equality doesn't mean just being pampered or given everything on a platter. It actually means standing shoulder to shoulder, taking the responsibilities, taking the decisions, and being half that man. While you are a woman, you don't have to give up your women trends or your femininity or your thinking or anything. But you have to be able to take the responsibilities and do it. Those were the days when women were a little shy of doing taking on those responsibilities of being in the forefront. So even as my career went on, and there were judges who not only at one end said, oh, she wants to argue, the other end they would say, I remember this was in the first week after I got my license to practice, I was in the court of Justice Leela Seth, a wonderful, wonderful judge. And I was doing my first examination and cross-examination as somebody who had been at the bar for 1 week. I was petrified. So I started and I asked a question to the witness, and my own witness I asked, which was more like a cross-examination. She realized I've made a mistake, but she turned around and told me, Mrs. Shroff, don't you think this is a leading question? I realized it was wrong. And in fact, by mistake in court, I said, oh shit, you don't use this language in court. She smiled and I smiled and we moved on. I changed the question and you do. But behind all of that went tremendous, tremendous hard work. It was like 24/7, you were on a roll. Because when you went home, I was the mother, I was the wife, and when I came to court, I was the professional. So switching one role to the other takes time. Even at the end of the day, when you go back after office, and a lot of you go to the office here, you go back to office, to switch your mindset is not very easy. You be aggressive in office. In court, you are like in an arena, in a battlefield. You're competing with, you are actually wanting to compete with your opponent. You're trying to say he's wrong and you are right. Act for your client, convince the judge. So you're battling in so many different ways, unpredictable arguments, unpredictable things. And suddenly when you go to court, go home, you are the wife, you are the mummy, and mummy, this happened in school and that happened. So, those switches are difficult, but I think over a period of few years, I learned how to do that. But if somebody told me that my life is very planned, I spend 5 hours with my children and 5 hours at work or 8 hours at work, I think it's all bullshit. Okay, we prioritize our day every day. What is important, what is not important. Child has a PTA, you have to go, you will go. And today's organizations are very much aware and attuned to all this, and they do not take an objection. Good old days, it was a problem. Not today anymore. So the transition from where I started to today has been tremendous. Two ways I look at it. On the litigation front, today I see so many young women lawyers, well prepared, arguing so well in court, logically and beautifully. Judges are receptive to them. They're not looked down upon, or spoken down to. Fabulous. Then the other hand, on the corporate side, you see general counsel. The majority of general counsel are women. They're doing exceedingly well. And when you talk of the law firms and transactional side of the work, in my own firm, I can say I've had the biggest deals being done. Now, I'll give you an example. Sony Entertainment was acquiring Z. That was an all-women's team. It was an $11 billion deal. It was an all-women's team. We've done litigation. with an all-women's team. Nobody thinks twice today whether you're a woman or not. But that has taken a good 40 years, that whole needle to change. Slowly, steadily, it has changed. I'll give you one of my own examples. When I joined the profession, I used to face clients who would come and say, no, 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 we want to meet Mr. Shroff, we'll wait a couple of hours. Came a situation in 1989, 85 first, and then in 89, where, 91. In 91, where there was a matter in the Allahabad High Court. I had argued a part of it in the Supreme Court here. I'd handled the whole litigation before 7 judges. Matter listed in Allahabad. I couldn't travel. I just had a back surgery for slip disc, and I couldn't travel by train. And I said somebody else from the firm will come, and the client said, no, we will charter a flight and take you. So the client chartered a flight to take me to Allahabad for the matter and bring me back. Frankly, that day, in my own mind, I felt I had arrived. It was like a little jig, you know, that somebody accepted me for who I am. I think that was a big milestone for me.
And
personally.
also that day when you were about to be hit in a court.
Sorry?
By that corporate guy, Mr. Modi.
Yeah, this was a matter that I was doing for a public sector undertaking, and went to, it was in the company court in Delhi High Court, went there. This guy was taking public money to run his company, not putting in any money of his own, and then pleading bankruptcy. So I went to court and I argued how he was sort of, you know, literally cheating the public. And he was so mad because an order got passed by the judge to say he should bring in some 50 crores into the company before he borrows a single rupee. He didn't want to put in his own money. He got so angry with me when I came back, came out of the court. He literally came to me, held my coat, and said, how dare you do this to me? And I lost it at that point. And I said, yeah, come try and hit me. I'm walking into court. There's a lady judge sitting, and you will go straight to Tihar from here. And then people had to come and separate and push him away so that he doesn't get aggressive and hit me.
That we see in films only.
Yeah, but this, I couldn't believe this happened to me.
You have said we have come very far from where
Much
you started, but still if we look at Indian judiciary, we still have only one judge in the Supreme Court, lady judge, and we still have to wait, I believe, a couple of years to get India's first CGI, women CGI. So why do you think, you didn't switch to the other side, you stayed a lawyer. So why do you think we see so many lesser number of women judges in Indian courts?
I think when you look at the number of women judges in various high courts, that's where they're going to come from, essentially. Not as many women lawyers in the high courts as we would hope there would be. Delhi High Court has a very good number of women judges, and it's good. I mean, they bring different perspectives. Women always bring a different perspective to the same story. The same case, the same decision-making processes could be different because the way we think is different. And as my previous colleague said, there's empathy. Do men have empathy? Of course they have. But I think women, we have a little more, there's an understanding of a situation could be different. And a lot of these women, unfortunately, retired before they get the opportunity to move to the Supreme Court. In other courts, there are even fewer women. So I think we need to begin at the High Court level to see if we can persuade more women to come into the judiciary rather than just being on this side.
Also, do you think there is some problem in the selection process? I am not getting into whether its collegium system is perfect or not, whether executive should take it up. But overall, do you think there is a bias in hiring judges?
No, I think there are a number
elevating them?
Partially one would think, but not truly, because there is a certain number of criteria that you have to meet even before you become a High Court judge. If you're from the district, You would have written a number of judgments, you would have handled a couple of kind of matters. When you want to move up to the Supreme Court, how many judgments have you given? What is the quality of your judgments? How you've handled? What is your experience? As I said, since so many women judges retire before they reach the age that where they can move up to the Supreme Court, I think they sort of fall off the way, as one would say, you know. But for everybody to meet all the criteria may or may not be possible. Because ultimately, those who come up should come up on merit, you know.
So, ma'am, as a veteran in litigation, especially in corporate litigation, arbitration and competition law, what advice would you give to women lawyers, young women lawyers who are specializing in this field, especially in white-collar crime? Because we see a lot of these days.
I think I'll begin with saying what any woman lawyer should expect when they join the legal profession. One, it's very, very interesting. No day is the same. Every case is different. It's challenging. You have to apply your mind to new challenges every day. And for those who like that excitement, it's just fantastic. A lot to do with society, lot to do with business. Depends on where your interest is. My interest is business law. So I think given that both sides there is so much to do, new aspects every day. No two cases are the same. Even if you're relying on a precedent, it is not the same. You have to apply your mind to it. So I think it's very challenging. But at the same time, you need grit, determination, and most of all, consistency. If you are practicing, you need to be in office every single day. If you are in court, you need to be in court every single day. You can't say, I'll go 2 days a week and I'll sit 3 days at home. No, part-time doesn't work. Law is not a part-time profession. So a lot of hard work. You will get the opportunities today. More and more women are getting the opportunities. I won't say it is difficult, but you have to be there. You know, if you're not there, difficult to get then don't complain, I didn't get the opportunity. There is one thing we also need to be aware of is, are there biases? Yes, unconscious biases exist. That exist in society. And they don't exist only among men, but even women. A man, like any firm, I would say, and I'll talk about the law, if there's a new case that has to be handled, and if I get one, would I think in my mind that a guy can do it better than a girl or a woman partner versus a male partner? A lot of times the thoughts cross even women. Will they trust another woman? Men may think that I'd rather give it to another man than give it to a woman. So these are unconscious biases. And at least I know we at our firm have trainings regularly every 6 months, which both men and women have to attend, just to be able to deal with unconscious biases. We don't want our younger people coming up and not getting the opportunity. When we talk of equality anywhere among women, I think the first thing is respect for women, treating them as equals in this true sense, and that equality comes when we give them the opportunity to do something and trust them to do it. A lot of women will complain, I have, you know, as Mukta said, I'm all of these things, but why do I have to be called the chori? You know? So to remove those biases, today there is conscious effort. And I think more and more organizations should work towards that. Respect the woman, trust her. Let her make a choice whether she can handle a piece of work or not. Why do I have to make a decision for the woman? If she can't do it because she has a child or something, someone to take care of at home, let her say no. Women know when to say no.
Ma'am, you have been part of various policy design in the country, legal policy design. So, from your experience, how have you helped or contributed in shaping those policies in a gender-sensitive way?
I
If you can give some
look at it
example.
I don't look at it from a gender sensitive way at all. A policy, when you work with the government to help them develop a policy, it's what's good for the sector, what's good for the nation, how will it improve growth. These are the only three factors that I keep in mind. The reason why I work with the government on the policy front is basically it's my way of giving back to society from whom I've got so much in life, you know. So I have to give back to society, can't just keep taking something. So that's a way. I'm a lawyer, my way of giving back is through the law. But gender doesn't fit in there, frankly. It's neutral. What does the sector need and how do you go about doing it?
Time is up, but still I'll ask one last question. How do you define, as a woman, how do you define leadership?
Lead from the front. There is no other way. Whether you are a man or a woman, you have to lead from the front to be a true leader, a respected leader. 2 or 3 things I want to say. One, if you're really great and you're really good, you will lead from the front. It's not that I give work to somebody to do and I'm sitting at home or partying. I'm sitting in the trenches working with them, doing the late nights. That's the first thing. And people find it surprising, why are you still doing those late nights? Because that's the way it can, that's the only way it can work for me. Secondly, you cannot be arrogant or, you know, think you are in the cloud or something because you are a leader. I think compassion was mentioned in the earlier session. Compassion and humility are 2 great things. With humility, I feel you achieve far more and you command greater respect than with throwing your weight around. Screaming, shouting to get things done, if they are not done or not done adequately, doesn't help. It puts up everybody's back, but when you talk to them and do it quietly, I think it's far more effective than screaming and shouting at people. So that is the second thing. Third thing, understand the aspirations of your people. And if as a leader, you not only have to meet your aspirations, which you may, or you will over the time, but how are you going to bring them up? How are you going to, you are actually responsible for other people's careers and growth. How will you make that happen? So these are the 3 or 4 things which I think are qualities of a leader.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such an insightful conversation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Shroff, once again for that very inspiring story that you have shared. I request you to please stay on stage as I call upon Suparna Kumar, COO, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. All right, so the next session is the She Power. Women in Science Tech, Power of Choice, Championing Reproductive Rights in India. And for that, I'd like to invite on stage Poonam Mutreja, Executive Director, Population Foundation of India, who will be in conversation with our session moderator, Sonali Acharji, Senior Editor, India Today. Let's have a huge round of applause for this next session that is set to begin.
So I was recently privy to a short conversation between a friend and her father. And the friend is 26 years old and the father is about 55. And he wanted to broach the topic about her having children. She's married. And he couldn't get it out. He couldn't say, you know, have a child. So he said, Beta, आप अपनी भविष्य का थोड़ा सोच लो ना. Because he was just finding it so difficult to converse with his own child about her reproduction and her future in terms of childbirth. And so I wanted to ask you first, that in a country where a man finds it very difficult to talk to his own daughter about having babies, how are you walking into rooms full of men and talking about sex?
It's a good question, and I went into it naturally. You know, sex is such a natural part of our lives, being, reproduction, everything. So I've never thought of sex as a culture of silence, taboo, and all of that. And for me, reproductive rights, reproductive health is what I see women engaged in much of their life. And once they have children, then taking care of the children is where their life is spent. And that's why we don't have so many judges. They give up. They give up early in life, women, not just judges, but others, because of the caregiving role, not just the caregiving role of their children, but caregiving role of the entire family, including the husband's parents and not just their own parents. It is the women who do that. So, you know, when I'll give you two incidents which are much better way to describe. So I was in the health ministry. The entire leadership, the bureaucracy was there, and we were talking to them about season 2 of a program, a serial we made called Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti Hoon. It was on Doordarshan because we wanted to reach media dark areas and women whose lives and realities are very different from those present here, but you might resonate with their lives. So anyway, so when I said to the bureaucracy, so what do you want us to focus on in season 2? They said, look, we can't deal with sex as government. It's all about sex, reproduction, women's health is so related, and there is so much sex in our society, but we can't talk about it. So try and normalize sex, use of condoms, and so on. And then the additional Secretary Health gave me an example how he can't buy a condom in the district where he was the collector. He goes to other districts. And of course, we joked with him, he gets a stock. So we joked with him and said, you used condoms that have expired. Anyway, so that is, you know, people know about the importance of sexuality in life and I won't just say sex, but sexuality, sexual behavior, sexual issues, issues of sexuality, sexual empowerment, and so on. But there is not just a culture of silence, but there's a taboo, like in the case of this father. Second incident I'll give you, I met a minister from the current government in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and people thought I was mad to go and talk about how sexual behavior and sexuality of young people brings a huge burden of mental, physical, sexual, all these issues. You know, young people have access to misinformation. They do not have access to information. The father, leave alone the fathers, 80% of mothers in India, educated and not literate and not so literate, cannot talk to their daughters about their menstrual debut. You know, can you imagine the shock the young girls get when they start, if I may use a crude word, bleeding? So I showed him there was a government program that was about to be launched called Rashtriya Kishori Swasthya Karyakram. This was supposed to be a very conservative health minister. And I said to him, our program roll out karenge, aapke paas to kuch hai hi nahi. And you're talking about 8 million peer educators amongst adolescents. So he said, aap sahi keh rahi hain. I said, you know, we are a scheming society. We roll out schemes and there's nothing in that scheme. So you be the first minister to roll out something for adolescents which has a lot to do with their sexual, reproductive health, you know, and addiction, anemia, all of that was in it. but that's the easier bit to do. So I showed him some programs we had done, cuts from Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti Hu. And he looked at, I showed him on, you know, promiscuous things like even virginity, you know, how it impacts women's lives, educated or not educated, if their hymen has broken before they have their so-called first night. And he looked at all that material, and he was not at all uncomfortable, and he said, "मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगी," quoting him, आपने भारतीय सभ्यता के दायरे में इतने महीन मुद्दों को इतने अच्छी से डील किया है, मैं अभी सेक्रेटरी को फोन करता हूँ. And he called the health secretary and said, पूनम मुटरेजा आई थी और वो कह रही थी वो ये हमारा प्रोग्राम बना सकते हैं. And of course I briefed the health secretary, I was going to see him. You always do that, you never go to the minister without. So if you want to get something done. Anyway, so we rolled out a program where you will not believe what we put in. But you know what? We didn't put in the word sex. Sex ka taboo hai. We even talk about intercourse without using the word sex. So just, you know, in Rome, do as Romans do. Yeah. So we were very careful. And third, talking about sex and sexuality, you know, has to begin in the schools. The teachers are so nervous. All of you must have heard that they go through that reproductive bit even in biology without reading it. So we have to, you know, we think the doctors, even doctors don't talk about sex and sexuality and how, you know, it dictates people's lives in a big way. God forbid a young girl gets pregnant, whether she is married or not married, a child having another child, or dealing with the whole issue of pregnancy. So what we really, really need to do is include in the education, whether it is medical education, nursing education, and the frontline health workers. You know, when I meet ASHAs and ANMs, and I talk to them, when I ask them the question, if a young girl gets pregnant at age 14, she may be raped, she may be sexually abused by a family member. नहीं, abortion नहीं करने देंगे. We really need to change the paradigm, and we need to first work with those who are reaching young people. And the other is, young people are accessing information from the internet. So we really must produce the best informative material that young people have access to. And we produce 6 episodes called Sex Ki Adalat. We use the word sex because PF, Population Foundation of India, was doing it online. But when the government folks saw it and they wanted to use it, we changed the name to Sach Ki Adalat. Sab kuch hi sach tha. So, you know, you have to find ways in a society that is nervous about sex, not about doing sex, but nervous about other people and sex. You know, you have to find creative ways to do it, and you can do it. Our young people, their mental health is so influenced with issues around their bodies, around their sexual attractions, love, and so on. So that's another area. We could do a revolution by having good stuff. And we have a chat bot where young people or older people can access privately through WhatsApp as well as through Facebook, which very few people, you know, especially girls. So that's why we went on WhatsApp, where they can ask any question about related to not just their sex and sexuality, anything that bothers them. So you've got artificial intelligence. Instead of doing away jobs, let's create good content for our young people and for society.
Poonam, we've been talking a lot about women. It's a women's summit, but I feel one shouldn't exclude men. And there have been some wonderful interventions done where, you know, in Bihar, for example, where they've found that when you involve men and you educate men, the results are better when it comes to reproductive rights. Not just reproductive rights, but all around rights for women. And, there have been beautiful case studies, with a young lady saying, now my husband wants me to go back to studying, he helps in the house. So there is a lot beyond the power of choice. We've talked about information right now, but also in including the entire household. So
I love that question.
Please
I love that question. See, we women, this is primarily women, right? We women have to take one responsibility of going wrong, and that is we don't bring up our boys and girls equally. And worse, we bring up our boys very badly. And that's what we are seeing, whether it's sexual or other forms of domestic violence. We also, no man is born being bad. Ke I will practice patriarchy, or he is born knowing what patriarchy is, or inequality and so on. So we have to begin by first changing our men. Hamara nara hai, and we have a campaign which I'll be happy to share. You can use it in your house, you can use it in society, the world. And our nara and our campaign is Desh Badlega Jab Mard Badlega. Right. So what do we do in that? How do we handle that? One is, the first is that we need to talk to our men. We keep talking to the women. There won't be a woman in this room who doesn't know what the problem is. That impacts, due to which she experiences, or other women experience, inequality. So the thing is that we need to change the way men think, and only not address women. We need to address men. And the results are great. Just from Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti Hu, our serial, we heard in the newspaper, in a chota newspaper in a place called, in Gundelkhand, a place called Chhatarpur, probably the most patriarchal, conventional society. Then men have started a movement after seeing Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti Hu, just seeing, we hadn't contacted them. And they took a pran. That's how I learned the word pran, a vow that they will not beat their wives anymore. One, that they will go through vasectomy. Two, and three, the most important way men can play a useful role in society and be happier men, happier families, by playing a role in the house of contributing to childcare, home chores, work at home, and collaborating with their partners in making decisions and so on and so forth. So we thought this was newspapers, थोड़ा शायद उन्होंने exaggerate कर दिया हो, but अगर लिखा है तो हमको investigate करना चाहिए. We went there, and it was true, and we made a film on them, the men of Chhatarpur, and we did a big program called Enough is Enough, to end violence, with Farhan Akhtar, who runs an NGO, who's a very close partner of ours, and we believe it's important for men's voices. In any case, he has an NGO called Mard, Men Against Rape and Discrimination, and he drops everything to help us in our campaigns. He won't drop a film, obviously, but he does come and spend time. So there we gave an award to the men of Chhatarpur who started this movement. And the award was given by Shah Rukh Khan, not even Farhan Akhtar, And anyway, so the results are very good in working with men. Terrific in terms of, redefining masculinity. Asli mard kya hai is what we focus on. Asli mard bahut hi alag hai from the behavior. So that's something we have to bring up our children different. We have to start addressing men. We have to change men, and we need policies. In the last session, a question was asked. We absolutely need policies, and for the next 5 years, I am going to be focusing on this Desh Badlega, Mard Badlega, but borrowing from Nordic country, I believe it's a Nordic European country, has started a masculinity commission. Within that, it is mandatory for government and private sector to give parental leave, not just pregnancy leave, but childcare leave. So if your child is ill, the woman takes leave. It's mandatory that both get equal leave. So men also then take care of the child. A woman doesn't have to drop out of her career or office and important meetings every time. So there is just so much we can learn from others, what they've done. Countries where women have experienced equality are the countries where women have been supported by the governments for child care, for 3-year pregnancy leave when needed, and so on and so forth. So we have to think of working with men much more. Yeah. Maybe you should have a conclave, male summit, and men making commitments, men talking positive masculinity, sharing, and sharing with other men. It'll help.
You know, Poonam, our time's up, but we did talk a lot about contraceptives and the fact that it's very concerning in India that the most popular choice of contraception remains female sterilization, which is non-reversible, and it comes with its own burdens. And it's one of the reasons is that women don't have access to information. Now, we're not going to go into that, but I did want you to share why you think men shy away from condoms. Because I found that very interesting.
Yeah, so 67% of the family planning in India is women going through sterilization, and that also going through sterilization in camps, you know, like bhed bakri, idhar se kata, usko kata, line mein laga ke so. Men, guess what is the percentage of men who practice vasectomy? Less than 1%. Since we don't have time, otherwise I would have done a quiz. Less than 1%, and the reason given is, wo weak ho jayenge. Even the woman will say, nahi, nahi, mera mard nahi karega vasectomy. Wo weak ho jayenge. Not physical weak, sexually weak is the myth and misconception we have happily lived with for generations. But I want to share why I think, apart from the myth and misconception, men do not practice not just vasectomy, any kind of form of family planning. And of course, science is loaded against women. This is a session on science, where we haven't made really we haven't made contraceptives for men. Why? Who are these scientists? All men. Come on, women scientists, let's get our act together. But finally, what I want to say is, for men, it is the responsibility of women, not just the privilege and empowerment of being able to produce a child, but family planning. Usi ka burden hai. 40% men say that publicly in government surveys. And for men, it's about sex and pleasure, and for women, it's about burden of caring, caring, caring. And finally, I believe that men do not practice vasectomy because men know, we are a sexually active society, however much the conservative or strange people may tell you. So they know that there are women also along with them who are sexually active. After all, they're having sex with the women, na? Extramarital sex. Ho jaye. And a woman gets pregnant. You see, when a man gets a vasectomy, or a woman, or you sneeze in your house in India, everybody knows. So aapne vasectomy karaya hua hai, and your wife gets pregnant, to pagdi to utar gayi na. So that's the main reason men don't have. But it proves that we are sexually active. They know it. We know it. So let's talk more about sex.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Muthureja. And I request you to please stay on stage, as I'd like to call upon Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause once again. All right, so our next session this afternoon is She Power, Women in Science Tech, Mistress of Species. And our guest is Dhriti Banerjee, Director, Zoological Survey of India. Moderating this session once again will be Sonali Acharjee, Senior Editor, India Today.
So I'm going to say this with every last bit of well-meaningness in my heart to you. Please don't ever adopt a turtle. I made this mistake 2 years ago when a friend was leaving the country and she passed on her baby red-eared sliders to me. And I took it because the other option was she was going to throw it into Sukna Lake. And I did my research and I realized that these turtles are very harmful for our native wildlife, and I kept them. They were a nightmare. They need vitamin D for their shells, so I had to get these special bulbs, and suddenly I was spending more on bulbs than on my bras. Then they need special vitamin A supplements. They need live insects, which I was importing from Chennai, and then I was feeding those insects so I could feed the turtles. And it was like a poop factory had exploded in my house constantly. No matter how many filters I bought, it was a disaster. And there was a point at which I genuinely said, look, it doesn't matter, just release them. You know, all the turtles have to die anyways, sooner or later, it's okay. What will 2 do? But the truth is, it's a lot more than 2 that's getting into our systems in, various parts of the country. And that's my first question. With all these exotic pets that are coming into our country, how do we protect our species?
So I'd like to start by asking you, Sonali, what did you do with the turtle?
They died from vitamin A deficiency.
Oh.
Their eyes burst one day. It was traumatic.
Okay. So good they died naturally, because otherwise, if you had released the turtle in the pond somewhere near your house, it would have thrown the entire ecosystem of that particular pond out of gear. And if there were certain indigenous turtles in those small ponds, that turtle would have definitely pushed it out of the system. It's as simple as that, because the exotic species are so aggressive, because they're coming from a different state. Think about migrants who come over. When they start in one place, and then they're moved out of their own place of residence, and they go back to another place, they survive. It's not easy surviving in a foreign territory. So Indians going, suppose students, I've seen Indian students from India when they're going to US, to UK, abroad, anywhere, the amount of effort, the fight, the resilience they show. Similarly, any exotic species which is introduced into our system is a lot more resilient than even in its own country. So the more resilient species, what happens? It pushes the indigenous species out of the system. And introduction of these exotic species have led to the position where our own indigenous turtles have gone into the endangered list, and it has gone into the CITES appendix list also. Because turtles, when you are importing them from any foreign countries and are keeping them here, especially the red-eared slider turtles, they grow huge. And once it grows, as you say, that you can't manage, so the easiest thing people do is that they don't want to kill them or cull them, as we call it. They, out of compassion, they release them in a pond, which is nearby. आस-पास के कोई तालाब में हम जाके छोड़ के आए. So they think that doing it is an act of compassion, but what exactly they're doing is that they're killing the particular ecosystem. So if you're going to a hotel, the fish on your plate, which once upon a time would have been a mahaseed, once upon a time would have been a bhetki, now all you are eating is a pangas. You don't know that you are eating pangas because it is so close to the original bhetki and the bhetki hybrids. It grows in tons and tons. So gradually you are paying the same price for a fish, which is not, suppose the fish actually costs 200 rupees, and a bhetki costs 1,000 rupees, you are paying 2,000 rupees for eating a 200 rupees fish, because the Pangas has moved the bhetki out of the system, out of the economics of the country. So any exotic species, now we are developing legislations for importing these species and also taking care of these species as well as introducing these species into our system. Exactly the way you think about refugees entering your country and they are taking over. We have seen this in UK where the entire East European refugees have gone in and they've taken over. So that it's a lot like that when they basically take over. And a country like India, which is a mega diverse country, we have 7% of the global biodiversity in India. As on date, we have 105,416 species in our country. And we have only 2% of the global land mass. Still, we have 7% of the biodiversity globally, and in spite of the fact that we have the highest population in the whole world. So that we have not eaten everything out, it goes kudos to us. We should clap for ourselves that we still have this amount of biodiversity left in us. So my thing is that we don't bring in more new species, however well they look like, however attractive they are, people are doing it. But now the government have introduced a positive list where you are including those species which are not ecologically going to push the indigenous species out of the system. They will try to remain within their carrying capacity. Less than their carrying capacity, will not breed. So that end of the day, like you've heard about the African catfish. So all you are eating is tilapia, is an African catfish, which has basically taken over the local ponds as well as the local markets. And that is the same thing which goes into your food system because of the excessive development in the food industry. What fish you're having on your plate, you don't know, because the way it is now being processed and treated.
And we're Bengalis, so we care a lot
Yes,
about
so
our fish.
I'm speaking, I'm sorry, Delhi, I don't think all of you eat fish, but because I'm a Bengali, so, you know.
It matters.
Yeah, it matters a lot to us that we have the right fish at the right season and the right time on the right plate. So that's the reason I was, but this is one of the most common examples which I could give so that I can explain, since I guess most of you are not a scientist or coming from a background of biology like I am.
So I'm really glad you talked about our biodiversity, because it is something to feel proud of and something that's amazing. But for a lot of this diversity to remain, we need certain specialized land and certain specialized areas, and mangroves, coastal reefs, wetlands particularly. These are very important, and open field areas for certain birds as well. Those are shrinking. So do you think we'd be able to save them? Because they really are shrinking at an alarming rate.
We have started, you know, when you said this, yes, I do admit that there is, these ecosystems are stressed out. The coral reefs, the coastal ecosystems, the mangroves, they are stressed out. But we are doing our best bit to conserve them. It's not easy, as I go back and say, we have the diversity which we have. It's difficult, and it is a very, what would I say, an exhaustive effort on part of the government to conserve this, and we are trying to do our bit in every possible way. As on date, we have 82 Ramsar sites, which is the wetlands, you know, they're now Ramsar sites, they're the heritage sites, and they're also called as now Amrit Dharohars because of the ecosystem services they provide. Not only like they harbor a unique ecosystem, but also for the ecosystem services they provide. So these Ramsar sites on 2047 or the Viksit Bharat deadline which we are supposed to increase it by 100. So that is a way we are trying to protect them. For coral reefs and mangroves, there have been extensive work on protecting and conserving both the coral reefs and the mangroves. These conservation does not start with the ministry or does not start with the scientists who are working in them. I come from Zoological Survey of India and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So our job is to go and do research in the field and generate the baseline data. On the basis of the baseline data, what we have seen, the ministry forms informed policies for conservation. What we have seen that in the mangroves, especially in Sundarbans, as well as in the Odisha Bhitarkanika, as well as in Pichavaram, there is a community-led conservation effort, which has become one of the major mainstay of conservation. So conservation starts from protection, even if the ecosystems, specialized ecosystems are stressed out, but extensive conservation measures are taken up. 5,000 square kilometers of mangroves and 5,700 square kilometers of coral reef is what India possesses, which is a blessing for us because of the services they provide. It also is a blessing for us in the sense that it raises the stature of India as a protector of biodiversity. As we know, we play a very important role in the COP, for the biodiversity COPs also. And this protection has been taken up very distinctly. There is, for the mangrove, we have the Mishti program for protection of shoreline habitats and for generating tangible incomes for those communities who are residing in the mangrove areas. You must have heard of Sundarbans, you must have heard about the conflicts, how difficult lives of people who are residing there. In the coastal ecosystem also, especially also coral reef, we in Zoological Survey of India, we have basically translocated 23,000 coral reef colonies in the Gulf of Kutch to a different area, and we have grown them up. In fact, it is now, there's no video, so I couldn't have shown, you would have been amazed. Like they are like gardens which you create in the sea. You'll be transplanting the coral reefs on the seabed, on the bare rocks, and you could see the reefs growing. Gradually, once the reef starts grow, the different fishes, they start coming in, and then the different other marine fauna also comes inside. So these are the activities which the government has taken up, along with the different institutions in our country, like the Zoological Survey of India, the NCSCM, the Ministry of Environment, Forest, as well as several NGOs who are working together, that there is a concerted effort in protection. But for everybody who is sitting here, we should know that it's important, you must be going for tourism purposes there. So be responsible when you are going there and do your bit for conserving. There'll be a lot of entrepreneurs here, so do your bit as a part of the CSR for funding initiatives at the local and the community level. So there's these small community groups which are protecting these areas, these fragile ecosystems. They can take the benefit of because the government has a limitation of pumping in funds. So we would be looking forward for individuals as well as CSR funds to be pumped into the system. The more the merrier. Jitna gur utna mithas. So as you say, the more funds we have, the better is the conservation efforts. Thank you.
Yeah. Shriti, you're not just contributing towards protecting our species, but also towards challenging gender norms, because you are the first woman director of the Zoological Survey of India. What has your journey been like?
Okay, so Zoological Survey of India, we are 110 years old this year. So since the inception was in 1916, and in 105 years, I was the first woman to be selected as a director. Thank you. The interesting bit was, when I was selected to be the director and when I got my offer letter, it didn't strike me anything unusual at all. But when it came in the newspapers, then I realized, oh my God, this is something big. Then I am the first woman in 100 years. But as you say, I mean, like breaking the glass ceiling or the gender bias, I would say that my office, the headquarter office, the first floor is a power center where all the directors, the finance, the admin, the director, and the admin sits. There was no ladies' toilet. So I first basically constructed a ladies' toilet. So think about an organization, 110 years, but it didn't have a ladies' toilet in the first floor. So, but interestingly, I have to say, in 1949, we had a lady scientist. She was called as Mrs. Mansukhani. And the kind of job we do is not like sitting in the office and working. We go out in the field. We go high up in the Himalayas, from Ladakh to Kanyakumari, as I say, from the northeast of Arunachal Pradesh to here Ladakh, and from down in the sea, under the sea, coral reefs, mountain shores, coastal areas, deserts, everywhere we go and work. So she had been going out and working with men in 1949 in a team where all were men and she was the only woman. So kudos to the family who had allowed her to go there. Because it is interesting to know that 1949, a family allowing a lady to go out on a survey for a month, because that time there were no planes, no trains, only buses. We used to basically, they used to go walking and through local buses and local trains. So for a survey period lasting for a month, where you need to stay in camps, stay in places where there may be only 1 or 2 rooms available. So you may have to share a room with your men colleagues, and that family had allowed her to go and do that. So however much we say that, okay, we are not as emancipated as we think, we were more emancipated. But the only thing is that it is surprised that our organization never got to have a female director. So that took another 50 years for a lady to be chosen as a director. So as you say, that it's very important for a country like ours that women to be in leadership positions. Otherwise, you don't pull other women up. It's very important that women, if they are on the top, the first thing they would do, they will be supporting and trying to pull a person who is lower down the rung up, so that they also can create an ecosystem where there'll be more. I have been doing it instinctively, or I would say just because I think they say, okay, madam, you're biased. I am biased, fine. But then I also go with that same tagline that in 100 years, I am the first woman. So the next thing I say, I should not be the only woman for the next 150 years. And in the level of field of environment, I think sustainability always happens in the hands of women. So if women are not holding your hands, you never make this world sustainable. And also, today, as on date, India is still a developing country, how much we say. So it is in the hands of you sitting here. You have to make it into a developed country in the next 50 years to come. Maybe in the next 10 years, before 2047, it should be the women who will be able to make India a developed country. So that transition has to be done by you.
And you know, it is a lot more than just a tagline, because, and I thought I'll wait till the end to share this with you, but my friend's daughter loves earthworms. And she keeps saying, oh, what will you do with earthworms? You know, study math. And she took a news clipping of your position and said, I will be this. So it does help. And thank you. Thank you so much for sharing.
So here, I would like to add one line, because there are so many ladies here. That's a very small example I always give. That suppose you're sitting with your family, or barish ke din hai, you're having pakora on the plate. So everybody is instinctively watching TV and picking up one piece. And there is only one piece left. Instinctively, you put your hand, your daughter also puts your hand. So what happens? The mother will pull her hand back and allow the son or the daughter to have the last bit. This is what sustainability is. You protect, you preserve your future, not for yourself, but for your next generation, but for posterity. That is your role in this country, in this world, and in this environment. Thank you so much.
I'm clapping and the sound is going into the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Banerjee. It's been so lovely to hear from you. And I'd also request you to please stay on stage as I call upon Manoj Sharma, CEO and publisher, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's once again have a huge round of applause for Ms. Riti Banerjee. All right, so we now begin with our next session, that is branding yourself, mastering the art of personal image and presence. And to talk on this, we have Radhika Khanna, soft skills trainer and pageant coach. The moderator for this session is Jyoti Arora, AGM program. Let's have a huge round of applause as we are all set to begin with this session.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I know this session stands between you and the lunch. And I'm sure many of you are already thinking of the menu rather than the session. But, I'll just promise this session is worth your time and attention. Because after that, you might also turn up in a different way at the lunch and beyond. Yeah? So, our session today is Mastering the Art of Personal Image and Presence. And that's something that touches all of us, right? And whether you are walking into a boardroom or showing up online or stepping into a powerful platform like India Today Women's Summit here, right? Your personal brand is already speaking for you. Maybe before even you say a single word. So to help us unpack this theme, we have with us, someone who really breathes and lives her work, Ms. Radhika Khanna. So I'm thrilled to be joined by Radhika Khanna. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause. I know the energy is a little less, but I'll try to, bring the energy in the hall. So let me briefly introduce Radhika to you all. Radhika is a powerhouse of, personal transformation. She is a well-known name in the space of personal transformation. She's a renowned image consultant, a celebrity groomer, soft skills trainer. She's a pageant coach. And with 22 plus years of experience, Radhika has worked with 10,000 individuals, including celebrities, pageant professionals, and professionals across industries, helping them elevate their personal brand. So with that kind of depth and range, I think there's no better person to help us decode what personal branding really means. So Radhika, when we talk about today's competitive world, or let's be honest, a chaotic world, right? What personal branding truly means, and if there's anybody in the hall who wants to, start their own personal branding journey, from where they can begin.
Thank you so much, first of all, for the warm introduction. And when you talk about personal branding per se, and people think about personal branding as something out of the box, which is unachievable. And they keep hiring personal branding experts, to convert them into personal brands. However, there's a catch. And today I'll be sharing something very easy that each one of you can apply in your own lives to become and emerge as powerful brands for yourself. And so when you talk about personal branding, simply put, it is just about each interaction of yours that truly matters, whether it is online or offline. When you think about interacting with anybody, online and offline, there is a proactive approach that each one of you need to follow. It comprises of the 5. Let's go down, back to memory lane. If you think about right from your childhood, we've studied our ABCs and Ds, right? So your personal branding also comprises of a strategy of A, B, C, D, and E, where A stands for your appearance, B stands for your behavior, C for your communication skills, D for your digital media presence, and E for your etiquette. Now, when you talk about your appearance, okay, let's talk about anybody. Wherever you meet somebody, okay, there is an effect and there is an impact. When I walk into the room and on this stage and I sat in front of you, you guys must have already thought of something about me, right? That is how personal branding works. There is power in the appearance. Whenever you engage or come in front of anybody right from 3 to 7 seconds. That is just a fraction of a time that it takes to cast an impression on somebody with your appearance. When you talk about, let's take a celebrity, when you talk about Miss Sushmita Sen, right? She has something about her. When she walks into any space, it is like, you know, her appearance says that I have arrived. What is that I have arrived? It comes from a proactive approach of image management, which talks about, you know, premeditating upon everything that you don. It is not that you pull out clothes like how we dress up every day. We don't even give it a thought. We are more focused on the skills. Yes, your soft skills truly do matter. Your technical skills truly do matter. But your image and presence also has a very, very powerful impact and place in it. Anybody who wears any outfit, always remember one thing. The clothes don't carry you. It is you who carry the clothes. Always remember this. And also, everything that is not in vogue needs to be donned by each one of you. What is the message you want to deliver? Have I arrived? Are you somebody who's at a credible position? Are you somebody who's unstoppable? Because when you don the right outfits, that is where your confidence is showcased, right? So keep that in mind always. Now, when you talk about behavior, okay, what is behavior? Again, taking an example of Miss Sushmita Sen. When she meets anybody, her interaction, be it with a layman or be it with somebody at power, will be exactly the same. There is empathy, there is emotional intelligence in how she conducts and connects with people. And that is where is, you know, the reservoir of your true charisma. That is how you unleash your true charisma, because it leaves an impact in the minds and hearts of people. Oh, I'm visible in her eyes, right? So always make sure your behavior is consistent wherever you go and with everyone. It should not keep switching according to the status of the people. Now we talk about our communication skills. Whenever you communicate with anybody, people focus more on the verbal aspect of communication. That is the spoken words. And you know, in reality, your spoken words only make about 7 to 8% of your total communication skills. 55% comprises of your body language, which mostly everybody negates. Nobody thinks, what is my body language saying? What are my hand movements saying? What are my facial expressions saying, right? So when your facial expressions, your hand movements, that are your haptics, and a confident body language is showcased, it emphasizes the spoken word. And that is how you come across as being authentic and genuine. And whenever there is a clash between the spoken word and your body language, people will always believe the body language. A simple example, a kaam wali bai, or you know, the house help at home comes to you and says, ma'am, I want a holiday today. Somebody's died in the family. You give her the leave and she goes. And you tell your husband or your children, I think she's lying. You know, where is that I think she's lying comes from? It is from her body language. So we are already aware, only that we don't apply it in our lives. That proactive approach needs to be there. So always remember the power of your body language and use it, you know, so that people can see you as confident. Even if you are not that confident, you can still fake it. Now the third after C is D. We talk about our digital media presence. Now when you talk about digital media presence also, be it on LinkedIn, be it on Instagram, people don't take it really seriously. You're posting pictures of holidays, going all over the world, but that is what your brand is also shouting from that image. Specifically your headshot. A headshot, be it for anybody, be it a celebrity, be it a pageant, be it somebody, you know, a C-suite executive at a senior position. Your headshot truly does matter. and engaging eye contact, a warm smile to make that connectedness, while at the same time, a sharp demeanor and a body language that tells somebody that yes, you are somebody credible at a position. A picture speaks 1,000 words. We've all heard it, right? 1,000,000 times. But how many times do we apply it when it comes to us? So you need to be very careful about that as well. And whatever you're posting actually showcases your brand. Because nowadays, it's a fast-paced world. People don't have the time to sit and engage with you again and again and make deeper conversation with each and every individual alike. It's not possible. So your first impression, even on your profile picture, truly does matter. And it does send a message out to others around you. And anytime, whether somebody is looking for a job change or somebody sent a resume across, the first thing anybody ever does is, goes and checks out what your social media has to say about you. Specifically your LinkedIn, if you're a professional. And lastly, which is mostly missed, what do you think E stands for? Your etiquette, which is always and mostly overlooked by people around you, right? So what is etiquette? People think etiquette truly is something, a set of rules and certain norms or regulations that you need to follow. Etiquette truly is your passport to success. Always remember that. And it is something which is very basic. That is respecting others around you and making others feel comfortable in your presence. If you go to dine in a fine dining restaurant and you're very well dressed, donned a very beautiful suit, jacket, whatever, and you're sitting with your family enjoying a fine meal. However, if a waitstaff comes and spills something around you, you start screaming and shouting. Where is the etiquette? It's gone out of the window. So it's very, very important to consider all these elements, make a fine cocktail out of it, and apply it and live it daily and consistently if you want your brand to emerge as a powerful brand, and specifically you as a walking, talking brand for yourself. Yes, that's about it.
Well, that's interesting, Radhika. I think we all are going to follow A, B, C, D, E going forward, right? So now let's talk about something that everybody thinks they know, which is dressing for success, right? We all know first impressions do matter, but I'm curious to know from you, what does dressing for success really means in a strategic and an intentional way?
Thank you for that question. It's actually a very powerful question and something that will add a lot of value. Because when you talk about dress for success, like going back to the previous question that we taken up, your dressing and your inner skills need to be in congruence with each other. Because your skills are within. People are not going to go within and see what you hold within, right? It is all there with what you've demonstrated with your image. So the way you dress is the way you think, is the way you feel, is the way you act, and that is how others respond or react to you. Simply put, if a woman has donned a power suit and she's in a high position, okay, a senior position, and she just gets ready and she leaves for her work, a high-stakes meeting. Now, the moment she dons that suit, it screams power in her head. It sends a psychological message to her that, yes, you're capable, you're credible, you're powerful. That is the thought process. The feeling, of course, she will walk it and she'll walk the talk, like we say, yes? Then thirdly, if you talk about the actions, everything she communicates with her body language, with her power, and with the speech will be 10 times better than what she would communicate simply just pulling out anything, putting a look together, or curating a look for herself. And eventually, the most powerful is how other people will respond to that sharpness and will see her as credible and somebody at an authoritative senior position. So that is the power of your dress for success. And I'll give you something with which you can win or curate a winning image every day of your life. It's very simple. It's the power of 5 W's, where you think about who, when, what, where, and why. That is, who are you going to meet? What do you want to tell them about yourself? When? That is, what time of the day? Morning, evening, or seasons, depending on that. Where? The venue, which is extremely important. Where are you meeting? And lastly, why, which is extremely important. Is it a high-stakes meeting or is it a rendezvous with friends? The clothes will differ and change. So that is the power of your image, and that is how you can dress for success each and every day of your life and win the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. That was interesting. Though the time is up, but I'll take a very quick last question, which is, I think, relevant to everyone here. I think everyone in the hall must be using Instagram, right? So Instagram today is more than stories and, selfies. It's now a serious platform for personal and professional branding. And since, Radhika, you've worked with people at different stages and, people who own their public presence, right? So from your experience, what is that creates Instagram likability, and how can someone show up powerfully, basically online and offline, while being true to themselves?
So there is a very powerful method devised by me. It's called the CART method, C-A-R-T, where C stands for your credibility, showcasing your credentials, the accolades, your achievements, because that is how people will recognize you that, yes, you have something about you. Second is authenticity, which is truly missing when I go to a lot of social media profiles of people, because life is supposed to be perfect. Everything that you see on social media is fake, almost, I would say almost, not everything. And that is what people depict, and that is what has become everybody's aspirational goal. That, wow, this one has it, so can I. But that is not reality. So make authentic connections, show your authenticity to people. Even if today, if I am a trainer, that doesn't mean I don't have my struggles. I don't have my days where I'm feeling low and out. I still do. So I showcase that to even the clients and the people I work with, because that is being authentic. That is my true identity and true self. While at the same time always remembering that do not overpromise and underdeliver. That is a very big problem. Making a lot of promises yet underdelivering, switch it. Underpromise and overdeliver. Because that will develop people's faith in you that, yes, she's worth it, right? And after authenticity comes relatability. Relatability is all about just being raw. Sharing your life story, your life struggles, all your transformational journey, right from the beginning up till now. What are the challenges you faced? So that people can look at that and say, oh, that's me. Self-doubt, yes, that's me. Low self-esteem, yes, that's me. That is what makes a connection with you and with the other person. And lastly, T. T stands for trust, which is the bedrock of all relationships, anywhere and everywhere, even at home. And trust comes with consistency. How consistent are you? Again, not under-promising and not over-promising and under-delivering, sorry. So that you need to keep in mind. So follow this method and you're good to go. When you talk about offline likability is not about what people look, but what is their value, who they are as individuals, as people, their characteristics, what they bring on the table. Appreciate the workers around you, people who are building your brand and who are there. That one beautiful message that, listen, your smile lights up my day, or thank you for helping me if somebody's helped you for something. Those small, small things always leave an impact on the minds and hearts of people and build that connectedness. And that is the kind of leaders we want on top, full of empathy, full of emotional intelligence.
Thank you, Radhika. That was more like a masterclass to all of us. And you've given us a lot to think about, from following ABCD to build up personal brand, to dressing with purpose, and to show up online authentically, right? And now, to absorb and anchor all this learning, we would like to take a short pause with 5 minutes of a calming meditation. And after that, we'll break for lunch, for which everybody is, I'm sure, waiting in the hall. So this is a perfect moment to recharge and reset, I guess. Over to you, Radhika. We have the music, please. Can we have the meditation music on, please? I'm sure all of you are hungry, but I think we just are 2 minutes away from this. And I'm sure this is the perfect moment for us to recharge and reset and maybe then have a good lunch. Yeah? Here we go.
I'd like each one of you to please close your eyes and follow my lead. Think of standing on a seashore. There is a boat right in front of you. One end of a rope is tied to the boat, and the second is anchored around your waist. Now, in front of you, there is a floating white board. It has 10 sticky notes on it. These are the labels that society or relatives or people around us have given us since childhood. Think of all the labels that you've got up until now that are sabotaging your growth and weighing on your mind. There is a pen in your hand, and you start writing all the labels one at a time. The label can be fear, self-sabotage, too dark, too fair, too fat, too skinny, not good enough. Once you've written all the 10 labels that have been given to you, which have been limiting you throughout, take one sticky note and place it in the center of the boat, followed by another and another, until all those sticky notes are dropped in the center of the boat. Stand and think once again. Reflect back and let yourself know that these labels don't define me. These labels are not my true identity. They are not going to stop me. Now look to your right. There is a stool next to you. And on that stool is a sharp axe. Lift the axe with your right hand, and at the count of 3, 1, 2, and 3, cut the rope, hack. Now you see the boat drifting away deeper into the sea, further away from you. You can put the axe back. Tell yourself, today I feel light. I feel relieved. That pain wasn't mine. That burden is not mine to carry. Rub both your palms together. Cup your eyes with it. Take a deep breath and tell yourself, release and relieved. You can finally open your eyes. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you very much for that calming 5 minutes of a meditation. I'm sure everybody would love that. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you for a powerful session.
Thank you so much. And before I take your leave, I'd want to leave you all, to ponder upon one very powerful message. The labels that society or people around us give us do not define us. A child is born out of a mother, yet, very powerful, loud and clear, please hear me. Even Einstein's mother did not know Einstein would be Einstein someday. So never forget this. It's very powerful, and I share it with all my students. There is a reservoir of untapped potential lying within each one of us. All we need to do is have faith in our, in our own abilities and unleash our true potential. Challenge yourself. Take a step each and every day. Because when you challenge and you win, you are empowered. And truly, empowered women empower women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khanna, and I request you to please stay on stage while I call upon Ruchika Mehta, Editor-at-Large Lifestyle Division and Editor Hello and Brides Today, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's once again have a huge round of applause for this very, very wonderful and insightful session that we've had this afternoon. With that, it is time for us to break for lunch, and I'd also like to request you all that we gather again at 2:45. So it is lunch for half an hour. It's been a very interesting first half so far, and we promise you an equally interesting second half after this short break. Women's Summit 2025. Like I said, the energy has been fabulous so far, and I'm sure we can make it as promising a show in the second half too, as we have a wonderful line of speakers lined up now as well. And before I begin, I'd quickly like to take a moment to thank all our sponsors. Presented by Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, State Partner, Department of Sports, Government of Bihar, Mobility Partner, JSW MG Motor India Private Limited, Luxury Jewelry Partner, De Beers Group, Gifting Partner, Akina. And as we begin with our next session, which is the March Forward, Women and Our Armed Forces, will be Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, along with Pradeep Sagar, Deputy Editor, India Today. Let's have a huge round of applause. We've all had our lunch. Let's begin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and please do settle down. This is going to be a very fascinating discussion, but let me say how delighted we are to welcome to this podium Wing Commander Vayomika Singh of the Indian Air Force, and a very familiar face to all of you all. And of course, Colonel Akriti Sharma, Commanding Officer with the Indian Army. Let's give both of them a very, very warm round of applause. And of course, for the Indian Armed Forces, an even louder applause. They've done us proud at every stage of the country's progress, and they deserve that. So let's start with a very ABC question. Take us to the beginning. Let's start with you, Akriti. Why did you want to join the army? What was behind that decision?
Jai Hind, everyone. Firstly, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to having both of us here on this forum, Women Redefining Power. So as far as my journey goes, I come from a very serene yet resilient valleys of Jammu and Kashmir, where we have grown up listening to the stories of valor, sacrifice, and patriotism. I belong to a family deeply rooted in armed forces and civil services. So I believe in that environment, uniform isn't just admired, it's revered. So if I remember, during my childhood days, I was in class 7th. Since class 7th, I believe, I used to put my signature before my name, writing captain before it. So I believe it wasn't a joke, it was a reality. So this one word captain became my North Star, which guided me through my academics, be it school and engineering days. While I believe there was no plan B, it was very clear, loud and clear to me, it was only and only olive greens. So I had an ambition, put it on my sleeve, and when it changed to stars on my shoulders, I never knew it. So here I am, and that's my story.
And let's come to Wing Commander Vayomika Singh. You're a helicopter pilot. You could have been anything else. Why did you choose this profession?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's an honor to see you all and speak to you. And I'm honored that I'm in the blue uniform and I'm speaking to you. Grateful to the Indian Air Force.
Yeah, please tell us your backstory.
So my story, I'm the first one from my family to enter the armed forces. Something similar, class 7th. My name is Vyomika, so the name was discussed in the class and somebody said, yes, Vyom means sky and you will own the sky. So since then there was the idea got seeded in my thoughts, and I was since then I was fascinated with the sky. I would look up and look at the skies, make, the designs in the clouds, and my study room used to face a window through which I could see the aircrafts landing. So I used to draw the insignia of the on the tail planes, were drawn on the back of my notebooks, a little distracted. And then whenever the light used to go, I would wait for the power cut so that I can run up to my terrace with a torch. And I had the science reporter the magazine used to come, if anybody of you would remember, it had the sky of the month as a center sheet. I would take that with a torch and run up. So I was always fascinated with the skies and the aeroplanes, and being from Delhi, I have seen the aircrafts during 26th January parade doing fly past, so I was very, very fascinated, and since then I've been wanting to be in the skies.
Pradeep? My question is to Colonel Akriti, since you are among the first women officer, the commanding officer of the Indian Army. Share us something about it, how the journey has been to an officer to this.
Coming from J&K, yes, being the first woman officer from the J&K and commanding in the operational area right now, the journey has its own plus and minuses, but I believe in Army we don't generally talk about minus because there are nothing much. It's all we turn into the positives that we have. I believe the changing phase and the challenges that I had initially were in Army we actually don't have any challenges because we believe in actions rather than by words. We work for it so that there are no challenges that come our way. I had a privilege of working with mechanized infantry and the air defense regiments, which are deeply operational environment and deeply rooted in their high-stake environment that they are deployed in. Apart from a technical role, which I am trained for, I got an experience to go beyond my own role and see what the combat actually feels like. I also got an opportunity to represent India in United Nations peacekeeping mission, which gave me a multi-dimensional role to the various other armies, how they work. And now myself, when I'm commanding in an operational area, these all roles have actually defined one thing and have strengthened my belief that leadership isn't defined just by comfort, but your presence in adversity, in action, and in service. So I believe it sums up all.
Pradeep? Wing Commander Vyomika, you've flown in one of the toughest terrains of India, you being a helicopter pilot, and we were just chatting over lunch. You mentioned about your experience in one of the rescue operations in Arunachal Pradesh. Can you throw some light on it? Can you share for our audience?
Yes, the beauty of being a helicopter pilot is you're not limited to runways. So I have flown in the plains or the seas of Jamnagar. I have flown in the plains and the desert of Jodhpur. I have flown in Arunachal Pradesh. I have flown in Jammu and Kashmir Valley. One of the most beautiful flying I have done in Sikkim. So in Arunachal, there was in year 2020, peak winters, we had a operational mission where we had to rescue or retrieve certain materials which was stuck at the edge of a 10,000 plus peak. It was a treacherous terrain, so there was no other way but to retrieve it through the helicopters. So I led a 2-aircraft mission. We were 5 of us in the team, and we would take the Garur commandos as well as the technical members, and we would take them and drop them at the ledge at where the equipment was, and we will leave them for 3 years, go back, then come back after 3 years to pick them up and the material that they have retrieved. The most challenging part of this this mission was that there was no place to land. The equipment had entirely, it had taken the entire ledge. I had a very small bit of land where I could just place my skid like this. So balancing that there and also flying in that weather without doors, I was wearing double gloves. I know, I remember my nose had frosted and I had the snowflakes on my eyelashes. But then it was one of the best learning curve I have had in my helicopter tenure or the life as a helicopter pilot. The teamwork, the kind of josh you see in the people who are in your team, and the kind of longing that people have when we used to leave the team members there and come back. And even if it would be half an hour delayed because of weather, we had that yearning for those team members that we have to go and get them back. So the kind of camaraderie we had with the other services also, there was Rashtriya Rifles and there was ITBP also there. So we saw that everybody who's in uniform, maybe the color is different, but there is tricolor inside our hearts, all of us. We were all Indians there, and it was such a beautiful accomplishment that we all had together. That is one of the most memorable ones.
Another round of applause for that as well. I'm going to ask you, and I'm just putting a bit of statistics into this. I was checking with my colleague as to what is the percentage of women in the armed forces. And the statistics are quite interesting and revealing also. The Indian Air Force has 13.69% of women as officers. This excludes the medical and dental branches. In the Indian Army, you have, I think, 3.97% officers as women. Again, this is minusing the medical and dental branches. And in the Indian Navy, around 6% of officers as women. So in some senses, you'll continue to be somewhat of a minority in some of these forces. And that's my question to you, Colonel Akriti, is has your presence in the Army firstly brought about a change, opened doors for other women? What would be your advice? How different is the forces now as when you joined? What is the big difference you noticed?
I believe the very fact both of us are sitting here has definitely not only changed the titles, but it has changed the belief. From who can and what ifs to it has changed to yes, I can and I will. I believe not only the women and even the young generation, after seeing all of us, though being lesser in number, it's just a matter of time when this number is going to change, and it will definitely change. There is no doubt about it. Indian Army is already onto the path of progression, transformation, and the change this country is going to see soon. All the women who are there initially, it has changed a narrative also, I believe. Earlier it was women can only join, but now they can lead, they can command, and they can transform.
Excellent. And can I get Wing Commander, Vayamika Singh into this, and what are your experiences?
See, my experience has been, I have been surrounded with a lot of strong women, my mom being one. And it is all happening in phases. If you see, earlier there were no engineers. When I went to the engineering college, in my first semester, out of 50 students, we were just 2 women. So it is taking time. But yes, you have to appreciate the fact that yes, it is opening. And the Indian Air Force has now opened door in all the branches, in every place. Rather, we were discussing before this that now in Sainik schools also, where it was never thought of that you will take girls who were in 6th class to go to a Sainik school, कि वो बड़े होके सैनिक बनेंगी. But that is also becoming a possibility now. So I think it is a very, very positive change, and it is definitely a must welcome one, and it is welcome from the entire strata of the society. A person who's a businessman wants कि उसकी बेटी businesswoman बने. A person who is in Air Force चाहता है कि उसकी बेटी Air Force officer बने. So I think it is now spread. The fact that we all are here sitting in this summit, we are all looking forward to it. That yes, we want that change happening, and we are the ones who will bring it.
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that you're from engineering. You are also an engineer in that sense. Again, when you look at there also, there was a lot, as you're saying, you were 2 women out of 50. What is it that engineering brings to your, I know you've taken that as one of your core strengths that's there. How does it change your perspective when you're doing jobs like this? Having a degree of engineering, handling situations that could get you into combat, what is the difference does it bring to you?
Being an engineer and commissioned into the Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, I believe what I learned, I'm able to do And Indian Army, I feel very fortunate enough that Indian Army has given me this opportunity, wherein right now commanding an EME battalion and doing your own core technical work. So it can't be more satisfying than what we have been trained for, what I learned during my engineering days, and I'm able to deliver in the most thick of the situation in the operational area right now. It can't be more satisfying than this.
And for you, Wing Commander, being an engineer and a pilot, knowing what's going to happen to your helicopter if it does happen.
Not really direct, but yes, being an engineer gives you a bent of mind. It gives you a problem-solving attitude. So I think that's what really helped me in being a very, I take pride in saying that I am a very accomplished and very happy helicopter pilot who has never felt that this is a new mission. I'm always ready and always I believe that I will be able to take this on, come what may.
Pradeep?
My question to both of you is, both of you officers have served more than 2 decades, close to 2 decades in the military, yes, I guess. So, can you please share something, the defining moments basically of it, or maybe the turning point that shaped you as a leader, or maybe the commanding, as an officer basically? Can you share some of the defining moments of the entire 2 decades of career?
They have about 20 of them, but it's okay, you can take one.
Okay, defining moments, as I've already mentioned about the journey, if I actually mention about, I have been fortunate enough, really blessed that my organization has given me in plethora of opportunity while though serving in mechanized units, air defense units, be it in administrations, going abroad in UN missions. I have got variety of experience, be it in operational or in administrative roles, which not only define you as a person, but as an officer, and finally turn you into a leader. It's not a one-day job. It takes time, and over a period of time, you get shaped to work for what is desired out of you. I believe being a leader and what all I have learned throughout my entire service, I really feel fortunate enough, and all thanks to my Indian Army, that I could stand shoulder to shoulder with one of the finest officers, soldiers of the Indian Army, be it from any terrain, be it from any strata of services and arms. They have always been there, who held my hand, who guided me, and have trained me, and has made me capable of sitting here so that we can take on anything for what we are prepared for. Indian Army is always there to take care of our nation. We are geared up for that, and we will deliver whenever asked for.
So, I think every step we take in uniform, and every step we take, a learning step, is a turning point. It's a defining moment. Every day you're changing. You're not the same person that you were yesterday. So, I learned something very early in my helicopter piloting. So after commissioning my first posting, I was in Jodhpur, and then we had a Kazabak that I had to do from far place near Jaisalmer. So I had to airlift a army Jawan who got a head injury, and there was no hospital facility in Jaisalmer which could treat him very urgently. So we had gone to pick him up and drop him back at Jodhpur Military Hospital. So when I reached there, reaching was one of the sorties, but when I went there, we saw the urgency, we saw the patient lying, and you realize it's a life and death situation. There are no chances that you can take when you're doing this. So that's when it seeped into it, the importance of the job that you're doing, and the responsibility that you have on you, and the hope that you actually are carrying of the people that you are giving your aid to. That is what I think helped you to hone your skills. That is one of the, a carrot that makes you that, yes, I have to refine. I have to be able to help everybody because you have that ability to touch those lives. You have the ability to save precious lives. That was one of the very first sortie. I was a co-pilot only, but I learned that, boss, nothing can be taken in light away.
Wow.
And you have to become the best. Because so many things will depend on you. That one day when you are required to save somebody's life, you will be able to do. That day you cannot fail them.
Right. Fascinating. You know, Colonel, you must have had a lot of these experiences. I know you're in combat situations, so you can't speak too openly about it. But let's take you a little back, like the wing commander went. And were there any instances that stayed in your memory that, you know, you felt this is the moment, this is what and was inspirational for you, particularly early in your career?
I remember when I was serving with again, one of the combat arms. At that time, the Ob Balakot had happened, and Ob Zafran was taking place. There were certain preparations that were happening. So the time, at that time, there were many incidences which took place, though I may not be able to share it out here loud and clear. But then, yes, what the question that he has asked, I would just like to answer it in just a simple way is, the way we are trained for and the kind of responsibility that we have for the lives of men working with us as a team, the kind of trust that we have, the way we lead from the front, the way we are prepared, geared, and the way we train together. I think that confidence that gives us that we can actually meet any kind of eventuality. So stating only one incident wherein I say it was a life and death kind of a situation may not be correct. There are many incidences which come to light. It will be not correct on my part only highlighting one incident, because as on today also, every day is like a test for preparedness. Every day is like resilient. You are leading under pressure. But yes, still standing tall, taking care of your men who are there with you, who are standing tall with you, full
and
of
women.
Josh.
And
Yes.
taking care of your men and women.
Yes, yes, men, women. Okay, not to
Yes.
sound that gender biased. Yes, taking care of men, women, and my families who are there with me, standing tall with me. And yes, we all are happy, smiling, and a lovely family that we have. We are driving and there to thrive. Thank you.
Wonderful. And we can see why the Indian Armed Forces are so respected, the kind of confidence and maturity and the kind of passion that you'll speak with. Final question, because we've just got about 4 minutes left. Wing Commander, we'll start with you. And when you all joined the forces, the percentage of women in the forces was far, far less than what it is now. What would your advice be to a young person who just maybe graduated like you did, or about to enter, wants to enter the forces? What would your advice be to her? What would be your insights to her?
I think my advice to every young woman who is listening would be to be fearless. Believe in yourself. You will be able to achieve whatever you think. Believe in your thoughts, believe in your capabilities. Yes, you will need to build them up, but so make a roadmap, have a dream. I think you should write it down with timelines, then work backwards, and there you will have your vision, and you will be able to make it a life goal and achieve it. There is nothing that anybody cannot do, men or women.
And we're going to turn that question to you. What happens if a young Akriti comes and now is wanting to join the forces? What would you be advising her to do?
Yes, definitely. I have got good advice for all the young boys and girls who would like to join Indian Armed Forces. First, the safety, honor, and welfare of your country comes first, always and every time. Be bold, be courageous, be confident. Write your own notebook. Choose your own label. Choose courage over comfort. Dreams don't come with expiry dates, but yes, they do demand commitments. So be strong enough to face the world and know your potential, because at the end, you owe a duty to your country. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
I would like
yes,
to
please,
add
please
a
add.
little- I would like to add a little thing for anybody who's really aspiring to be a part of the olive green or the blue or the white. The Indian Armed Forces is a family which gives you ample opportunity with open hands to become whatever you want to. I'm not only a helicopter pilot, I am a composite package. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. I'm an adventurer. I have done scuba diving, I have done mountaineering, I have done sailing. You name it, and you have the opportunity to do it. So I think the Indian Armed Forces is the place for anybody who wants to do adventure, who wants to do engineering, who wants to fly, who wants to do contribute in the education side, or anybody who wants to, who's very happy doing accounting. So being in uniform is not only about flying or being an engineer, as we both are sitting here. There are so many other opportunities. Please do find out more about it, and you will be very pleasantly surprised. Come join us.
Well, we've got a minute left, and I'm going to, you talked of both boys and girls, right? When I asked you that question. So let's just stick to, we don't,
Right.
This is a women's summit. So what would your advice be to a girl who's about to join the army?
Advice to the girl?
Yeah.
I believe the very fact I am sitting here proves that nothing can stop you if you are convinced about your passion, about your dream, about your goal. Yes, nothing comes easy. You have to work for your dreams. You have to be driven. You have to be passion-oriented. If you don't have passion, you lack passion, then nothing can take you where you want to. Destiny is one thing, but I believe your decisions decide your destiny. So take charge of your things. And I'm sure there is nothing that will stop you. We say, we write on our status, be bold, be unstoppable, so be the one. I always say someone has to be, so maybe that someone can be you and has to be you. Just believe in yourself, put on that smile on your face and just work for it, and I'm sure there will be no limit that is going to stop you.
Wow. Let's give them a very, very warm round of applause. We have never felt so proud, so inspired by you all. God bless, and keep serving the... You want to say something?
Yes, I would, like any event in the Indian Armed Forces, we always end the event by saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. I will urge all of you to kindly say Bharat Mata Ki Jai 3 times with me. Bharat Mata Ki
Jai.
Bharat Mata Ki
Jai.
Bharat Mata Ki
Jai.
Thank you, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very, very powerful session. I request you all to please stay on stage for 2 minutes. As I'd like to call upon Manoj Sharma, CEO and publisher, India Today, to hand over a token of our appreciation. I'm sure a lot of you have your fan moment and want to get a picture. As I'd also like to move on to the next session, and I request you all to please settle down. So our next session is Glow Up, the Many Faces of Beauty. We have with us Dr. Sridevi Raichur, who's a renowned dermatologist, to talk on this. And the moderator for this session is Jyoti Arora, AGM Program. Let's have a huge round of applause for our next session, Glow Up, the Many Faces of Beauty.
Well, what a powerful session we just had, hearing from the women directly leading from the front line. This was just a reminder of power, strength, and empowerment, right? And here, as we shift gears on another facet of empowerment, I'm talking about self-care, self-expression, and redefining beauty. So hi everyone. This session today is something that speaks to every woman in the hall. And because for most of us, our skincare is more than just a beauty routine. It's about confidence, it's about self-respect, and taking a moment to care for ourselves in the middle of everything else we juggle, right? So for which, I'm very excited about this conversation, which is about beauty and, glowing you up. So we are joined by someone who brings clarity, science, and empathy to the world of skincare, Dr. Sridevi Raichur. Can we have a big round of applause, please? I know we are post-lunch, but I'm sure we can give a warm welcome to our guest speaker. Yeah. So she's a leading dermatologist, known not just for her clinical expertise, but for helping people truly understand their skin and feel empowered in their choices. So in this session, we'll do a quick rapid fire round. So first things first, Dr. Sridevi, I'll start with the advances in beauty. So what are the three, advances, because we all know beauty and skincare treatment, it's evolving each day. So what are the three advances that you would like to mention?
First of all, thank you so much, Jyoti ji, for such a warm welcome and the kind words that you have talked about me. This is such an interesting question, which is a cutting edge question as well. So there are three basic advances which have happened in the field of aesthetics, which are newest right now. First is exosomes. Now exosomes are something like stem cell therapy, which when injected into your skin, it improves your skin texture, quality, your collagen synthesis is improved, your hydration gets better, and also it slows down your aging. So exosomes is the newest thing that has come into the technology right now in the field of aesthetics. The second one is PDRN. Now what is PDRN? It is polydeoxyribonucleotide. Now this is something which is derived from the genetics or the DNA of a aquagenic animal, that is salmon. And this has proven to reduce your aging by 20%. This can be injected or it can be used post-procedure, like after microneedling or any lasers, which is when it is incorporated into your skin, it always increases your collagen by at least 20 to 30%. So it also improves your hydration. And the third most cutting-edge technology that has regained importance right now is hyaluronic acid fillers in a different composition right now, which improves your volume, it improves the plumpiness of your skin, it improves your hydration, and basically it improves your skin in general by reducing your pore size and also minimalizes your aging as much as possible.
Well, that's interesting. Since we have a lot of younger women and overall women in the house today, so what are the common top three red flags that we should watch out for while selecting treatments, skin treatments, and clinics?
So with the development of social media right now, there are a lot of red flags that have come up. The first thing that I would definitely mention is anything that is told to be natural may not always be right for your skin. So always be aware of something that anybody is mentioning as natural, because sometimes even things like lemon juices, citrus things can also cause a lot of burns or caustic injuries to the skin, which we treat in our OPD on a daily basis. So always go for a dermatologically tested product rather than going for natural things. The second thing, what can be a myth, is that all the trends that are coming up on social media need not necessarily suit your type of skin. So always have a professional who is going to examine your skin and recognize your skin type and quality, and then go for those products. The third thing is, whenever you go to somebody for a skincare routine or to get your skin examined, always look for the credentials of the person or the doctor. So we do not get ourselves operated for some heart surgery by a cardiac surgeon, right? So never trust your skin with somebody who is not a skin specialist. Always, whenever you're going for invasive techniques like lasers, transplants, hair transplants, or any injections like Botox, fillers, always go to the specialist who is having the credential to treat your skin in a right way and who have learnt about it for at least 5 to 6 years.
Great. Well, we have a lot of working women in the hall. So, and we all, juggle in careers and homes and everything in between. So what is one night care skin tip that you would like to give to the women who are short on time?
Okay, I get asked this question a lot. So one night care routine, because everybody is very busy. By the end of the day, we just want to go to bed. So the first thing I would definitely recommend is never go to bed with your day still on your face. Always and always cleanse your face, clear it just like you are clearing all your deadlines and schedules when you come back home. So always use a gentle cleanser, cleanse your face, and then apply any active. Now by active I would mean, what is it that you're looking to get from your skin? Are you looking for anti-aging? Are you looking for anti-pigmentation? Or are you looking for hydration? So if you're looking for anti-aging, you'll have to start a retinol-based serum at night. If you're looking for hydration, maybe hyaluronic acid or niacinamide. And if you're looking for anti-pigmentation, you can start with something like arbutin or any other kojic acid extracts. So keep your night routine very, very simple. Do not overburden your skin with a lot of products, like you're standing in front of the mirror at night and applying layers and layers of things. That is not what the skin actually wants. So what you'll have to do is just wash your face or cleanse your face with a gentle cleanser, apply an active, it can be retinol, niacinamide, arbutin, or kojic acid, and then moisturize. Because night you'll have to apply something that is going to work for your skin while you are resting. So that is how your skin heals and also gets repaired.
Great. I guess we all are going to follow this tonight for sure, if not more. Now let me get a little personal. Before we wrap up, I would just like to know your skincare routine, because we can see a very shining skin here on the stage. So can you please give us some details about your own personal?
Thank you so much for the compliment. So my skincare routine, I generally try to keep it very simple, but what I would like to stress is skincare requires consistency. You'll have to be very consistent. It's like if you go to the gym, you will not see the result in a day or two. But when you stop going to the gym, you will see what result the gym had given to you. So this is how your skincare routine has to be. My skincare routine starts with a cleanser in the morning. I would cleanse my skin to take off all the night products, and I would definitely moisturize depending on what the season is. If there's a lot of humidity, then I may skip the moisturizer and I may go for a active ingredient like a tranexamic acid. So this is an anti-pigmentation serum which prepares my skin for all the tanning that is going to happen throughout the day. And then I shield it with a sunscreen or an SPF. Now sunscreen is the most important thing which we take very lightly, but you have to apply the sunscreen whatever the weather is, whatever the temperature is outside, whether you are in the space or in a bunker, you have to apply a sunscreen at least twice a day. So I have 2 sunscreens, one at my office and one at my home. So I keep repeating my sunscreen at least every 3 hours. And at night, I just cleanse my face again, double cleanse, of course, because of all the dirt and dust it has gone through. And I apply a vitamin C at night, a vitamin C serum, and I alternate it with retinol for anti-aging. And then I shield it with a moisturizer for night.
Amazing, amazing. I hope we all have saved this tip for all of us. So thank you, Dr. Sridevi. And this was really insightful. And I think, everybody is leaving with a very clearer idea and a motivation to, do some skincare routine. And tonight, for sure, please do that night skincare routine that she has mentioned. And thank you so much. It was so pleasure having you here.
There's one thing I would like to add.
Yeah.
Skincare is always a marathon, not a sprint. So always be consistent with your skincare because it represents you for life.
Well, so that's the key, takeaway from the session. Skin is always a marathon, not a sprint. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that very interesting session. And I request you, Dr. Raichur, to please stay on stage, as I'd like to call upon Suparna Kumar, COO, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause once again, please. We all have been waiting for. It is Begums of Binge, how streaming is empowering women. And our speakers for this very special session, as I invite them on stage, Tanya Bami, Series Head, Netflix India, Shifali Shah, and Bhumi Pednekar. All right, ladies, thank you so much. And this is a conversation I'm sure all of us were waiting to have. OTT is clearly the thing that we are all hooked to. And my guests here need no introduction because we've watched their shows, we've been hooked to their shows, and we want to know more about the upcoming shows. So, Shifali, I want to start with you. Darlings, Delhi Crime, Three of Us, Jalsa, Human, some of your finest work that we've been watching on OTT. Now, you know, in all your career as an actor of doing films and television, would you say that the kind of characters you're playing on OTT have had a stronger impact, and how you like playing them?
First and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful being here, and all of you all are looking gorgeous. Are you all having tea, coffee, or wine? That's a very important question to answer. Besides that, how has it affected, I think, because the reach of OTT, you know, we had television, which reached people far more than obviously films could, because it was in everyone's bedroom. The same thing happened with OTT. The difference being that suddenly we have a library of content which comes from across the globe, and it's amazing. Not just as an, I mean, of course as an actor, because all the varied characters that I have had the opportunity of playing, I cannot deny the fact that that opportunity even began because of something I did on OTT. If Delhi Crime was, let's say, a film, it would probably have been considered as, you know, let's get a A-lister star to play it. And it would have been completely my loss. But because it was OTT and because it's more story-oriented, character-oriented, that's where it comes into the play, where you're okay about somebody who may not be a A-lister or the top on a Bollywood chart, but as a character, this person fits it to the T, and what this actor can bring to the table. So I think that is wonderful as an actor. And of course, as a student of cinema, I can watch anything and everything from across the globe. I mean, you know, today we can watch Iranian cinema, or we can watch American shows, or we can watch something in Spanish. years ago, we couldn't even watch the content that our own country was creating. You know, if we were lucky, we got some film from the South, became a huge hit, and they said, okay, we'll make a Hindi version of it. And that's how we could watch it. But we lost out on so much good, wonderful material, which I think all of it, you know, has come into our laps, actually, via OTT. I love it. I mean, it's my favorite place to be.
All of us do. So Tanya, I'm sure a lot of us really understand, want to understand what goes on behind the scenes and how do you really gauge the success of a show. So is it when the number of subscribers go up? Is it what the trends reflect? Because insiders also tell me that Netflix gets very accurate numbers to exactly when an audience has dropped, at what point, at which character, what the storyline was. So how does it work?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. And Shefali, it's our gain entirely. You are definitely our A-lister on Netflix. And I'm so glad Delhi Crime found you. But yes, how do we gauge the success of a show? I mean, does everybody know what you know Shefali's character is called in Delhi Crime? Madam Sir? Yeah. I think you feel it. Firstly, you feel it, you know it in your bones, you hear it, and you know, the audience is very, very kind. They talk about it freely. I mean, when Royals launched, it took over the internet across the world. When Delhi Crime comes, and every time we launch a trailer, they always say, "Par agla season kahan hai?" And I know I may have walked into a trap here, but coming soon. But I think besides that, yes, we do actually, probably we're the only service that actually puts out our numbers. You know, we have an engagement report that comes out twice a year. So the accuracy of the numbers is for the world to see. It isn't speculative, but I think success is measured, one, in just the love of the fans. I think very accurately a season renewal. And more importantly, I think from a business metric, it is definitely the way we're growing. And I think we've been blessed, and all of you as audience have been very, very kind in the love that you've shown for our shows, for our characters, and really like coming back and watching, you know, newer ones. Like right now, Mandala Murders, which launched last week, has really got everyone, you know, solving the mystery and becoming quite the rage. So like the Mandalas got to them. So I think the love is palpable.
Oh yes, indeed it is. Bhumi, I mean, I have to start with this. The Royals has been one of the most watched series, not just in India, but it has appeared in the top 10 in other countries too. Did you anticipate this kind of love and the sort of reception you've received?
Good afternoon, everyone. I did, and that's why I wanted to do the show. 100%. You know, I have had a beautiful journey with Netflix. And most of my pieces of content that came on the service have given me a lot of love. And we were trying to do something together for a longer format, but then comes Royals, and I was in the hospital. I had dengue. I was completely out, and I was just on my way to recovery, and I read the first episode, and suddenly I felt like I'm feeling better. Because, you know, as actors, you're constantly looking for pieces that can challenge you, that are away from you, out of your comfort zone. And trust me, that was really something that I had not done. People never expected me to do something like a Royals. And that's what excited me. And when I read the material, I was like, okay, here is a show that is going to be watched by everyone. And that's exactly what happened. And I'm really, really, really glad that it worked out for all of us, and it worked out this way.
Shefali, coming to Vartika Chaturvedi, I mean, you've turned her into an iconic character. She's my personal favorite, and I get hooked to every emotion that Vartika emotes. We are at a women's summit, and that is why I say to play a woman cop, and she's a woman who's fierce, powerful, she's a fighter, but you know, the vulnerability, the sensitivity with which she deals with a case, I think that is something that most gets to you. Year on year, you've been playing her. Has a little bit of her seeped into you? Do you really love her?
I think I'm obsessed with her. you know, you do a project and you move on. I mean, you look back fondly at characters you've played, but Vartika is someone I'm very possessive about. And it might sound psychotic, but I know, I love her. I think, honestly, every character that I play takes a lot out of me and gives back a lot to me. It's very difficult to quantify exactly what it is. But, I mean, I think there are quite a lot of similarities between the both of us. The only difference being that she probably has the power of a gun and I probably have the power of a mic. That's the difference between the two women. She is extremely vulnerable, and you know, which is what I keep feeling. I know strength is celebrated all around and it's so talked about, but I just genuinely feel our strength is our vulnerability. Because if we didn't feel vulnerable enough, we would not have the fire and the fight to become stronger enough. So I genuinely feel that it's a big part of any woman. And she's given me a lot, and I have tried to give her as much as I could. She's consumed me completely. And I think she's a lot like a lot of us, but she has a position of power where she can actually do something and make a difference.
Oh yes, absolutely. You know, Tanya, in the way we are portraying women on OTT and the sort of progressive subjects that the platform showcases, again, I want to understand from you when you particularly go after a woman-led subject where a woman puts out a strong narrative. How does it perform? When, you know, that's the kind of show you're putting out, you're working with women creators, what does it bring to the table?
You know, at a personal level, I feel like I find the word inclusion, when used around another gender, a little offensive. I feel like we have to, as, you know, producers, studios, creators, writers, actually look at it as representing the world that is around us. Right? The world is not a world of one gender with another one just being included because, you know, we have to. It is actually just the most authentic way to represent the world. And as a global platform, I feel it's our responsibility to represent the world for what it is. And, you know, to what you just said, actually, I feel like we are not writing narratives with women. I feel women are writing narratives in the world that are hard to ignore, that, you know, that creators really find exciting. It sparks up the minds of writers. And those are subjects that you have to pick up and you have to, you know, sort of memorialize in art in that sense, in long form or in films forever. So, you know, the legacy of Chaya Sharma, the top cop of Delhi, on who Vartika Chaturvedi's character is based, she has a legacy. But through Vartika Chaturvedi, I think Shefali and us, we've tried to sort of really land that as a legacy across the world. You know, female entrepreneurs are taking over, you know, business, quite like their male counterparts. And so when Sophia comes into Royals and really talks about dreams and ambitions, it is an articulation that is needed. And I don't think that we look at it as an exclusive presentation. I feel like it is the way the world has to be. But yes, I think streaming does allow narratives that probably wouldn't have sort of hit the screens or television in the manner that they do, because I feel like we have the luxury to actually balance strength and vulnerability, you know, flaws and power, all of it at the same time, and really depict stories, subjects, characters in a very lovely, complex way. And I think that's what women are. They are layered, they're complex, they're beautiful.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. And how does it change for a female actor? Because, you know, this is a long format that allows the graph of the story to flow in a certain way, and similarly for the character to build in a certain way. And you as an actor have the scope to be able to build it like that. Is it truly satisfying as an actor?
It's so satisfying. It is so satisfying. My first experience, my first outing with the longer format, I realized that I want to keep doing this again and again. You know, especially when you are kind of in that race where you're doing films that come on screen, in theaters as well, and you're doing like beautiful content digitally as well, you're constantly told that no, you know, come karo. But I actually want to tell anybody who's an actor first, like I'm an actor first, a good story is a good story. And for me, there was nothing more satisfying than being able to film 8 hours of a character that I love so, so deeply. You know, the beauty of the OTT world is that it's so democratized that there is no female-led subject, it's a subject.
Yeah.
And then there are narratives, and all of us become a part of it. If you're an actor that fits that narrative, you'll be given that opportunity. So for me, is it something that I would want to do again? I would want to keep doing it repeatedly because it just gives me an opportunity to play around with nuance. If there is a season 2, it gives you an opportunity to better yourself. When do you get that? That never happens. You know, I have an entire, I can go study my work. I can go improve on it. So for anybody who loves performing, this is your playground.
You in fact touched upon it, and if you could talk about it in greater detail. Again, to be a quintessential heroine, and Bollywood has set those standards, you know, the heroine should look like this, she should behave like this, you know, even the characters were very stereotyped in that sense. On OTT, it is all about the character, exactly what you mentioned about Vartika Chaturvedi. Do you like the fact of, you know, a career ranging for so many years, of seeing platforms changing, films, TV, and now OTT? How good do you feel about it?
I feel lucky because I was at that point of time where technically in cinema there is no place for women. I mean, after 25, 28, you're pretty inconsequential in cinema. And I'm talking about cinema that got made around the 80s, and I might sound terribly rude, but it's a fact. You know, if you look back, in the 60s, 70s, there was cinema that celebrated women of any age. You talked about a Ghar, you talked about Abhiman, you talked about Chandni, Chalbaz. All these women were celebrated for who they were, not just, you know, like Ghar or let's say Abhiman or Chupke Chupke or Parinita. These weren't particularly pertaining to the quintessential heroines as such, but they were celebrated. Then there came a patch where the only duty, not even responsibility, the only duty of a heroine was to look, she was there to beautify the screen. And sadly, I think producers or directors didn't understand that, you know, there can be beauty with metal. Yeah. And then, of course, after a certain age, after you're married, after you have kids, you don't have any place in cinema. You can go home. And I dug my grave a little far too earlier because I decided to play mother at a very, very young age to somebody who was older than me. But because of OTT, I was 40, 42 when DC happened, and it gave me a completely new lease of life. Forget anybody else. If somebody had told me some years ago that, you know what, you're going to be playing the lead when you're going to hit 40s, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Of course. But it actually happened. So what I lost out probably earlier, I kind of gained when OTT happened. And I'm being very honest about it. I just wish it had happened earlier because I lost so much time. But, well, I'm so glad, I'm lucky that it happened.
We are lucky because we get to watch you in all these wonderful roles. Absolutely.
And she's making up for it with every role. She's amply making up for it.
Oh, yes.
Memorable.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It stays with us. So again, Tanya, you know, talking about Netflix, it started as a form of experimentation, moving on to focusing on consolidation, now in a phase of growth. In terms of strategy, how is it changing when it comes to budgeting, when it comes to storytelling? Netflix India completes 10 years next year. And, you know, even when it comes to, say, acquiring shows like Kapil Sharma, CID, Crime Patrol, what's the idea behind such a strategy?
Like I said, you know, we came into India and, you know, we're counting down to 10 years next year, and it's been an amazing journey. I think it's been, sort of highlighted by such amazing talent, such amazing collaborators, such amazing titles, Sacred Games, Delhi Crime, Hira Mandi, Kapil Sharma, Mamla Legal Hai, Darlings, Aap Jaisa Koi, I can go on. So I think the one consistent sort of approach has been to keep our eye on the one thing which is the soul of our business, which is our audience. How do we constantly stay relevant to our audience, have audiences love what we do, find their most loved subjects, their most loved creators, their most loved actors on Netflix. I say very often that I think if everybody chose to make every night a Netflix night, we'd be delighted. And I think that's yielded well, I'm happy to report. I think what's also happened is that that's led to consistent growth, touch wood, and thank you to the audience. As you evolve, I think, and as you go deeper and deeper, there's no one India that we cater to. We all know that India changes with every state and many times even within that. And with every change comes a different taste. With every change comes a different language. With every change comes a different expectation. So we're never really catering to a type of an audience. We're catering to multitudes of taste, choices, moods. Tonight is comedy, tomorrow can be drama, day after can be thriller. So there is that much for us to do. So why bucket ourselves? I don't think we're an exclusive service. In fact, I think we're a very, very inclusive service. And to include all of India into our audience, we have to try different things. So there is, where there is a Sacred Games, there is a Black Warrant, there is, IC 814, the Kandahar hijacking. Where there's Kapil Sharma, there's a Mamla Legal Hai, and there's so many more comedies like that. There's romance with royals and mature romance with Aap Jaisa Koi. It's really about, being able to bring the best to our audience, make the experience every time they hit Netflix, make them come on and find their favorite thing, enjoy an experience on the phone individually or together with family. And for that, I think if we didn't try different things, it would be our loss entirely. As far as your question on budgets is concerned, I think, ranging from, Mamla Legal Hai to IC 814 to Hira Mandi to Kapil Sharma, I don't think we hold back when we find a story that's worth telling. I think it's really about what does the story need. If Royals needs, that we go and shoot at the City Palace in Jaipur, we actually, our partners made that happen. If for Delhi Crime this season, we're actually going beyond Delhi, far and wide. I'm not giving spoilers, but it's a really interesting and a very, very compelling case that needed us to go across the country. So I don't think you can ever think budget first, though budgets and economics are very important. But I think it's really about, what is the story, what is its complexity, what are its requirements, and how can we enable our partners, our writers, our storytellers, our creators to actually push themselves with every story that they tell. They actually top the expectation of the audience. That's our single-minded focus.
Bhumi, again, it would be fair to say that now OTT platforms are no more a threat to theatrical. In fact, they're all a part of the entertainment ecosystem now. And most actors, in fact, that line is quite blurred now. Mainstream, character, etc., that is gone. It's really about shuffling between the two mediums, basis how riveting the story is. Absolutely. Is it the same for you?
100%. If you just look at my last 5 films, for example, I've had films that I've released in the theatre, I've had a show that's come out, I had a beautiful film called Bhakshak. I cannot leave this platform without speaking of Bhakshak, which was again on Netflix. It was a film that I couldn't have imagined a film like Bhakshak reach as far as it did had it not been on Netflix. I remember once the film released and it did phenomenally well, I had messages from Latin America. I had messages from countries that I couldn't ever imagine that my films would reach, because theatrically that doesn't happen. Yeah. So for me, I'm greedy. I want a larger audience. Yeah. I want more people to watch the content that I do. So for me, this is something that I'm going to be championing through and through. There's no way that I'm leaving the space that I've beautifully created in this world, because that would really be a disservice to my career trajectory and everything that I've done. I have had such a wonderful experience every time I've had a film that has come out on the service, and my audience just keeps getting larger. That's what you want. Look, I feel like with theatre, theatre will give you spectacle. It'll give you just this extraordinary experience. But as an actor, stories that come out on OTT platforms, it gives you depth, it gives you intimacy, it gives you an opportunity to really have a very personal relationship with your audience, because there's a lot of feedback that you get. See, theatrically, a good film might not make numbers. Right? Does that mean it's not a good film? No, it's a good film, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, people did not show up at the theatres. But on any OTT service, a good film will always find an audience. A good show will always find an audience. So there's no way I am leaving this space that I have created.
Very true, very true. Very well put. Shefali, again, one of the biggest talking points in the industry has been about pay parity between male actors and female actors. We are sitting at a women's summit. You think OTT somewhere is bridging that gap? Yes, no? Yes, no?
You know, I'll tell you, honestly, I don't even know if it's pay parity between gender. I think it's between a star and an actor. So you could do a film, you could play the lead, but if there is a star opposite you, you will never ever get, I will never ever get paid that kind of money. But on OTT, that does kind of change. So I don't really think it's about a man or a woman per se.
In films it is.
It is. Really? Yeah. But I think, really?
So a Salman, Shah Rukh.
All films.
Versus, I mean, I've had my fair share of experiences where, you know, it's not, I mean, see, obviously when there is somebody who's a lot more experienced than you working with you, this conversation is redundant, right? Like, it's just, obviously. Absolutely. But then if you're working with somebody who has achieved, whose credibility is like yours, who's done similar work like you, yet there is a parity in the pay, which is true. Yeah, and my experience with my first outing has been different. You know, we were paid for the value that we add. Let's just put it that way, and it kind of felt good to be. Can I say it, Tanya?
I'll add a very different nuance to this, and you know, their experience is very, very different and very, very like one-on-one and personal. But I feel like what OTT can offer you is honestly the seasonality, the franchisability of one idea, which films actually, it's a one-time experience, and it's a spectacle, or maybe it's, you know, more intimate, but with a show well delivered can actually go on for seasons, and it can go on for years. And I think in that sense, just the incrementality of how popular you become and how much you gain from it in terms of both love as well as, you know, the fee. Both of those are, you know, ever evolving, and that's another sort of aspect that I would urge actors to think about, because it's not just about that OTT diminishes your scale or your value for films. It's in fact actually a much longer running sort of engagement, a much longer running business from the point of view of actors who can actually go on for 8-10 seasons. So that's
almost like an investment you're making as an actor. You know, because if your show does well, then there will be, like, you know, we did Delhi Crime 1, and honestly, I don't know about the others in my team, or I don't know about Netflix. I had no clue this was what was going to come out of it. Did not expect the show to become so, I mean, the show and the character to become larger than life. But it just kind of shot through the roof, and I didn't even know if anybody was going to watch it. We didn't know where it was going to release when we created the show. And to think of, I don't even know if the producers or the director ever thought of, okay, season 2 mein kya karenge? It was never there. It was just like, okay, we've made this show, we are screening at the Sundance, and before I know it, Netflix has picked it up, and it's come out, and it's just, so it was an investment. unknowingly. You know, when I was doing season 2, and of course we had the pressure of matching up to 1, I remember someone telling me this, which made so much sense. The person said, for season 1, people came in to watch for the case. Season 2, they're going to come in to watch for you guys, because everyone's personally invested now in the characters you've created. And that is a kind of investment that we as actors make and very proudly carry back. And I think that's what we gain, that, you know, people invest in us. They go back to knowing, okay, what is Sophia doing, or what is Vartika going to do, or, you know.
Bhumi, you know, we know how the trolls are, how the naysayers are, what they do in the age of internet and digital platforms. There is talk about how one should look, Botox, lip fillers, etc., etc. You very recently made a statement saying that it is all about personal choice, and you've reminded every girl that. Two things I want to understand. A, when you are in your own space, how do you react to the so-called negative comments? B, what is your message to every girl watching you today to say that it is your personal choice to how you want to look and what you want to do for yourself?
See, to begin with, I chose a life in the public eye, so there will be opinion of every kind, good, bad, ugly. I have received insane amounts of love over the last 10 years, and at the same time, I've been trolled enough. So if you ask any actor today, we all are very thick-skinned, you know, to begin with. But by the end of it, we're also human. So how do you protect the human side of yourself? I think the idea is by deciding that you're not going to get bullied. It is my choice. I've always made choices for myself. I've led a very unconventional path, right from my first film. You know, until then, even when I remember right after Dam Laga Ke Haisha, I had a film called Toiletic Prem Katha that I'd released, and people were like, "Kaisi dikhti hai, isko kisne heroine bana diya?" The film went and made 150 crores. You know, even today after Royals, people have an opinion about how I should look, because people love boxing women. So to any young girl, don't let anybody box you, because that's the easiest thing to do. Even after Royals, you know, where people had an opinion, it is one of my most watched pieces of content. So honestly, I am here celebrating every aspect of it. You know, I was bullied in school, and I give this story out every time I get a platform, because if there's any girl that can connect with me, I really hope my story gives you some kind of comfort. I was bullied in school for the way I looked. Then I went and I did a beautiful film called Dam Laga Ke Haisha that broke every kind of beauty standard. And thank you. And every time I'm pulled back, it gives me insane amounts of fire, because I'm like, hey, I'm going to prove you wrong. And the next decade is going to be about exactly that. I'm going to keep questioning the status quo. I'm not going to let anybody box me. So to everyone in this room also, लोगों का काम है कहना, वो तो कहते रहेंगे. आपके जो ड्रीम्स हैं, आपका जो एम्बिशन है, आप जो खुद से चाहते हो, वो सिर्फ आप जानते हो, और ये आपकी जर्नी, ये मेरी मेहनत है. Nobody is putting bread on my table but I. So this is all that keeps me going.
Where we are talking about Begums of Binge, how streaming is empowering women. And the wonderful part about OTT is that it is a platform where we tell bolder stories, progressive storylines. The woman in the story is flawed, makes mistakes, is bold, doesn't think twice before giving it back. How do you think women are truly getting empowered, especially in the smaller pockets of India, while consuming OTT content in comparison to what satellite TV served? And again, if any one of you want to comment, because I've been hearing a lot of speakers since this morning, and you know, somewhere, if it is a speaker who's also a woman, who's also a mother in her personal life, who's also a wife in her personal life, you know, it's amazing to hear some of them who are so empowered, hold that position, have power, everything, but you know, that vulnerable side comes out. So how do you balance the two?
But you know, as Shefali ma'am said, vulnerability is a superpower. So it should keep coming out. The fact that I am capable of being on a stage and maybe even tearing up is not something that makes me weak. It actually makes me very, very strong, because I am not ashamed of owning up to what I'm feeling at that moment. Sorry, I've just taken the question because I just feel like women are always we are so whitewashed, right? कि हम में कोई गलतियां नहीं हो सकती. Why can't we be messy? Why can't we be greedy? Why can't I be jealous of somebody else? These are not. Or why can't I be ambitious? Why can't I have drive? These are not bad things. These are great
And in other
things.
words, why can't we just be human?
Absolutely.
You know, exactly what you're saying. That's just traits of being human.
I actually feel that every cliche that has been, sort of held against us that, oh, women multitask, I feel like that's a superpower. I feel like that allows my characters in our shows to have the ability to think at multiple levels. And that's what we can depict. So I feel like female characters actually therefore lend beautifully to a long format like series because you have a personal life, you have a career, you have an emotional side, you have certain desires, and you're not like unidimensional. You can't be just presented in one line saying, a strong character. It's not that. I feel like when you say that women are emotional, you actually get to feel the character. And actually what the long format does is takes you closer into the lives of your characters, because whether or not many times you remember the name of the show, you remember the character. You always come back to say, Madam Sir ko dekhna hai, Sophia ko dekhna hai, Jovi, whoever else that you want to watch, you will come back for them. And I think actually, whether it's vulnerability or whether it's the ability to just, be in live life through different people's experiences. You can be yourself, then you will be a daughter, and just in the next moment you will be a mother. And that requires a lot of emotional levity, I think. For you to take that leap from being what is a role of a daughter and the role of a guide or a mentor. And I think that just beautifully lends to the complexity and dimensions of a human being. And if we don't bring those to life in content, really commemorate them, then what's the point? And that's I think the difference between just the genders, how they are depicted, and the complexity and the beauty of women.
I also just want to add, this is not specifically to the question that you asked, but this was to one of your earlier questions where you spoke about being stereotyped. I think you'd address that question to Shefali ma'am, because I'd only done certain kind of movies. I was also boxed, right? That no, if there is a small town film with like messaging, etc., I'm the face of it, and I love it. I thrive in that space. I love it. But I feel like had it not been for a Netflix with a show like Royals, it's incredible that they even thought of me to do a part like this. That's what really breaking stereotypes is all about, right? Giving people opportunities, giving them a field to explore and play with what they have. Otherwise, I'm still going to do that other kind of work, and I think that's just not for me. That's for every actor, male, female, or whatever gender that you relate to.
Right. So I'm really short on time. It has been wonderful talking to you all. Quickly closing remarks, if I could do that, 30 seconds each. For Shefali and Bhumi as actors, what is the one character that you're itching to do? And Tanya, why does it take so long for any show on Netflix to come out with a season 2? So quickly, 30 seconds.
We both looking at her.
Yes.
Like I said, I walked into this, but I'm very happy to say the Delhi Crime's coming soon. So
we've been hearing that since January.
Yes, and the year's not up. No, but I think all good things take time, and I know that's a very standard answer, but it's true. As much as we'd love for it to just come out the next month, and I'd love it more than anybody else, I promise you, it takes time to write these complex characters that we talked about. It takes time to actually raise the bar on yourself, and we really, really push and support all our partners to do that. So that when you tune in to the next season, you're not disappointed. So good things take time, and bear with us.
And the one character that you're looking to do? Something? Tanya's here?
I'm very greedy. I want to do everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
everything.
I want to do
pick.
everything.
I can't pick.
Yeah, I don't want to pick only. Whatever, any great characters, please bring it on.
But they're such good actors. Why should
Yeah,
they
that's
look at Shefali in Jalsa, and then look at her in Darlings. 2 films, and then there's Madam Sir, and Bhumi in Bhakshak, Bhumi in Royals, Bhumi in the next thing, which is unfortunately not on our platform, but yeah.
But the one after that is with you.
I want to thank you all so much for this wonderful conversation. I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as we did.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Engaging in it. I'd like to call on stage Anuka Saraf, co-founder and creative director, Akina, who's also our brand, who's also our partner, in fact, in putting together today's show, to felicitate our special guests. Can we please have you? Glory, Trailblazers of Bihar, and I'd like to invite our speakers on stage, Nishi Kumar, who's a javelin thrower, Alpana Kumari, rugby player, Anshika Kumari, who's an archer. Can we please have you on stage? So I'd like to take a brief moment to introduce my speakers. These are 3 girls from Bihar, very, very strong disruptors, rule breakers, and you're only waiting to hear their story, trust me, because I was as enamored when I started finding out more about them. So Nishi Kumari is a 20-year-old javelin thrower, and she is from Bihar. She's making waves in Indian athletics with a personal best of 46.9 meters. She clinched gold at Junior National Athletics Championship 2023. We have Alpana Kumari. She's 18 years old. She's a rugby player from Nalanda in Bihar. She captained the Bihar under-18 girls rugby team and led them to the gold medal at the Khelo India Youth Games 2025. She's a resilient athlete who embodies the spirit of emerging women's rugby in rural India. And we also have with us Anshika Kumari. She is an archer. She's 22 years of age, again from Bihar, and she has played 3 World Cups, stage 1, 2 and 3. Thank you so much. मैं आप तीनों के बारे में पढ़ रही थी एंड आई थिंक इट इज़ सो अमेजिंग कि आप बिहार से आई हैं, आपने जैवलिन किया है, रग्बी किया है, आर्चरी की है. यू नो, फर्स्टली रग्बी इज़ अ गेम जो कि शायद शहरों में भी इंडिया में इतना नहीं खेला जाता. एंड वहाँ पर जहाँ पर कई ऐसे लोग थे जो शायद आपको रोकने में लगे हुए थे कि आप लड़की हैं, आप क्यों खेलना चाहती हैं, आप क्या खेलेंगी, ये लड़कों का स्पोर्ट है. पर आपने उन सभी चीज़ों को फाइट किया और आज आप यहाँ पर बैठी हैं. निशि, आपसे शुरुआत करना चाहूँगी. कैसी थी आपकी जर्नी? किस तरह से आपको पहले ये थॉट आया कि मैं जैवलिन थ्रो करना चाहती हूँ, दैट इज़ वेयर आई वांट टू डू मास्टर दैट स्पोर्ट?
हमारे स्कूल में जो स्पोर्ट्स के टीचर थे वो एक बार बोले कि हाँ तुम जैवलिन स्टार्ट करो, एक बार ट्राई करके देखो कैसा होता है. तो बस उन्होंने बोला और ऐसा नहीं था कि जल्दी स्टार्ट कर दिए. घर से भी मतलब भैया का सपोर्ट मिला कि ठीक है हम लोग कर सकते हैं. हम लोग यूट्यूब से वीडियो देखकर जाते थे ग्राउंड पे और देखते थे हाँ ट्राई करते हैं कैसे होता है, कैसे टेक्निक को पकड़ सकते हैं. तो यूट्यूब से वीडियो देखना और जा कर के ग्राउंड पे अप्लाई करना, ये कोई और कोचेस नहीं थे वहाँ बताने के लिए. जो था यूट्यूब से देखना था, फिर वो जा कर के ग्राउंड पे करना था. तो वहीं से स्टार्ट हुआ धीरे धीरे करके जैवलिन, फिर कोचेस भी मिले आगे चल कर के.
अंशिका, आपकी क्या कहानी है?
तो मैम मैंने स्टार्ट किया था मेरा गेम स्कूल में ही स्टार्ट किया था. तो मेरे स्कूल में आर्चरी था. आर्चरी इज़ अ नॉट वेरी पॉपुलर गेम जो हर स्कूल में हो, बिकॉज इट रिक्वायर्ड इंडिविजुअल इक्विपमेंट एंड ऑल. सो और आर्चरी का इक्विपमेंट काफ़ी एक्सपेंसिव होता है. सो आई एम ग्लैड मेरे स्कूल में था एंड आई स्टार्टेड डूइंग इट. इट्स अ रियली लवली गेम. सो बो एंड एरो का गेम होता है आर्चरी. सो इट लुक वेरी फैंसी एंड सो आई स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग इट और फिर मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. So I continue.
Very nice. अल्पना, आपके बारे में मैं पढ़ रही थी और जैसे मैंने कहा कि रग्बी anyway is an unusual sport जो कि इंडिया में इतना नहीं खेला जाता. आपने बिहार में खेला, वो भी एक छोटे से गाँव में, नालंदा में. एंड कई तरह के लोग थे जिन्होंने आपको बोला आप लड़की हैं, आप शॉर्ट्स कैसे पहन सकती हैं, आपका फ़ोटो न्यूज़पेपर में आएगा तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, आपको लड़कियों वाली ही चीज़ें ऑप्ट करनी चाहिए. कैसे आपने उन सब चीज़ों से लड़ा?
मैम पहले तो जब लोग बोलते थे तो हमको थोड़ा बहुत लगता था कि लोग ऐसे बोल रहे हैं कि जैसे कि हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं, मेरे बस की बात नहीं है. जब ग्राउंड हम प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए जाते थे तो लोग बोलते थे कि ये क्या कर लेगी, ये कुछ नहीं करेगी, ये तो लड़की है, शॉर्ट्स पहन के कहाँ जाएगी, न्यूज़पेपर में आ जाएगी, ये कुछ नहीं करेगी, माँ बाप का नाम वैसे ही डुबा रही है, कुछ नहीं करेगी, ऐसे लोग बोलते थे. बहुत ज़्यादा कमेंट करते थे, लड़का लोग भी और अगल बगल के लोग भी बहुत ज़्यादा कमेंट करते थे. लेकिन मेरे पेरेंट्स को ये कहना था कि तुमको जो चीज़ में मन लगता है, या तो पढ़ाई हो या तो खेल हो, जो क्षेत्र में तुमको अच्छा लगता है वो करो. मम्मी पापा का बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें सपोर्ट रहा और कोच का भी बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट रहा. जैसे हमारे बिहार के सेक्रेटरी पंकज ज्योति सर हैं और हमारे नीतीश कुमार का भी इतना सपोर्ट रहा कि हर एक चीज़ के लिए हम लोग का जैसे कि किट वगैरह हो गया और खाना का डाइट कैंप कोचेस हर एक चीज़ का सुविधा बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से दे रहे हैं. उन लोग को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि हम लोग को इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
निशि, आपके केस में भी आपके पेरेंट्स बहुत सपोर्टिव थे, आपकी फैमिली बहुत सपोर्टिव थी एंड आई एम श्योर आप अपने आसपास देखती होंगी कि सब फैमिलीज़ वैसे नहीं होंगी बिहार में. तो आपको कैसा लगता है अपनी फैमिली के बारे में और क्या मैसेज है कि और फैमिलीज़ को अपनी लड़कियों को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, उन्हें मौका देना चाहिए, जो वो अच्छे से करती हैं उन्हें इनकरेज करना चाहिए?
First of all, I thanks to my family, all members like my brother, father and my mother. उन्होंने बहुत सपोर्ट किया. जैसे कि उन्हें कोई परवाह नहीं था कि गांव वाले क्या बोलते हैं. हम लोग बिल्कुल गांव से बिलोंग करते हैं, बिहार के एक गांव से. फिर वहाँ पे उन लोगों को ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है कि उनकी बेटी क्या कर रही है, उनके घर का कोई मतलब नहीं, उनकी बेटी क्या कर रही है उनको ये देखना होता था. तो आज उनकी बेटी एक अच्छे लेवल पे स्पोर्ट्स कर रही है तो उन्हें भी बहुत प्राउड होता है फैमिली को. और हमें भी अच्छा लगता है कि हाँ हमारे गार्जियंस को हमारे ऊपर बहुत प्राउड फील हो रहा है। और मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि सारे पेरेंट्स को अपने बच्चों को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, अगर वो जिस भी वो फील्ड में हो वहाँ पे उनको सपोर्ट करना चाहिए।
अंशिका, आपके लिए वो गेम चेंजर क्या था आपकी लाइफ में, जब आपको लगा दैट कैन आई गो अहेड, कैन आई नॉट गो अहेड, will I be able to do it? But that point where you told yourself that no, I will do it, I will rise up from this.
मैम अप्स एंड डाउन्स तो हर फेज़ में आते हैं, लाइक अगर आप स्टडीज़ में जाओ या स्पोर्ट्स में जाओ, इट डजेंट मैटर। सो ऐसा कोई ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट नहीं था, एक जर्नी की स्टार्ट ही हो गई तब जब मैंने आर्चरी को वो पहली बार लिफ्ट किया। आई जस्ट थॉट कि मेरे को बस यही करना है, लाइक आई फाउंड व्हाट आई रियली वांट टू डू। आई रियली इन्जॉय शूटिंग। सो व्हेन आई एम शूटिंग, मैं जब शूटिंग लाइन पे होती हूँ तब मैं सब भूल जाती हूँ, लाइक इट्स माई टारगेट और मी, लाइक सो लाइक इट्स लाइक दैट। और जब भी मेरी लाइफ में कोई डाउन फेज़ आता है तो मेरी मम्मी मेरा रोल मॉडल है एक्चुअली। उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में अपनी चाइल्डहुड से अभी तक सारे स्टीरियोटाइप ब्रेक करके, लाइक शी इज़ अ फाइटर फॉर मी। तो उनकी स्ट्रगल और उनकी जर्नी देख के मुझे लगता है कि मेरे लाइफ के स्ट्रगल्स क्या ही है, इट्स लाइक जस्ट अ स्मॉल प्रॉब्लम। तो उन्होंने जैसे अपने आप को, बच्चों को बड़ा किया, मुझे जैसी परवरिश दी एंड ऑल, मैं मतलब हमेशा मेरा बैकबोन बन के रही है मेरे पीछे, लाइक कुछ भी हो तुम करो मैं देख लूँगी, वैसा टाइप का। सो जब इतनी सपोर्टिव मदर आपके साथ हो तो आई डोंट थिंक कि लाइफ की कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आपको प्रॉब्लम जैसा फील करवा सकती है।
वेरी ट्रू। अल्पना, आपकी ज़िंदगी में एक ऐसा मोड़ आया था, बहुत ख़राब एक्सीडेंट हुआ था और आप काफ़ी समय तक रिकवर कर रही थी, बहुत मुश्किल फेज़ था, कैसे आप डिस्क्राइब करती हैं, हाउ डिड यू कम आउट ऑफ इट?
हाँ मैम, जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो जब हम प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए जाते थे तो एक्सीडेंट भी हो गया था मेरे साथ उसी समय 2-3 बार। एक बार तो मेरा कॉलर वन भी टूट गया था कुछ ही दिन के बाद, 2-3 मंथ हुआ नहीं कि मेरा कॉलर वन टूट गया। तो मेरे को लगा कि अब तो मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊँगी, मेरा तो कॉलर वन भी टूट गया, मेरा एक्सीडेंट भी हो गया, अब मैं क्या करूँगी, लोग तो हमसे आगे बढ़ जाएगी और मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊँगी। बहुत ज़्यादा रूम में बंद होकर बहुत ज़्यादा रोती थी कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊँगी, अब आगे नहीं जाऊँगी, जो मेरा सपना है वो मैं पूरा नहीं कर पाऊँगी। लेकिन मम्मी पापा ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया, कोचेस ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया कि नहीं तुम जब ये चूज़ कर ली है कि तुमको खेलना है तो ये तो हर एक क्षेत्र में, हर एक चीज़ में ये कठिनाई आता ही है कि कोई भी क्षेत्र में, पढ़ाई के क्षेत्र में भी आता है, हर एक चीज़ में ये होता है। लेकिन जब तुम ये चूज़ कर लिए तो तुम तुम कर सकती हो, तुम्हारे पास बहुत हिम्मत है, तुम बहुत ज़्यादा मम्मी पापा ने सपोर्ट किए कि तुम करो, सब कुछ होगा तुमसे, हम लोग तुम्हारे साथ है। तो हमने मम्मी पापा को बात सुनकर और कोचेस की बात सुनकर हमने स्टार्ट कर दिया।
वेरी नाइस। आप लोगों ने ये भी मुझे बताया है कि बिहार सरकार का बहुत सपोर्ट रहा है आपको, शायद बहुत ऐसे पॉइंट्स थे एंड आप लोग हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, मम्मी पापा के लिए किट खरीदना, इन्वेस्ट करना शायद इतना पॉसिबल नहीं था। किस तरह से सरकार ने आपका उस मोड़ पर साथ दिया?
हमारे पास इतना पैसे नहीं होता है कि हम एक स्पाइक ले ले। जैवलिन करने के लिए बहुत मतलब महंगे इक्विपमेंट आते हैं। जैसे हमारा जो स्पाइक होता है वो अप्रॉक्स 15 to 20,000 हो गया। जैवलिन है जो बहुत एक्सपेंसिव होता है, और जैवलिन को हम हार्ड सरफेस पे थ्रो भी नहीं कर सकते, नहीं तो वो और ही जल्दी ब्रोक हो जाएगा। फिर उसके लिए बिहार गवर्नमेंट पर्सनली मतलब एक स्पाइक दिलाए, फिर एक जैवलिन जो लैक्स के ऊपर होता है। तो वहाँ से बिहार सरकार से मेरे को यही सपोर्ट मिला कि उन्होंने मुझे इक्विपमेंट दिलाए, और फिर उसको सही प्रूफ करने के लिए हम लोग अपना परफॉर्मेंस दिए, नेशनल में जा कर के मेडल लाए। फिर ऐसा ही रहा हमारे लिए बिहार गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट।
हाँ, जैसे इसने बताया इसका गेम बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है। हमारा भी आर्चरी में मेरा सिर्फ बो का प्राइस 3.5 लाख से स्टार्ट है, एक एरो का प्राइस 4 to 5,000 होता है। सो इट्स वेरी एक्सपेंसिव। तो कोई भी फैमिली ऐसे अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, आपको कोई एकेडमी में जाके प्रैक्टिस करना होगा। बट हमारा स्टेट इतना अच्छा है कि अगर आप नेशनल में मेडल जीतो तो इट्स लाइक हम सब सपोर्ट करेंगे, और नहीं जीता तो भी अभी बेसिक से ही वो रॉ बच्चों को निकाल रहे हैं, टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई करके उन बच्चों को स्पॉन्सर कर रहे हैं, उन बच्चों को अच्छा प्लेग्राउंड फैसिलिटीज़ सब कुछ प्रोवाइड कर रही है। वैसे ही मुझे भी फुल मेरा बो किट दिया है उन्होंने, और अभी मैं इंटरनेशनल खेल रही हूँ तो मुझे फ़ॉरेन एक्सपोजर, फ़ॉरेन ट्रेनिंग की भी काफ़ी ज़रूरत है। तो हमारे स्पेशली मैं अपने डीजी सर को थैंक करना चाहूँगी, उनका बहुत सपोर्ट रहा है। ही इज़ लाइक वो मेरे प्रैक्टिस सेशन में आते हैं, मेरे गेम को बहुत डीपली वेल रूटेडली समझा उन्होंने कि क्या चीज़ की ज़रूरत है तुम्हें, मतलब आजकल ऐसा मैंने कभी देखा नहीं है। उनको भी मैंने फर्स्ट इंसान ऐसा देखा है कि जो इतना इंटरेस्ट लेके मेरे प्रैक्टिस सेशन में आके मुझसे ग्राउंड लेवल पे पूछ रहे हैं कि एक्चुअली मुझे किस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है। सो अभी मुझे फ़ॉरेन एक्सपोजर, फ़ॉरेन ट्रेनिंग के लिए भी भेजा जाएगा बाय माय स्टेट बिहार। मैं इसके लिए सीएम सर का भी बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी ऐसी स्कीम्स लाई हैं, और अब तो मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ वाला स्कीम भी है। सो वहाँ के प्लेयर्स को जॉब के बारे में सोचने की भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है। सो यू जस्ट प्ले योर गेम, और हमारा स्टेट हमारे साथ है। सो
वंडरफुल, वेरी नाइस। अल्पना?
हम तो सबसे पहले बिहार सरकार को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग के हर एक सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग के जैसे स्टैड है, और हम लोग को जो भी खेल का सम्मान है, जैसे रग्बी बॉल है और रग्बी का ग्राउंड, हर एक चीज़ के लिए हर इतना सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं बिहार सरकार, कि हम उनको बहुत बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि आप लोग के सपोर्ट की वजह से आज हमारी बिहार की लड़कियाँ इतना ज़्यादा स्पोर्ट्स में उत्साहित है खेलने के लिए। पहले इतना लड़कियाँ लोग उत्साहित नहीं थी खेलने के लिए, लोग कहती थी कि नहीं खेलेंगे, मम्मी मना करती है, कुछ नहीं मिलता है खेलने से। लेकिन आज हमारी बिहार सरकार ये भी लागू कर दी है कि मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ, इससे और लड़कियों को जोश ज़्यादा बढ़ा है और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग खेलने में उत्साहित हैं।
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस। निशी, आपके लिए तो एक बहुत हाई पॉइंट था जब नीरज चोपड़ा से आप मिली और उन्होंने आपको बोला कि निशी आप बहुत टैलेंटेड हैं, आप कंटिन्यू कीजिए। क्या था वो मोमेंट?
नीरज चोपड़ा से सबसे पहली बार हम हैदराबाद में मिले। जो बिहार गवर्नमेंट ही, रविंद्रन शंकर सर हमें वहाँ पे भेजे थे वर्कआउट के लिए, मतलब प्रैक्टिस करो वहाँ जा कर के। हमारे बिहार में अभी ग्राउंड को लेकर या कोचेस को लेकर के उतना फैसिलिटी नहीं है, लेकिन बिहार गवर्नमेंट हमें बाहर भेजती है अदर स्टेट्स में कि तुम वहाँ पे जाओ, वहीं के कोचेस से ट्रेनिंग लो, फिर अपना परफॉर्म करो। फिर नीरज चोपड़ा से हैदराबाद में मिले। नीरज चोपड़ा मतलब हमारे लिए तो बिल्कुल ऐसा है कि हाँ भाई, इनको देख करके आगे बढ़ना है हम लोगों को। तो उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ तुम बहुत अच्छा कर सकती हो जैवलिन में, मेहनत करना है, लगन रखना है, बिल्कुल इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं दिखना चाहिए, जैवलिन फोकस होना चाहिए इधर। और उनसे मिलकर के बहुत अच्छा लगा था।
वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल। अनुष्का, अभी आगे के क्या प्लान्स हैं? अब आप तीनों बहुत यंग हैं, 18 साल, 20 साल, इतने यंग एज से आप लोग इतने फोकस्ड हैं। कई ऐसे बच्चे, लड़कियां, लड़के जो कि कंफ्यूज होते हैं कि हमें क्या करना है ज़िंदगी में। आप लोग इतने फोकस्ड हैं, तो आगे का प्लान क्या है अनुष्का?
अभी मैंने वर्ल्ड कप में पार्टिसिपेट किया है, सो फॉर श्योर नेक्स्ट ईयर मैं और अच्छा करना चाहूँगी। टीम में सेलेक्ट होके इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना अलग फीलिंग होती है। इट्स लाइक योर ड्रीम कम ट्रू, और वहाँ पे जाके यू फील कि यस यू गॉट अ प्लेटफॉर्म कि जहाँ पे आप बहुत सारे लोग को प्राउड फील करवा सकते हो, योर कंट्री, योर पेरेंट्स, योर कोचेज़। लाइक आपको रेडी करने के पीछे आपकी पूरी एक टीम होती है, लाइक साई, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, खेलो इंडिया, माई स्पॉन्सर्स, OGQ, तो वो सब आपको रेडी करते हैं टू गो एंड परफॉर्म एंड गिव योर बेस्ट देयर। सो नेक्स्ट ईयर एशियन गेम्स है, आई होप प्रैक्टिस करेंगे उसके लिए, बिकॉज हमारा काम होता है बस प्रैक्टिस करना, अपना 100% देना एंड वहाँ जाके अपना बेस्ट देना। The rest is like no one knows. It's a surprise for us too. So we can just give our best. That's it.
अल्पना, आपकी मंजिल ओलंपिक्स है। क्या प्लान है?
मेरा यही सपना है कि मैं ओलंपिक खेलूं और ओलंपिक के लिए मेडल जीत कर लाऊं।
और उसके लिए कैसे तैयारी चल रही है?
उसके लिए मैम मेरा 2-3 टाइम प्रैक्टिस चलता है, सुबह शाम दोपहर। बट अभी तो हम कोलकाता कैंप में अंडर 20 का कैंप लगा हुआ है, जो कि बिहार में 9 से 10 अगस्त को होने वाला है। तो अभी तो मेरा फोकस मेन इस पे है कि मेरा अंडर 20 में सिलेक्शन हो जाए, ताकि हम इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करें और मेडल दिला सकें।
वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल। निशी, आपका क्या प्लान है?
मेरा नेक्स्ट प्लान जो नेक्स्ट ईयर एशियन गेम्स आने वाला है, उसके लिए जम कर के प्रैक्टिस करना है और वहाँ परफॉर्म करना है, सिलेक्शन होना चाहिए उसके लिए, फिर तो मेहनत बहुत करना है आगे के लिए।
अनिष्का, आपसे जानना चाहूँगी और इनफैक्ट आप तीनों से जानना चाहूँगी, जो लोग बिहार में नहीं रहते हैं, दूसरे प्रदेशों से एक परसेप्शन होता है बिहार का कि कितना सेफ है लड़कियों के लिए, कितना प्रोग्रेसिव है, किस तरह से वहाँ एजुकेशन और बाकी फील्ड्स में लड़कियाँ ग्रो कर रही हैं। आप उसका प्राइम एग्जाम्पल हैं। आप किस तरह से चीज़ों को बदलता हुआ देख रहे हैं?
तो मैम, पहले और अभी इट्स लाइक अ टोटली डिफरेंट प्लेस। तो पहले जो लोगों की सोच थी वो ऑब्वियसली वहाँ जाके ही बनी होगी कि ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं, बट ऑल ऑफ अ सडन लोगों की मतलब वहाँ पे काफ़ी लोग एजुकेटेड होने लग गए, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें समझने लग गए, बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए हैं ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। तो अभी आई गेस बिहार इज़ अ टोटली न्यू प्लेस। इट्स अ वेरी लाइक क्लीन, लोगों से भी एंड जगह से भी, एंड वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट भी हो चुका है। स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को लेके बात करें या फिर किसी भी चीज़ में, लाइक एजुकेशन में भी, पढ़ाई में तो पहले ही बिहार काफ़ी अच्छा था, बट अब स्पोर्ट्स में भी काफ़ी आगे बढ़ चुका है। लाइक हर फैसिलिटी है वहाँ पे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, फैसिलिटीज़ हो, सपोर्ट हो, किसी भी चीज़ की कमी नहीं है। सो अब हम वहाँ पे ये कह सकते हैं कि लोग बिल्कुल स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं स्पोर्ट्स खेलना, और कर रहे हैं। जैसी जैसी स्कीम्स बनाई गई हैं तो अभी वहाँ पे काफ़ी लोग बहुत इंटरेस्टेड है स्पोर्ट्स में जाने के लिए, एंड लाइक पेरेंट्स भी अब आंख बंद करके अपने बच्चे को भेज सकते हैं कि हाँ, आई नो कि अगर वो स्पोर्ट्स में जाएगा तो मुझे पता है कि उसका करियर सिक्योर है, बिकॉज स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी ग्रोथ हो चुकी है वहाँ पे।
अल्पना, आपको क्या चेंज दिखता है?
मैम, पहले तो बिहार स्पोर्ट्स में इतना प्रचलित नहीं था। पहले तो लोग देखते थे शॉर्ट्स पहनते हुए तो बोलते थे कि शॉर्ट्स पहनती है, ये क्या खेलती है, ये क्या विदेशी जैसा हरकत करती है, ऐसे ऐसे लोग बोलते थे। बट अब हमारे बिहार में बहुत ही डेवलप्ड हुआ है कि मतलब कि अब पेरेंट्स या तो लोगों का सोच बहुत पहले से बदला हुआ है कि अब सोचते हैं और लोगों को अपने बच्चे को बोलते हैं कि नहीं तुम खेलो। अब बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं कि तुम करो, ये हो सकता है आगे की देख के कि नहीं, लोगों का अलग जगह में इतना ज़्यादा फैसिलिटी खेल का, ये तो कुछ के क्षेत्र में है। तो बिहार के लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा दिमाग खुला है कि अब सोच बहुत बदल गया।
अल्पना को देखते देखते अब उनके गांव में 20 लड़कियों ने रग्बी खेलना शुरू कर दिया है। शी इज सच एन इंस्पिरेशन टू ऑल द गर्ल्स इन हर विलेज। तो निशी, आपका वो क्या मैसेज है आज जो सब लड़कियां आपको देख रही हैं देश के अलग अलग कोनों से, जिनको शायद लग रहा है हम कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते हैं? व्हाट इज़ द वे टू गो आफ्टर योर ड्रीम?
सबसे पहले हमें कोशिश करना पड़ेगा, स्टार्ट तो करना पड़ेगा, फिर एक हमें खुद को ही वो हो जाएगा कि हाँ हम कर सकते हैं आगे के लिए। मतलब एक रास्ता बनना चाहिए, फिर खुद ही बनाना पड़ेगा, कोई हेल्प नहीं करता, पहले खुद से करना पड़ेगा। फिर आपके पीछे बहुत सारे लोग रहेंगे जो आपको बढ़ावा देने के लिए आएंगे, पॉजिटिव लोग।
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि हम बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स को देखते हैं, इंस्पायर होते हैं, उनकी सिर्फ अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें दिखने को मिलती है, बट जब आप उस प्लेटफॉर्म और उस गेम में होते हो तब आपको वो फील और एक्सपीरियंस करने को मिलता है। बट तब हम लगता है यार हमारे साथ क्या ही हो रहा है, सब गलत हो रहा है, कुछ अच्छा नहीं हो रहा, कैसे ये वो, और फिर हम उन्हें देखते हैं स्क्रीन पे सब अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें अच्छा अच्छा अचीव करते हुए। तो ऐसा नहीं होता है। हम जो फेज़ से जा रहे हैं वो भी उन्हीं फेज़ से जा चुके हैं, वो उन्होंने भी वो डाउन वाला फेज़ फील किया होता है, उन्हें भी मन किया होता है कि यार नहीं करना, बस हो गया, छोड़ देता हूँ, मुझसे नहीं हो पाएगा ये वो, बट वो बस एक टेम्परेरी फीलिंग होता है। आफ्टर ऑल आपको पता है कि आपको क्या करना है, एंड आपको खुद लगता है कि नहीं, आई विल गिव इट अ नेक्स्ट ट्राई, सो जस्ट गो फॉर द ट्राई एंड गिव योर बेस्ट।
आप तीनों की कहानी बहुत बहुत इंस्पायरिंग है। आई वांट टू थैंक यू ऑल फॉर कमिंग टुडे, एंड मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी मिस्टर रंजीत सहाय, मैनेजिंग एडिटर इंडिया टुडे, टू कम ऑन स्टेज प्लीज एंड थैंक देम। All of you have been such a wonderful audience so far. And I think before we move ahead, all of you should clap for yourself for being such a wonderful audience. All right, so our next session is Women at Work, Building Inclusive Workplaces. And I'd like to call on stage our guests in this session, Sushmita Nag, Chief Marketing Officer, Fenesta, Kanika Singhal, Lead Government Practice, the Udeti Foundation, BOD, Independent Women Director. And moderating this session is Sonal Khetrapal, Senior Associate Editor, India Today.
Welcome Sushmita, welcome Kanika. So we have spoken about sports, cinema. Now this is about women at work. Women today comprise only 18% of the workforce in the top 2,000 NSE listed companies. 18% only. And these are the companies that have the wherewithal and the means to invest in diversity. In fact, gender equity, diversity, inclusion is not a checklist for them, it's a boardroom agenda. Despite this, the needle isn't moving. We have leaders here to talk about this and more. So welcome. Sushmita, you have a very long career. You're a women leader, but you started in STEM, right, as a chemical engineer. So can you talk to us about, what was the journey like when you started as a young management trainee or an intern in a factory? So what was the experience like? And do you also think that as you grew in your career, took on middle manager, now senior management positions, have the biases or have we evolved as a society?
Good evening, everybody. And thank you, Sonal, for the question. In fact, before I answer how I started, I'll talk to you about a brief about, how the whole thing happened, even how I got even placed. So when you do your BTech and in chemical engineering or any BTech, you have a summer trainee in the third year. So during the summer trainee, we were only two girls who were getting training from a huge British multinational, more than 100 years old in India. And we were working very well and we were enjoying our stint as summer trainees. And we were the only girls in the campus, in the manufacturing unit, which was in the outskirts of Calcutta. I come from Calcutta. So we were towards the close of the training. And we also, the inquisitive us, we were asking that, we did a good stint, our project was good. Why don't you place us here? So the information that we got, what we were told, is that we don't hire girls. So I went up to the head of the department, and thankfully he gave me 5 minutes to speak. And I asked that, do you hire talent or do you hire gender? And that started the conversation. In fact, a year later, when I was preparing for my finals, I got a call at home that come for an interview. And we were interviewed by the topmost authority, the MD of the company. Why? Because they were taking a risk. They were thinking of hiring women. And I'm talking when I was 20-year-old at that time. And we went through the interview, we were selected and got placed. And when you talk about the environment, it was a male-dominated environment because I'm talking about a paint industry. In the shop floor, there were only operators, all men. The entire campus had men. The only one lady who was there was in the administration, who was also an assistant to the head there. There were no restrooms. In fact, when you are in a manufacturing setup, you have to wear personal protective equipment, the safety gear. There was no safety gear for women. So I remember I did a stint for a year in the factory, and I had to wear size 7 shoes because the safety shoes, the minimum size was size 7. I am a size 6. So that was the, and in terms of the washroom, to use a washroom, as I said, the only lady was in the admin department, which was about 1 kilometer away from the location we were there inside the factory. So to use the washroom, you had to walk 1 kilometer. So we used to time our washroom breaks because that was our canteen for food. So to put it simply, you have to control how much water or anything, fluids you drink, because you have to use the washroom. So I'm talking about those situations. But then I'm very thankful that, they gave us the opportunity because we were the first. And the questions were also about physical ability. Will they be able to do the work? The commitment, are they committed? It was not about capability. It was about physical ability, commitment, and stability. What if you get married tomorrow? What if you start a family? So those were the questions which we were asked when all we were looking for was to be treated as humans with talent. So that was my experience, but I'm happy that I started because from ours was the first batch, and I'm talking about late 90s, that they started hiring women, and they used to come for campus, and the next batch and the next batch, it was like a gate opening, and women, they started hiring women. So I'm very proud that I took up the step and had that 5 minutes. He gave me an audience time of 5 minutes. I could go speak, and the doors opened for more women in that organization. Today I see a lot of change. MNCs, metro cities, a lot of change is happening in this space. It's much more inclusive. There are a lot of initiatives in the DEI space which we talk about. So there are a lot of stuff which is happening, and the world is changing today. And thankfully it is, because 50% of the population is women, so 50% of the talent is also there. And if you don't hire, you lose out.
Yes, we all know that, but it doesn't really work that way, does it? So Kanika, we heard from Sushmita about her experience very early on in her career. You are an independent women director on boards of many, many companies, right? And in fact, today 97% of the companies have a women board director. So, and of course, thanks to the regulation that we have such great numbers on that front, but has that also led to any change, or is it still tokenism? What is your take on it?
It is, firstly, thank you so much, and thank you so much for India Today to make this thing happen. And I have to congratulate on one thing. It's like I've been seeing the delegate tags, which have got these beads on it. A small touch, whosoever thought about it, phenomenal, really great. Yeah, being on the board of companies and being the, you've seen my introduction, woman director, and the point of writing that was, yes, it's mandated. The government is saying, and all of us are talking about, we need more women in the workforce, and yes, a mandate came through, and I was the beneficiary of that mandate to some extent, saying, I'm actually on boards of companies where I'm neither the founder nor it belongs to a family, and truly as a professional, I've come onto these boards. What does it mean to be in these places? For any one of us who's been a professional, you are now at the top group of an organization and you are in the decision-making group. Do you actually have a voice? Are you actually driving those decisions? Or is it because it's a compliance and it has happened? My response is it varies. It varies from companies to companies. Some companies really want you to be there, and they look at you, as Sushmita said, as humans, and they want you to participate and really take your word and your knowledge, and that's where they've gotten. But in India, a dominant amount of companies are still looking at you as that gender who's sitting there, who needs to be there. Research says and study says that when you have one person, one lady who's sitting on a board or in any group, that's tokenism. When you put two women in a group, that means they're going to compete with each other. And when you put three women in a group, then that forms a cluster, and then that becomes a cohort. So something to think about. As you guys are thinking about building your teams, is it that can you try and put three people in a group and try and put that structure together? Being at the boards, being at a place when you've got a seat on the table, it's hard to find your own voice at the first place. You have to work at an individual level very hard to find your voice. Yes, one person on the board often lands up to be tokenism. But it is you, your responsibility, it is me, my responsibility to convert and make something out of it and be patient. It will form an agenda. And it has taken me a lot of time to learn and change my own self and be those allies. So while getting on the board is a first step, it is just the beginning. We as women have to support each other. And there's a lot of awareness generation and education that needs to happen. I've been on boards in situations when people have told me, Madam, बहुत हो गया, अब बस. ऐसा भी होता है. ऐसे भी conversations में बोला जाता है. But you've got a seat on the table. Use it. So yeah.
Sushmita, before I come to you, I'm going to ask Kanika the second question. I'm hearing a lot of bias, right? Subconscious bias, unconscious bias. So so very early on in your career, it's also very difficult. You also don't know कि मेरे साथ ऐसा हो रहा है या हो सकता है या क्यों हो रहा है, right? So how do you see that bias gets normalized in a workplace, right? And also how to deal with it? How did you learn to deal with it? Oh, I mean, we are speaking and smiling here, but I mean, I'm sure it wasn't the case when we learned about it, like we are being victimized here, no?
No, what you're putting towards is a much more broader questions. You know, there's a society we live in. There's normative things. There's a social norm. You know, घर पे अगर खाना बनता है, टेबल पे रोटी आती है, तो 99% सिचुएशन वो या तो बच्चे के पास जाती है या पापा के पास जाती है. The patriarch of the family very rarely is the first roti given to the lady of the house. अभी भी अगर आपकी maid आपसे बात कर रही है, so she is going to ask you for all this. So these biases are so normative and so deep seated into the culture कि उसको immediately बदलना मुश्किल है. 99% of the time तो आपको खुद ही नहीं पता होता कि ये biases हो रहे हैं आपके साथ. For me, I think a lot of times it was somebody else who pointed it out. Did you realize that this happened with you? I don't think I realized it till a very late stage in life that there is a bias which is existing, because I'm also brought up in the same society, a similar kind of a household, and you just take it as normally. You will take the responsibility. You will take the caregiving responsibility, whatever else it is there. There is a woman's resume. 43% of the time they look at whether the woman is married or not married. Only 22% of the time they look at the resume and say whether the man is married or not married. Now, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, देख लिया, but इसका bias क्या है? Bias ये है कि दिमाग में रहता है कि if a woman is married, there's a possibility that she will maternity leave पे जाएगी, कितने time काम करेगी, is it an investment or is it a cost that we do? For a man, he's there at work and he will just stay at work. I don't think any of the HR professionals consciously look at it. It's something which works in the subconscious, but it has a rolling effect over a period of time. Now, I hope that because I've shared this data and I've just spoken about this, that the HR professionals who are sitting in this room are going to now either try and remove that bias when they're looking at resumes, or at least be aware of it. So to me, that's like potentially the first step, as I said, of creating awareness and then moving forward to it on the biases.
So, Sushmita, you have been a leader in a lot of companies, Jubilant, ICI, Samsung, now DCM Shriram. How have you seen that this bias also comes into company policies, people policies, right?
So I'll tell you, in fact, the biases are there because, and sometimes it is invisible, and sometimes it is also unintentional, because the policies are made by men. The decision makers are men. They are discussing and they are deciding. So sometimes they are not empathetic, or sometimes they're just ignorant about women issues. And that's where, I've seen policies. Like, for example, I'll give you an example, like a medical policy. Now, a medical policy will have in the group medical policies have different various types of surgeries, and there are caps in the surgeries. And I was sharing this with you. In one of the organizations that I've worked, and I've seen that there is a difference. And the difference is so stark and so bizarre that when I raised my voice, the next year the policy got changed. And I mean, I'm talking about biases in medical policies, because there are, of course, maternity and hysterectomy and cataract. Some certain surgeries have ceilings and, cappings on the surgeries. So because the men were deciding, and they never thought that this was a requirement. So I'm talking about those biases also. Sometimes the bias is also about, flexi working. And suppose if you have a flexi working and we are told in organizations that it's to support women talent. But then the same women talent who will, avail these policies are sometimes very subtly penalized. Oh, she's always away. She's working from home. She can't do the heavy lifting. So, though you have a policy and you have the right to avail a policy, but then those are the whispers that go around, those subtle comments which you see and which you hear and which you feel. You can feel the vibe. And so many and so forth. I can talk on and on about various other biases, but then for lack of time, I gave 2 examples.
Yeah, thanks. Kanika, as Udayti does a lot of research around workplaces and enabling women participation at workplaces. So what does data say? What does your experience say as you work with companies, government and private, on, like, while the policies are there on paper, sometimes, like Sushmita is saying, one policy is not there, but a lot of times policies are there, but they still don't work. In fact, there is a lot of data to say how maternity benefit is actually a double-edged sword. So when do they really work?
$1 million question. So I'll break down the response in two aspects, right? One is looking at policies from the private sector perspective, organization perspective. The other is looking at policies from a government perspective. There are 2 levels of policies which are happening. And then on the private sector side, there's a policy which is looking at the white collar kind of a set, and then there are policies which are more government policy, which are more looking at wider range of people who are working in the manufacturing units, etc. Right? Now, in the private sector, our data and the research really says that 72% of the women of the organization says we want more women in our workforce. Great. Only 21% actually get down to putting some active work towards active action planning towards getting more women in the workforce. Only 21% of the 72% who claim, and they've signed some agendas and said yes, on their annual reports they'll go ahead and do the pink washing and the lip service, as we often call it, right? Now, what is that 21% which are doing different, right? And they're very small things they'll end up doing very different. If there's an interview panel, right, add women in the interview panel, right? Have a mixed interview panel. Make sure at stage 2 or stage 3 of an interview, you actually have a woman candidate coming forward, right? So these are one set of things or set of activities that happen to get more women in the workplace. The second set of things really happen is how do you enable women to get more advanced? Interestingly, again, the data says that women get a lot more mentorship, men get a lot more sponsorship.
Right.
what women are really looking for is more sponsorship at this point in time. And this is where the maternity aspect really comes in. Because what happens is we will mentor women and we'll go ahead and say, oh yeah, it's very important, it's very nice. Sponsorship is actually pick her and give her an opportunity, right? 26% of the women, actually women lose out about 28% in their pay because of the maternity holiday that they'll end up taking, and the growth kind of stops. That's significant. That's significant in a 20-year, 30-year career journey. If there are more sponsors, if there are approaches which are taken differently, which is possible when you start looking at maternity as an investment in a woman's career rather than looking at maternity as a cost to the company, you can actually change the mindset and the policy. So this is on the private sector side and a bunch of different things. On the government side, on the policy, what the government is really saying is, yes, we are right now spending about 4.6 lakh crores towards gender. We are saying that we are going to increase the women labor force participation by 70% by 2047. That's the target we've put in there. We are going to create enabling infrastructure. So we're going to create housing, we are going to create transportation, we are going to make our cities safe, etc. And they have allocated enough and more money towards these initiatives. It's still about 1.8% of our budget. It's not really 5% of our budget right now, which the World Bank is going ahead and saying. But still what the ask there is that, are there enough implementation partners? Can the private sector come in and do something about it? The challenge which we are facing right now, and what can happen to your question on policy front, is there are enough resources, there is an integrated effort which is needed. Some places private sector has to work with the government. Sometimes it's the internal change which needs to happen within the organization. There are in pockets enough and more examples on policy shifts. First step is mindset shift. You have to believe it is important.
The toughest one.
The toughest one. It's the biases to your question, biases in the mindset shift, and everything step by step will follow, and all of us have a role to play in making that happen.
Okay. I know time's up, but I have one last question. I know Ranjit is looking at me, but okay, so, women are labeled in our culture, right? If, like one of the bureaucrats said, if you're accessible, you're considered available in a workplace, right? If you're outspoken, you're aggressive. If you're too soft, you're not meant to be a leader. So this whole problem, what economists call double bind, the problem of double bind, right? How do women navigate that? So your quick 2 takeaways, what is your advice to women, ambitious working women? Sushmita.
I think be calm, focus on content, and be clear about what you want. Because, I have faced, similar sort of stereotypes that if you are assertive, then you are perceived as aggressive. Whereas this another man who in the same team, if he is assertive, then he is a great leader. He is perceived to be strong, and so on and so forth. So I would say hold your ground, speak up. If you don't subscribe to a certain comment or a certain statement made by somebody, I would say silence, while it's very comforting, it doesn't change anything. So raise your voice which you have got a seat at the table, make full use of it so that others can follow. And when you speak up, you actually make space for the women who may follow you in the same space in any organization. So that's my take on it.
I think in the same way as Sushmita is saying, own it. There is nothing else that you can do owning except owning it. And the stage that we are in our journey, I think success for us as women is not going to be about me breaking a glass ceiling. It is going to be about how many other women I can take along as I break the glass ceiling. Thank you.
So thank you. That was a fantastic discussion. I learned a lot, and I hope you did too.
All right. And I request you both to please be seated. as I'd like to call on stage Suparna Kumar, COO, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. All right, so our next session is She Economy, Markets That Work for Women, for which I'd like to call on stage Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath, co-founder and CEO Safety Pin, Ayushi Gudwani, founder and CEO FS Life, Deep Bajaj, co-founder Sirona Hygiene, and moderating this session is Sonal Khetrapal, Senior Associate Editor, India Today.
Welcome all of you. Growing up, I have dreaded when I had to buy shoes. Sometimes it has taken me 6 months to find the right fit, especially for sports shoes. Even today, a lot of legacy brands don't acknowledge that women with large feet, like I have, exist. Even today, 2025. But here we have leaders with us who are trying to change that, who acknowledge that women come in different shapes, sizes, forms, have varied needs, and are offering products and services specially for them. So welcome all of you. So Kalpana here, she runs a social enterprise called Safety Pin, which is essentially a personal safety app wherein women can report which are the places that made them feel unsafe. So what that means is that if I am traveling, I can use that app and figure out which are the isolated spots, which are those unlit corners, and plan my travel accordingly. So Kalpana, as you were working with the government, and safety is not really, I mean, it's not a service, it's not a product, but it is an enabler to be able to access the market, right? To even, is an enabler for even workforce participation. So how easy or difficult was it to get the stakeholders agree to this agenda?
Thank you very much for having me here. And you're right, safety is not a product, safety is not a service, but safety is in the ether all around us. So unless we feel safe, we don't actually allow ourselves to access opportunities that are there for us. So it's the feeling of safety. And when we started this work, I've been working on the issues of safety for a long time, but I set up Safety Pin in 2013. And this was after that, the Nirbhaya rape case in Delhi. And there was a lot of consciousness about the fact of safety. But often safety gets reduced to security. So it is about CCTV cameras, it's about policing. But as women, we know that safety is something much broader and much deeper and much more elusive. What makes you feel safe? I think that is the kind of question we've been trying to answer, to say, what are the different factors that would make you feel safe? Feel safe enough to be confident to access the opportunities that are there for you. I mean, we look around our cities, we know that women's workforce participation is very low. You go around and you look at parks, you'll see that parks are dominated by boys playing. You know, you don't find places that girls can play. You look at our streets, it is dominated by men. You look at all kinds of services. There are niche services that women are visible. But, you know, the panel before spoke about these glass ceilings, and I think if safety is restricting us from being equal participants. For example, now we have the gig economy. All of you have heard about the gig economy. It's the new place where jobs are coming up. Women have less than 2% of the jobs in the gig economy. In traditional economy, we know it's somewhere between 20 and 30%. It's growing, it's not growing. These are all statistics that are currently being discussed. When we tried to go to the government, so for individual women, we tried to say that, okay, where do you feel unsafe? Can we put that data together? And as we got the data together, we went to the government and said, safety is a feeling. Safety is not just having a CCTV camera or a guard or a police. In fact, most women, we asked them, if something happens to you, would you go to the police? And most said no. So actually having police is not the thing that's going to make us feel safe. Similarly, the CCTV camera is only effective after the crime is committed. It is not really a preventive step. So we started looking at it and we unpacked it a little bit to say it includes things like infrastructure, which is lighting, walkability. It includes good public transport. It includes last mile connectivity. For example, in Delhi, everyone says the metro is safe, but you have to get back home from the metro. How do you ensure that last part of the journey is safe? Then what about services? So for example, if you do face violence, how do we make sure that you get support? All the panic buttons in the world is not going to make you feel safe unless you know that when you press that panic button, you're going to get a response. So I think, we have to recognize that there are many elements to feeling safe, and that feeling is what allows us to do things. The feeling is what prevents people, prevent their daughters and wives and others. Mat jao. So safety has become an issue of protection. We have to take it back because safety is a right. We have the right to feel safe in our own cities, in our own country. We don't want to be protected. We don't need people looking over our shoulder for us. We just need the right to walk safely without looking over our shoulders. And I don't think men even realize this, that every single day as a woman, when you step out onto the streets, there is a little bit of hesitation. So your entire experience of life is different. And this is some place you certainly have to have women on the table to understand it. Because otherwise you get more and more safety apps and panic buttons because that's what men think will help us. But no, we want an enabling environment. We want the right to take a risk. I know maybe going out to the park is a risk, but why can't I take that risk? Men are allowed to take the risk. This protective mentality is what the governments have it, companies have it, families have it, and it comes from a place of love, no doubt. but it restricts us. And I think the time for restrictions is over. It's the time for freedom.
Thank you, Kalpana. So Ayushi runs the brand FS Life, which a lot of you might know as Fable Street in its earlier avatar. It was also started because what I faced with shoes, she faced with workwear. She realized that most of the workwear in India was according to European sizes, and it was not meant for Indian bodies. And hence, there she is with FS Life. So Ayushi, Kalpana touched upon this topic of men designing for women. And that was something that you also feel very passionate about. And so how you started FS Life in 2016. I did a story on the missing she economy way back in 2020. So in the last 5-7 years, how far do you think we have come? And are legacy brands now acknowledging that women are 48% of the population and contribute to GDP and is a market that should be catered to? Or it's still new age entrepreneurs who are trying to bridge that gap?
Very interesting question. And I think we will have diverse point of views around legacy brands, but let me take a step back. Structurally, if we look at history of India and in general globally, right, women of course are 49% of the population. So women are 50% of the population, so you need to solve for women. You know, as a matter of fact, this chair is for the height of a man. I can't still rest my feet on the ground. So this is because it's not designed by women. I think historically the primary reason has been that business or work was men's domain. And as more and more women are entering the workforce, they are becoming entrepreneurs, they are leading the show, they're solving for themselves. And this is more anecdotal, but I'm sure Kanika would have more facts around it. But I think the reality is not about legacy brands as much as the people sitting there who are designing and solving for women. I think it's fully understood at this point in time that decision making on majority of consumption and consumer oriented aspects is done by women. The answers are not made for women. So it is that you need women in the power in these respective domains to be able to solve for them. Deep is an exception, he will tell his story, but I think that is the larger reality. Legacy organizations are recognizing it, but then they need women to design for women. And that is exactly what we saw at Fable Street. We've had like really funny journey because I come from a corporate world solving for women, and I'm like, women also need pockets in their clothes, right? We also carry phones. It's funny. Pants, yeah. Yes, and wallets. But it is so much ingrained in this. Have you ever thought pants don't need front zippers for women? We don't need crotch for women. I mean, that's the reality, but people want it. People expect it because no one's solving for it. And it's the most unflattering place to have a zipper on. So, but that's the reality. So, I think we are solving a very small fraction of it at Fable Street, solving for sizing, solving for comfort of women. But at some point in time, I feel that probably the reason we will be successful is because we are addressing a need gap and solving for what people want and need. And if we have that, be it legacy brands or startups, we will be able to solve.
Thanks, Ayushi. So it should not always be women talking about women. We need allies too from men, and Deep here is one such ally for us. Deep is founder of feminine hygiene brand Sirona. A lot of you would have heard about Peabody. He started it way back in 2015, almost a decade ago, that enables women stand and pee. The problem was the dirty public toilets. And that here we are, and now he has a full-fledged femtech brand having products around sexual wellness, menstrual hygiene, and personal safety. So welcome, Deep.
Thank you.
So when you started in 2015 and two men talking about menstruation, enabling women stand and pee, matlab, like, so how was it? Two men talking to people.
It was very interesting, actually. I remember once this publication was doing a story on us, and I'm a Delhi boy, right? I'm a Delhi Punjabi boy. I believe I know all the cuss words that are there in the world. So there was an English coverage and there was a Hindi coverage, and the Hindi coverage said कि ये लड़के महिलाओं को खड़े होके पी करने की freedom दे रहे हैं, something like that. And it had one of the most innovative galis ever. They said ये हमारी संस्कृति सभ्यता, तेरे घर में माँ बहन नहीं है, बाप नहीं. मैंने कहा है इसीलिए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया, right? They are the ones. आप टॉयलेट साफ करो, पी बड़ी बिकना बंद हो जाए, I'll be very very happy. So initially it was more around issues because for us even the gatekeepers were men, right? So I remember going to stores back then. This online wasn't that big. So I remember once taking it to a general trade outlet. I said, "Sir, गंदे toilets होते हैं. मैंने survey किया है. This product will help women stand in pee. So this will sell very well." He threw it at my face. He thought it was a joke. ऊपर से वो शाकाल जी ने साथ गंजो को इतना बदनाम भी कर दिया है कि he thought I'm actually, not serious about the product. But I think that then over a period, as the time passed, it changed because women, I think, Touchwood helped us a lot in spreading the word. Because problem was so deep that it didn't come from a man trying to solve. It was more about, this is the problem. If I'm pregnant, if I have arthritis, I can't sit and stand. This product helps me do this. Who cares who's behind it?
So I'm gonna...
Thank you.
So Kalpana, you also spoke about, a lot of these solutions around safety are designed by men, right? And we also last year had the RG car incident. So when now you talk to stakeholders, what are some of the safety solutions, if you can share some best examples around the states that you have worked with that really work? And which are the ones, and you have already given us examples of which don't. So can you talk about inclusive building gender responsive cities? What does that mean and why is it important?
Thanks. I think some of the issues that came up are so interesting, and the fact that zips, public toilets, seats are all women's issues. I mean, like when you get into a bus, I just want to add that when we have to hold that thing up there, it's always a little bit higher than it is. So I think the design, all of design has a male as norm. I think as we look at cities, so when we began our work, we initially began with looking at how to get women to feel safer by sharing what is their experience. Now it's been about 12 years that Safety Pin has been in existence, and we worked with cities across the country, across the world. And we realized that cities need to look at this as a holistic problem. It is not, there is no magic bullet or a single solution. So of course, lighting is important, but lighting alone is not going to solve the problem. Good public transport is important. So what we've been trying to say is that we came up with a framework called She Rises, which is for responsive, inclusive, safe and equitable urban systems. And the idea is that, can we start looking at this as a systemic problem? There are so many elements to why women are not able to be equal participants in our country. I mean, it's a simple ask. It's there in our constitution, but we don't have it in reality. And why don't we have it in reality? Because the enabling conditions. So it is infrastructure at one basic level. I mean, a simple thing is if a street is well lit, it is safer. If public transport has more women using it, it becomes safer. So therefore, the free bus fare is a positive step because more women are beginning to use it. More women are able to go to work. Similarly, good helplines are important. Housing, Kanika talked about, how do you enable women to work? You have to provide all these things. But over time, we found that safety and safe mobility is defining. You may provide a woman a job, you may even provide housing, but if she doesn't feel safe, if a family doesn't feel that she's going to be safe, they will drop out. They drop out for other reasons. There is a whole issue of the care work. I'm not getting into that. I think that's another big area that we have to look into. But, you know, we were talking in the earlier session about mindset change. I actually, after 25 years of working, I have come to the conclusion that I cannot wait for patriarchy to go away for my life to change, or for my daughter's life to change. If a policeman, if I go to a police station and I want to give a complaint, it is his simple duty to write down my complaint. He may have some other patriarchal notions of what violence against women is, but I'm not saying mindsets don't have to change, but it becomes an excuse for why things haven't changed. And mindsets will take time to change. We have to work on it. But simultaneously, if we put in systems, if we put in procedures, if we put in non-negotiables, saying that this is not acceptable, this kind of, we have POSH, the moment the bill on sexual harassment in the workplace came up, workplaces changed. I mean, I'll give another simple thing. When I started driving in India, we never wore seat belts. There was no question of wearing a seat belt. Then suddenly it became a rule. Suddenly they fined you. Now, none of us get into a car without pulling our seat belt. So it is possible to change behavior. After all, we are creatures of habit, human beings. So if you start saying this is not acceptable, in the workplace it has become an issue, right? And for governments is to build that enabling environment. Private sector has to do its own bit, but I think really public space safety, public transport, and good services will go a very long way in enabling women to participate economically, socially, and politically. I see young people from the parliament. We know even in the rural areas for women to participate politically, even in urban areas, is not easy. And I think this is an important issue to take up as well.
Yes, thanks. Ayushi, fashion is not always inclusive. So can you talk about the work you are doing to ensure that your products work for women in their real lives?
The opening statement I used to make was the ideal body is not 36, 26, 36, which is what we were taught our entire lives, and which is, I think, something I was chasing almost. I'm 40 now, I was chasing till 35 years of age. So the reality is we are not mannequins, we are not those ideal bodies. India and even globally, I think women are diverse. They come from different backgrounds, they have different body shapes and sizes. So you have to solve for them versus us trying to fit into clothes. And I think that is the premise with which we have operated. With the larger vision being, it helps us become confident about ourselves. We are otherwise fairly underconfident. We have all lived with imposter syndrome all our lives. So that one uptick that you are looking nice and good helps you feel happy and confident about yourself and put your best foot forward in a professional world or wherever you go. So that is the larger thought process, and that is the thought process of inclusivity and building fashion. So I actually don't call myself as a fashion entrepreneur. I am a startup person coming from a professional background solving for women. And that is the framing with which we operate. And then, of course, there are more specifics in terms of now solving for women, ensuring inclusivity in every shape and form. We do trials, we work with all types of women, we design for comfort, we test on real women and movement, etc. And that's how we build fashion for this. There's a long way to go. I think what we are right now chasing is actually acceptance. And what's very interesting is when we look at women and we talk to women, we are probably the only startup or apparel brand which is designing for women and solving that if you're a size X, you can buy X and it'll fit you. They're so used to solving for themselves on their own. So if they see a model wearing a short dress, they automatically assume that I'm 5'2", so this dress will be below knee for me. If the garment is very loose, on the model. They will automatically size down so that it will look fitted on me. So, everyone's just completely solving basis what they're seeing, believing that's what the product would be, as opposed to saying that this product would be for me. And that's how we're trying to be inclusive. And there are a lot of back-end technicalities, org, etc. But it goes back to core of looking at the customer, working backwards on what they need, and then building a product, and then eventually going through the communication channels to make them. So we are on the last leg, and that's the journey of scale for us.
Interesting. So a lot of public spaces, a lot of elitist public spaces, right? Whether it's airports, hotels, the way they place the products, the toiletries, also speak of gender bias. How are you working to change that?
Well,
and do you want to also talk about how it comes across? I mean, because I'm not sure any one of us noticed it till you brought it up in our conversation.
Well, I think the issue is that nobody is talking about it. The business is such, it's a BAU life. So look at hotels, for example. I don't know last time when we'd go to a 5-star and we had to use Sui Dhaga, but it's available, right, in there. For men, razor is always there. But there's nothing around. I mean, they're not made keeping women travelers in mind. So recently, for instance, we were talking to Bloom Hotels and they agreed. We said, whenever a woman checks in, why do you not think about 4 or 5 things that she might also need? Like if I'm a traveler, I'll always have my razor, right? Shoe shiner, I'll carry it. I know if I'm wearing formal shoes. But if I'm a woman, what if I get my periods? What if I get pain? What if there is a normal stain? I end up staining the bed sheet. Can you make things available? So we created a kit for them. And luckily they bought into it. So it's a mindset thing. I think the more we talk, the more we demand. There are brands which are willing. So now if you'll check into Bloom Hotels, there'll be a nice Sirona branded kit that you'll get. That'll have a pad, it'll have a pain patch, a period pain patch, it'll have a stain remover and all of that. And similarly for, if you see airport travel, so we spoke to the Delhi airport a few years ago, and the mandate was the tokenism of ki pad available kara do. And we said, yaar, who are we to decide ki pad hi hone chahiye, right? I mean, there are globally 4 products available, pad, tampon, liner, cups. So make everything available. So the first milestone was to get them to say, fair enough, okay, let all of them be available. But second was to say, where will you place these products? I said, outside. If they're inside, we just are saying there is something to be ashamed of, right? So the taboo breaks if it's right outside, so that if she wants to send her partner to go and get it, if there's a boy walking with his father, he can ask, what are these products? That's how it does. So, I mean, those kind of things are happening. It's slower, but it's taking shape. So, but it's now happening because we are talking. Otherwise, I don't think places were designed keeping these needs or these travelers in mind. So, yeah. Thank you. Until Kalpana ma'am makes all the places safe, we have a pepper spray, which I'm not too proud of. But my way of solving problem is कि जब तक देश सुधरेगा, have a weapon. As a father of 2 daughters, I believe they should have a pepper spray always. So, unfortunate, but it is one of the best sellers online. Empower is what it's called. Shameless sales plugin.
Okay, so I know time's up, so we'll have one quick round of last questions. So, Kalpana, so there's something called pink tax, right? And a lot of times it is women have to pay more for safer transport, safer, so how does that impact their participation at work? And how important is safety to keep women at work?
So the pink tax, I'm glad you brought it up. It's an interesting concept which many people don't know. So data shows that women travel differently. Women move around differently. They do what is known as trip chaining. They may do more than one, they go out, they drop the child at this bus stop, they go to the work, on the way back, they go to the market, they come back. What the pink tax is saying is that they end up paying more because transport is designed in a way that each trip costs a certain amount. Longer trips actually cost less over time, many short trips. So the pink tax is that. And we know that as it is, women have less access to finances. So the pink tax, along with safety, along with a whole lot of other factors, ends up impacting women's ability to make choices. Very simple and plain. I think
And that too when we all know that women usually pay 10 to 20% less than men for the same job they do, right? Yes. So gender pay parity, right? Yeah. So Ayushi, you always speak about women deciding for women, right? And you also have a very diverse workforce. So what helps you, like in the earlier panel, we have been speaking about building inclusive workplaces. So what helps you retain women leaders and help them grow?
First of all, I'm very proud to say we are 65% women in our workforce. And not women because they are in the creative fields, but they are also in proper management and business-oriented fields. What results in retaining them is, I think, twofold. The senior leadership style, which is empathetic, nurturing, and also demanding. But it is not purely demanding and aggressive in the boardroom or the conversation, and I think that's something that they empathize. So there are women who are aspirational, who have drive, but believe that they are cared for. And I think that's an important aspect of their journey. I think that is one. And the second, I think, which is very implicit, is the number of women in leadership, which becomes very easy, therefore, for the juniors as role models to emulate. And I think these are the two things that result in retention. And actually, we barely have 2% attrition across the organization. Rest of it is more not by choice, but by what we want. And within that, I think women are higher retained around this. And finally, it is the culture, but which is true for all orgs. But eventually, I think building a leadership style which is more conducive to women and having a lot more role models allows the other women to stand up and fight for the fact, and they have someone to see and look up to.
Interesting. Thanks. So Deep, I'll bring up the question around pink tax again with you. Your products are premium, clean label, clean ingredients, but if you look at the pricing, it's not mass, but it's also not premium. It's somewhere in between, a little above mass. I mean, that's my observation. I might be wrong, but I mean, am I right?
Very affordable.
Right? Affordable, right? But that's usually not the case when I look at personal care products for women, right? Across segments. Was it deliberate? What was the thought process? And also you in fact have a lot of patents for your products. So which is that innovation that you're most proud of? So, yeah.
Well, I think the innovation is a big word, but I think the product that I'm most proud of would be Peabody. It helped us redefine this category and continues to help a lot of women, especially during medical conditions, pregnancy, arthritis. So that's one. As far as products are concerned, I think as far as if you're able to solve a problem, there are more than consumers are very happy to pay the price as of today. We do use a part of it for our foundation, through which we help women who can't afford our products. But I think we are very affordable. Yeah. I mean, in case of a menstrual cup, for instance, it would cost you maybe $300. Now, $300 over a pad might be more expensive, but a menstrual cup can last you for 5 years. It's reusable. So when we see it from those lenses, we believe we've kept it very, very affordable. Peabody, most proud of.
Thank you. That was a very interesting panel. I know I've also got a chit, but we have overshot. So thank you. Thanks a lot. And I think we have to stay back on stage.
Yes. Thank you so much for that very, very wonderful session. I'd also like to call on stage Manoj Sharma, CEO and publisher, India Today magazine, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Is female, rewriting rules, reimagining politics. And I'd like to invite on stage our guests for this session, Shambhavi Chaudhary, MP Lok Sabha, Shayani Ghosh, MP Lok Sabha, Ikra Hassan, MP Lok Sabha. Moderating this session are Raj Chengappa, Group Editor Director, Publishing, India Today Group, and Kaushik Deka, Managing Editor, India Today. This is the last session. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Yes, and as she was saying, not only have they waited a long time to be here, but this is going to be the best session of the day. We're very delighted to have with us a really remarkable group of first-time women members of Parliament. I would call them trailblazers who are redefining what it means to lead today's India and maybe India today. This is India at India today. At India today, okay. They are, as you can see, bold, driven, and refreshingly unapologetic about what they do. These are young MPs in a country where, as we've seen in this whole day's summit, women face barriers at every stage, from education and employment to safety and social mobility, as we saw in the last session that's there. And they come from different parties. And that's what's very interesting. But what unites them, I think, is their, in some senses, shared courage to challenge the status quo, speak up for the voiceless, and push for real lasting change. So we are very delighted to welcome to this forum these role models for millions of girls across India who are now see Parliament not just as a distant institution, but as a space that they can belong to at once, like all of you have done. And just quickly, from my left onwards, no particular order, Shambhavi Chaudhary, MP from LJP, right, from Bihar, Ikra Hassan, MP Lok Sabha from UP, and Shayani Ghosh, MP Lok Sabha, TMC Jadavpur. So let's begin with you, Shambhavi. We move this way on this. And what is it that drove you to become a first-time MP? And as first-time MP, did you face any gender discrimination when you came in?
First of all, I would like to thank the entire India Today group for hosting such a fabulous summit where women from all diverse sections could come and speak up for themselves, for the fields that they're working in. And it was very interesting to hear conversations of entrepreneurs, somebody who's in business, somebody who's in public service, somebody who's been, I just, when I was entering, I saw Vyomika Singh also, which was like a little fan moment for me. So I think it's incredible and I really love the work that you're doing. Coming to your question, what drove me to become a member of Parliament? I think it's just that, you know, I read somewhere that you have to be the change that you wish to see in the world. And it starts from you. I came in politics because I think it's a space where I can raise my voice for the ideologies that I believe in. As a woman, it's very important. You're fighting a two battle. As a woman politician, you are fighting for a cause that's your political ideology. You're fighting for that, and you're also fighting on against patriarchy at that front. So it's a war on two fronts, and but least to say that I think we have to be courageous. We have to be ready to take on whatever comes. It's a tough field because it's male dominated. You have to create a space for yourself. So challenges are there, but I'm enjoying. A lot has changed over the years. People are more welcoming towards women now. At the Parliament, we have a very cooperative environment. The senior leaders make space for other women, especially young women. They encourage them to raise their voice. So I think slowly we are moving towards a positive direction, but it's still a long way to go. And the second part of your question
was the gender discrimination.
Yes, gender discrimination. Yes. So during my campaign, of course, I think gender discrimination is very rooted in our society. It just flows naturally. Like, people don't realize that they are discriminating against you because you are a woman. They just casually make a remark, and without realizing that they are giving into the patriarchy. While I was campaigning, I was asked very different and very weird questions. like, okay, now that you're in politics, who's going to look after your family? How will you manage your family? How will you manage your kids? You are so young, you're going to have children. So I think these are some questions that you all will also be asked sometime. And people would automatically believe that, okay, now that I'm in politics, the real power lies with my father, lies with my husband. Okay, आप इनको जिता दो, इनके पापा हैं, इनके पति ये हैं, ये तो ऐसे ऐसे. So, you know, I think these are all little parts of patriarchy. I just put a picture recently of all women MPs together, and I had captioned it as United Against Patriarchy, and there was like a few accounts that probably didn't like it on social media, and they were also like, oh my god, she's so and so's daughter, so and so's husband, and she's against patriarchy. They don't realize that we are not saying, we are not proud of the lineage that we come from, or we are not recognizing who we are or what our roots are. It's just that we are fighting against a system that discriminates us based on gender.
Right.
So, you know, it's a fight, but we are continuously fighting, and hopefully we will see a good day.
Let's give a warm round of applause for that. And let's come to you, Sayoni. And you've had an interesting background, successful in entertainment, films and television as well. What brought you into this? Is there any sort of similarity that you find here? It's an easy path. And do you face, as probably you did in film, certain gender discriminations? What would that be, say, in politics?
The reason why I got into politics was Mamata Banerjee alone.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you have a leader like her, and she is herself the biggest example of woman empowerment that I think. And it was a fight against oppression, tyranny, the state of West Bengal, like you know. हम अपना ही करते हैं, मतलब we have our own mind. And Mamta Di was, of course, one of the biggest source of inspiration. So I joined politics. I'm a very new entrant. I joined in 2021. And I was given a lot of opportunities by my party, by Didi. And I'm also the state president, state youth president of Trinamool Congress in West Bengal. So Mamata Banerjee is obviously very, very pro-woman empowerment. Abhishek Banerjee is very pro-woman empowerment. And you know, Bengal, I don't know about like Uttar Pradesh or Bihar, they'll be able to say better. But in Bengal, we say, there's a shloka, it's called Srishti Sthiti Binashanang Shakti Bhute Sanatani Gunashroy Gunomoy Narayani Namastate. So it means ke Srishti, that creation, Sthiti, which is balance, and Vinash, which is destruction. It all depends on the woman. It all depends on Ma, it all depends on Devi, and Bengal, like you know, is the place for Ma Kali, Ma Durga. So women are perceived in a very different way. So obviously there would be challenges. Challenges are there in every sphere of life. Like when I started acting, I was only 16 years old. But the first support that has to come from your family. So that way my father, my brother, they were very supportive, so I could pull through. When I came into politics, it was the same thing. They said, okay, both acting and politics. When you go out and you tell people, what does your daughter do? She's an actor. Oh, actor, okay. Oh, my daughter is a politician. Politics mein kya kar raha hai yaar? Politics kaun karta hai yaar? So both the professions, you know, it was never met with a lot of positive response. But like they say, if life throws lemons at you, at least I can make a nice fresh lime soda, salt. Yeah, so that's what I did.
And some sweet.
Yes, and some sweet. And so that's about it. And like I told you, Bengal is very pro-women. There would be challenges. I always tell everybody that in different parts of the country, you know, daughters are addressed with words like beti, like ladli, like beta, like Guriya and things like that. But probably Bengal is the only place where our fathers call us Ma. So, you know, that's the kind of people we are surrounded with in Bengal. So it has been very positive. I have got a lot of encouragement from my party, from my fellow politicians, my supporters. And at the end of it all, I think if you have somebody like Mamata Banerjee in that white sari and a Hawaii chappal, I think that should be enough for you to just jump. So you jump, I jump.
Another round of applause, please, for Sayani. And finally, Ikra, what brought you into politics? You do have a family history of politics, of course, but you educated yourself well, but decided you'd come this side of the fence and do it? What motivated you, and what is the kind of gender discrimination you face yourself?
I'll pick it up from where Shani left. When life throws lemons at you, you have to make lemonade. So my journey, that's how my journey in politics began. As you said, I come from a political background. I think Shambhavi also.
Yes, she also does, yes.
So there was a time I joined back in 2021, and I was still studying. But at that time, there was a situation at home wherein my brother was persecuted by the state, was put behind bars. There was nobody else. Suddenly, I was pushed to the forefront, to the limelight. I didn't even know how to deliver speeches at that time. So that's how it started. And I was very academically into politics. I always liked politics as a subject and always had very theoretical ideas. But then I got to understand what it actually means on ground. How do policies get implemented? So all of those very idealistic utopian ideas that one creates in their mind when studying, it was finally time to put them to use, and that is when I understood what the hindrances are. And so that is how it began. And at one point, I wanted to challenge. There was a time where I thought, it can't get much worse than this. My brother was in jail. There were cases in 3 courts. We couldn't sell anything, couldn't buy anything. So that time I wanted to challenge the current government and see how it goes. So that was the one thought that actually started it. And since then, it's been a great journey, great learning experience. But also, I've always heard that we come from a lot of privilege, but even as privileged women who have a platform, who've gotten things a little bit easier, I think there is still so much to do, because we feel all these discriminations based on our gender, the card that has been dealt to us at our birth, it still hinders some steps that we take in society. Things are changing, but I feel like a lot needs to change. And I think representation is one thing that will invite more people. When I was a child, we read a lot about Indira Gandhi ji, and the visuals of one woman being there who has led the country, who has taken things forward, who not only was there for tokenism but was able to take important decisions. I think I often look back to that, and I think as Mamta ji for her and for all of us also, it is important to have women in important positions so that more women can enter. So I think it's a journey, we're learning, things are changing, but a lot needs to be done.
One round of applause for Ikra as well. And, we needed 2 anchors to really... that's the fiery, bold leadership that you'll demonstrate. So Kaushik Deka is going to ask the next round.
We needed 6, actually. So I'll start with Ikra. You have faced a lot of attention for your gender, because recently I saw one incident where you faced a problem with an SDM who misbehaved with you. Then I saw some youngsters from NU, they were making some videos. Then recently you stood up for your leader, Dimple Yadav, because some clerks made some obnoxious comments about her. How do you deal with this attention, which is unnecessary and which is particularly because of your gender? More so because you come from not only from a privileged background, but you are qualified, you have done your education abroad. How do you now suddenly you are thrown into this scenario where probably you have seen a very emancipated, liberated world, and suddenly you see that you are point of attention not because of your legislative work, but because of something else? How do you deal with that?
I think that was my very first issue as a public figure. I didn't want any attention on what I'm wearing, how I'm presenting myself, because rarely do we see men being attacked for such things, for their appearance, what they've chosen to wear, how they're conducting themselves. But it is always easier to sling mud at a woman for how she's dressing. There was a very initial interview I did wherein I said that I'm a feminist, but I'm a strategic feminist. So I would never cover my head. I did that because I come from a very rural constituency, and women there, across religion, across caste, this is the way they cover their head. So just to avoid that sort of questioning, that how I'm representing myself, I chose to cover my head because for me it doesn't mean, it doesn't hinder me, it doesn't take away from my individuality. I just thought that if I cover my head and if that takes away from these questioning, and then we can all sit and talk about the important work that needs to be done, then it's fine with me. But even then, the incidents you just mentioned, even then, no matter, that is the problem with the society, that is what we need to change, that no matter what a woman does to save herself from all of these things, there will still be somebody, some random man on the internet making videos on you, commenting about you. It is just very easy. So I think cyber security is one thing that the government really, really needs to look at. There is a bane and a boon to everything, but women always get the back end of everything. So it is a struggle, but one needs to, practically speaking, we need to block our minds to such things and focus on the more important things in life. But it does emotionally, morally affect you for a bit. But I think that's how you create a thicker skin. And I'm learning to create a thicker skin and will face all of these issues head on. We are in the Department of Policy Making, so I think we need better policies for women. There's still so much room to do a lot, and I hope all of us sitting here can do that better.
Sayani Ghosh, as an actor and now as a politician, you probably among the three has the thickest skin.
Yes, it's 19-inch right now. I can totally tell you.
And you come from a state which is headed by a woman called Mamata Banerjee, a very strong woman. Then your party has so many strong women as MPs, you yourself, Kakali Ghosh Dastidar, Sushmita Deb, Sagarika Ghosh now. Mahua Moitra, oh, how can I forget that?
You dare forget.
Yes, I'm so sorry. But when it comes to your state, now we see headlines coming from a state where we see cases of sexual assault against women, crimes, horrific crimes. Why this dichotomy? You very rightly said that daughters in West Bengal, they're called Ma. Also in some parts of Assam, my home state, but why do we see this dichotomy? Such horrific crimes are coming from that part of the country.
See, I'll tell you that in the very first place, when things of this sort happen, it's not a matter of great pride or joy for us. Especially when you are led by a woman chief minister, when you have the highest number of women representation in Lok Sabha, 38%, 12 got tickets, 11 of them won. So it tells you that the people of Bengal have faith in Mamata Banerjee and they have faith in the women representatives. Now, coming to your point specifically, I would say that these are obviously horrific incidents, but these are also isolated incidents with a population of, say, about 12-13 crore people, almost 50% women. Yes, we don't want even one of such things to happen. According to a data, NCRB data 2022, there are 91 rapes happening in India every day. Yeah? The top 5 states are the BJP ruled states. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Odisha, महाराष्ट्र. मैं इस तर्क में घुसना ही नहीं चाहती कि आपके यहाँ ज़्यादा है, मेरे यहाँ कम है. You have 5 rapes, I have 3 rapes. I don't want to talk about this. But what's important is that how are we addressing this? After a few incidents that happened, Mamata Banerjee herself she took a lot of reformative steps. When I talk about women empowerment, you can go to any part of the country, and I can tell you that what Mamata Banerjee has done for the women of Bengal, ये दिल्ली में आप बैठ के क्या बोल रहे हैं उससे निर्धारित नहीं होगा. आप बंगाल में आइए और आप देखिए that out of the 94 schemes that she has managed to touch the lives of at least every person in some way or the other. After Ajikar happened, I would like to be specific. We have taken reformative steps. The government of West Bengal has said that we are not running away from our responsibilities. We need to be more careful. And we also came up with the Aparajita anti-rape bill, which was lying with the Honorable President of India, and she has sent it back recently. And it demanded fast-track investigation, it demanded capital punishment. This is also social conditioning. It's about patriarchy, it's about misogyny, it's about how men perceive women as a commodity. So while the government is going to do its part, it's going to make Kolkata safer. By the way, Kolkata is one of the most safest, if I can say, it's the safest, top 3 safest cities in India. The data says that. So the way we do our job, she has come up with Ratire Shati. It's patrolling by women throughout West Bengal. More CCTV cameras, more, like Kalpana ji was saying, more lighting, women in more power positions. We are going to do that. But at the same time, I think parvarish की भी बात होती है, समाज की भी बात होती है. जैसे I can say Uttar Pradesh हो या Bihar हो, again they'll be able to say better. The way women are perceived there, we have heard leaders coming to Bengal and say कि महिलाओं का काम किचन में होता है. ये politics क्या करेंगे, इनको क्या करना है. Mamata Banerjee has totally, she has destroyed this notion about women in Bengal. We want Bengal to be way more safe, but we are also very proud that the women of Bengal are very empowered. Our woman chief minister, 3rd time chief minister, God's grace, going to be the 4th time chief minister in 2026. She's going to ensure that all the women in Bengal are going to live their safest life.
My question for Sambhavi, because you are associated with a school, and in Parliament you have talked about education, and Ikra also can join in this in answering this question. National education policy, it's in the 5th year now. From your experience in Bihar, how do you see the implementation of the policy? Do you think there is a change on the grassroots?
So obviously, I feel that when we are talking about women empowerment, education becomes very important. Education is something that is that gives you the right kind of exposure. Our ideal, Baba Saheb Ambedkar also used to say, educate, agitate, unite. So that's what he said, and that's his footsteps that we are following. He was also a feminist. And education plays, I feel that I am liberated. I can raise, I can speak for the voiceless. I can raise a voice because I have a strong educational background, and I am one person who has donated her entire 5-year salary to support education of women in my constituency. So that's the kind of role education has played in my life, and I want to promote that. If we talk of national education policy, of course it's bringing about a positive change, and it is going to bring about a positive change. Not just policy, not just specifically national education policy, but also there are different kind of policies in Bihar that have been implemented by the Bihar government. Like there is a cycle yojana, there is Poshak yojana. These are kind of policies that have been taken up by, that have been recognized by international organizations like United Nations. And there is also, if you're talking of women empowerment and educating them, we also have Anganwadi workers and Jivika Didis, how they are bringing about a difference in the domestic sphere. So you naturally, we also have, if we talk of different policies, then we also have 35% reservation in government jobs for women, and Bihar is the only state that has got that. So definitely all these policies help empower women, because if you don't safeguard through policies, the positive change is not going to happen. You have to formulate policies that are a little biased towards women, so that more and more women have safeguards against, like, you know, if you're talking of crimes or if you're talking of any other thing. And not just education specifically, but in different social spheres also, we need more inclusive policies. And I think that is what our job is here as nation builders, as policy makers. It's our job to raise the voice for women and to make all these policies more and more inclusive. And I just hope that once we have the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, more and more women will come up. And
before she answers, I am tempted to ask you a very political question. You have praised Bihar government, the functioning of Bihar government, at least in the education sector.
Yeah.
And your leader, Chirag Paswan, just 1 or 2 days back, he has criticized, he says that it's very unfortunate that he is part of NDA. How do you reconcile
he did not
the two?
say that it's very unfortunate.
He was regretting supporting NDA government.
See, what about the recent incidents that have happened in the state? I think, just projected, like, you know, even if we are part of the alliance, it's our responsibility to say something if something goes wrong, right? You can't be quiet about everything. And I think as responsible people in the government, we were just trying to raise our voice for something that was wrong. Somewhere or the other, there has been a, you know, like, एक भूल हो गई है प्रशासन से, and ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम उसके खिलाफ बोलें. अगर हमें ऐसा लगता है तो we can't be quiet because we think that okay, no, it is our government, so we need to be quiet. अरे अगर कहीं पे मर्डर हुए हैं तो वो गलत हुए हैं. आप कैसे कह सकते हो कि मर्डर सही हुए हैं? You can't say that, right? So I just feel that you are trying to fill in the blanks, but it's nothing like that. It was a very
answer.
We're all no. I think we're all part of building the society, right? And we have to play our part honestly. That's all that requires. Even if we are part of the government or not, we always have to raise our voice against something that is not right.
So let me take off from there, and we just got about 4 or 5 minutes. We can extend it a little bit, but let's start with you, Ikra. And you were talking of policies, and if you look ahead, you've got 4 years more that you have. Which is the one policy you would do to change that will help women empowerment? What would you focus on if you had to do just one?
Sir, at the top of my mind, I have something that I was wanting to jump into. So we have NEP 2020. There are 2 aspects to policy. One is policy making, the other is implementing it. So whatever policies are made, how are they implemented on the grassroots is one big issue. We have MSMEs. For women, they don't need to give collateral and get loans from the government. But on ground, I have experienced this from my constituents. They've complained to me that this is not taking place. Secondly, we have the gender parity for minimum wage, wherein the women, if you go to a contractor and you say कि मैं महिला हूँ और मुझे मर्द जितनी बराबर तनख्वाह दीजिए, so because of our physiological differences, they will just deny. And there is nowhere that women can go to complain about it. So there are implementation issues, but I think right now where this country stands, we need to give basic amenities to the last individual standing. And for me, education, like Shambhavi said, it has liberated us. It has given us better exposure. If we can give that to the women, to the last girl child there is, I think that is the one thing that all of us need to do. And it is very unfortunate that I have to talk about this here, but Uttar Pradesh government has recently brought about a provision wherein they want to merge 5,000 schools. What it means is that they're government schools, so it is only going to impact the poorest section of the society and biased against women, I would say. So 5,000 being merged means 5,000 schools closing. So on the ground level, what it means is that you will, the rural constituencies as mine, you can still send a male child to another village to get educated, but parents would not send their girl child because of the crime rates, as Shiny mentioned. My state tops the list, yes. We have a lot of talk about law and order improving under the current government in UP, but the stats are totally against it. And so in such a state where literacy rate is so low and dropout rate is increasing every day, if you bring in a policy, even if that hinders one girl child from going to school, I think it is a failure on all our parts. And I think that is what we are here for, that if we can't facilitate policies for women, at least we have to raise our voice to stop the policies that obstructs their growth. So I think that is one thing that we need to look into. And I think if we can stop this, it will be great. So if your platform is a great platform to put this across, I hope all of us can join in into stopping this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come to you, Shayoni. And what is the one thing you would like to be remembered for, that you can push for women in this term of yours?
See, I'm in a better position. Being in the ruling dispensation where Mamata Di has been doing such amazing work for the women of West Bengal. They were talking about schemes. I told you we have 94 schemes touching people's lives. We have Kanya Shri, hailed globally, where women are given scholarships to study further. There's Ruposhri, bichre worg ke jo log hote hain, poor people, they don't have money to send their daughter off for marriage. We give money for that. We give cycles, we give kitabe, books, everything, all the support. And there is the biggest scheme, Lokhir Bhandar, which also financial assistance. Choti choti ख्वाहिशें होती है महिलाओं की, पूरे कर पाते हैं, पैसे जोड़ जोड़ के बड़ा कुछ करते हैं. The whole idea is to just get this whole system going bigger, better. And obviously,
what would you do? That's Mamta's done all this.
Yes,
Mamta Di have done all that.
I would like to
on?
carry it further. There are 38%, like I told you, Lok Sabha, 38% women representation.
Right.
Be it an organization. मुझे एक party दिखा दीजिए. We don't need a woman reservation bill. We have the will, so we don't need the bill. Please understand. Mamata Banerjee, Mr. Narendra Modi has to wait for a bill to come into existence. Mamata Banerjee has the will to work for women. बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ ट्रक के पीछे लिखने से नहीं होगा. Like she said, implementation जरूरी है. Ground में काम कौन कर रहा है? Didi is doing it, and I'm sure more women are going to come.
Again,
I want more women to come into politics. So I want to be a good parliamentarian myself. I want to be a good politician myself.
So one thing, tell us what you'd like to be remembered for.
I want to be remembered for getting more women into politics. I want to encourage people, motivate women from all walks of life. And I'm sure Ikra, Sambhavi, everybody, all of us are doing that. It's a lot of challenge. It's a patriarchal society at the end of the day. You are being very nice to us. He's not being so nice, though he's being tricky. But
he's just being a journalist.
Yeah, he's the bad cop. You're the good cop. Okay. So, but yeah, there are challenges everywhere. Right. But we have to send this message across loud and clear कि महिलाएं घर संभाल सकती हैं, किचन संभाल सकती है, राज्य संभाल सकती है, देश भी संभाल सकती है. So we need that kind of backup from all of you. And I want Bengal to be remembered. I put my state first, even before me. That Bengal should rise, women in Bengal should rise, and they should own the world. And that's what we are going to work towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Shambhavi, now which particular area you would like to make a mark of? There's plenty of things you could do in a state like Bihar. Yeah. What would you want to focus on?
Like I said, I mentioned earlier, I have donated my 5-year salary to promote education.
But if there's one policy you'd like to change, apart from education, you mentioned a lot, is there a policy you'd like to really make a difference and bring about?
See, I think I'll come to the policy, but before that, I think we are missing a point that financial independence for women is also very important, and you have to make them financially independent. So I want to develop probably job opportunities or encourage women to work in my constituency. I want to be remembered as somebody who does not believe in how big the dream is. Even if there is a girl who comes to me and says, I want to do this, no matter how small that is, I want to be that person who encourages her to do that, whatever her heart desires. But if there is one policy that I think should come, it is capital punishment for rape. It has to come up, and people need to start,
That's a good point.
know.
That's what we have been trying for all this while.
Yeah.
That's what we are trying.
There should be capital punishment for rape, and there are no two ways about it. And it's about time that women together across party lines, across politics, they come together and raise their voice for this.
Kaushik, there's a rapid fire 30-second question come answer.
Yeah, again.
your turn now.
Again, a tricky question. And
who you're starting with?
I'll start with Ikra. And you cannot name your own party leader. You have to name someone else.
Why? You don't want us to continue in politics for a long time?
Of course.
Why do you have to? This is the first time we are here.
Of course. Means you will first hear out the
Ask
questions.
me why.
So, in Parliament, whether in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, you interact with Rajya Sabha members also. Name one politician who you will call gentleman. In the true sense. See, it's an easy question. So, but you cannot name your own leader. So, you have to pick from another party. I'm assuming your own leader is gentleman. So, that's given.
Absolutely. So totally.
That's given. I'm making it easier for you. So, you have to name another.
There are many actually.
You can name 2, 3.
Okay. I think the TDP's floor leader, Lavu Shri Krishna sir. He's one. He's helped me a lot. So, who else?
मेरी तरफ मत देखो. Not me.
I think many
you might
people,
be
but
India
I'll name
Alliance,
him.
but for these things, don't
One
look at.
answer is good enough. Sayani.
Me? I think Nitin Gadkari ji is a thorough gentleman. I think he's perhaps the only leader, Satta Paksh, we are opposition. When he speaks, we kind of thump the desk. So I think Nitin Gadkari ji. Actually, I'll be very honest with you. I know it's a rapid fire, but we are all new, you're first timers, but we are treated with a lot of respect within the parliament from across all party lines. So that is also the kind of atmosphere we need to thrive. So I would be very honest that way. And of course, Akhilesh ji, I have to say Akhilesh ji. Yes, yes.
So I would like to say Chirag Bhaiya, definitely.
You can't name your own
leader.
It's assumed.
That's a given. That's a given.
Assumed. Okay, so I would say Mansukh Bhai Mandavia ji, because he's also like he has that knack to interact with the youth. Especially he wants to work in promoting women empowerment, youth empowerment. So he's constantly interacting with a lot of people, with a lot of us, and he's always designing ways on how to move forward. So I think him, but number one is Chirag Bhaiya.
Well, there's time's up, and we've had a wonderful session with
Thank you
three
so much.
representatives who's the future of India, and it's safe in your hands. Ladies and
Thank you
gentlemen,
so
let's give
much.
them a very, very warm round of applause for this.
All right, and I request you all to please stay on stage. Mr. Raj Chengappa, Editorial Director, India Today Group, to hand over a token of our appreciation. And as we conclude the India Today Women's Summit 2025, we carry with us the inspiring stories, powerful insights, and transformative ideas shared today. Thank you to all our speakers for sharing their wisdom, and to each one of you for being a part of the celebration of women's power. I'd once again like to thank all our sponsors, presented by Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, State Partner Department of Sports, Government of Bihar, Mobility Partner JSW, MG Motor India Private Limited, Luxury Jewelry Partner De Beers Group, Gifting Partner Akena. Thank you so much.